purchase orders.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the purchase orders, when I thought, before I can deposit my affidavit, and even that time, I realized that these issues of the purchase orders is a head office function. So there's no way that the provincial office will deal with these purchase orders.
And so, what's that got to do with? I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying that you assumed that this lady was General Nkua.
Correct.
Because you had discussed it
Good morning, honorable members. It's 11 o'clock. We should start. Honorable James, may you please withdraw that statement? I can see that you want to
Past 11, Chair. This
you want to
seems
say-
becoming a pattern.
you want to say that I'm 1 minute late.
Yes, Chair, you are 1 minute late.
I'm not late. I'm not even delayed. I'm implementing the mandate of the committee. Yes. You are right, honorable members. I must apologize for being 1 minute late. I arrived here on time. I was in a meeting with the speaker to discuss some of the issues that you want us to deal with. And during break, we will go back to the meeting again to make sure that those issues are attended to. When you speak to us, we listen to you. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Nomvalo. Good
Morning,
morning,
Chair.
Honorable Shongwe. Good morning, Honorable
Good morning,
Skosana.
Chair. Ngiyakulochisa Mkhwanazi begodwa ngilochisa nesitshaba sekhethu namalunga ahloniphekileko angaphanga phakathi endlini esibetha mthetho.
Good morning, Mbangazitha, Honorable Mngango.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Good morning, Honorable James.
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Matthijs, good morning.
Malang Chair.
Redumetse ngwaneso. Good morning, Honorable Sauls, the most African.
Aware, Chairperson.
I like the two extremes of you and Honorable Ntuli. The far right and the far left.
No comment. But maybe I should greet you in the new language. Moinkia, Ahuniki.
What does that mean?
It means good morning and
Yeah.
it can also mean good afternoon.
Yeah, you must make sure that every week you give me a phrase, because the least I know is ki ikhara ke.
Yes, unity
Yeah.
in diversity.
Yeah.
The Khoisan is the first defenders of our country.
That is what I know in our national coat of arms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But I'm also learning because of our history.
Yeah.
I grew up not thinking that my mother tongue is Afrikaans.
Yeah.
But when I got older and I understood my heritage, I realized my mother tongue is actually the Busman Nu language.
Yeah.
So because of our apartheid history, I'm only learning my mother tongue now.
You never stop learning.
Indeed.
In fact, you only become the best student when you are dead.
Indeed.
Yeah, because that is the time we can talk about the knowledge that you have gathered. Advocate Arens and Advocate Mkhize.
Good morning, Honorable
Good morning
Chair,
to you.
members. Morning.
Mr. Songwane.
Good morning, Honorable Chair.
Good morning to you. Mr. What did you say the same name is? Mlandu. Yeah, Mr. Mlandu.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the members of the committee.
Thank you so much. The staff of Parliament, good morning. The staff of the political caucuses, good morning. And the members of the media, Honorable Adams, good morning. You have been with us this week. We very much appreciate your presence. Honorable members, we did very well yesterday. We received a presentation from Mr. Aubrey Tlongwane, Mr. Diane, I'm sorry. Why Aubrey Tlongwane? There are two Aubrey Tlongwanes I know from Limpopo. One in Guyana, one in Palau. So
Okay, yeah,
I'm sorry that
that's okay, sir.
that I'm mentioning. I'm mistaking you for them. Welcome, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Before we closed yesterday, there were apologies that were recorded for members who will not be with us here today. And remember, on Tuesday, we also recorded apologies for the week. So those apologies are still standing. The apology for today is for Honorable Sokhanyile, who will join us later. The rest of the apologies, Honorable Sangone, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Malima, Honorable Braden Bach, Cameron, Kolabanat, Topa, Vessels were recorded yesterday and they are standing today. So I'm now going to start with the rotation, and I will not even take advantage of the reduced number that we have today, because we still have Mr. Mlandu to be led in the presentation of evidence, and the committee must still come and engage with him. It's almost 10 minutes past 11 hour. So I'm giving 30 minutes for the full member and 15 minutes for the alternate. Yeah, we are starting now at 10 minutes after 11. Honorable Sols.
Yes, Chair, you said you're going to inform us today what's your decision on how that 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Are we going to go back to the initial, or is it inclusive of the
Yeah,
question?
it's inclusive of the answers. Yeah. Can I see? Let me check first. How many of you are going to ask questions today? From the MKP, all of you are going to ask. Bangazita, you are asking. You're not going to ask questions today. Okay, Honorable James. Honorable Sols. Honorable Matthews. Okay. Chief Whip. Okay, so it's 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 hours, 30 minutes, 3 hours, 15, 4 hours. So what it means is that the first four speakers will finish at 10 past 1. And then we break until 2 o'clock. And then the last 2 hours will run until 16 hours. Yeah. This is going to be the order of proceedings. So it means we are going to take the presentation of Mr. Mlandu between 4 and 4:30. And then we will run for the next 4 hours from 4:30 until 9:30. Yes, this is the time that is being allocated. Yeah. Can we start? Are you ready to start? Are you ready to start? Okay. What is your code of neighborliness? Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. Can I go ahead?
I like this political understanding between yourselves. It shows you can work together even better.
Yeah. We can work better than the GNU arrangement. Good morning, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, let's start on page 47 on your statement,
Okay.
on paragraph 149. You are saying there, open quote, upon my section 174 of the Criminal Procedure Act appeal,
Mm.
I was informed by one of my colleagues that Lieutenant General Kumalo was very upset and made a comment, and that now I have been acquitted. Who told you that?
It's a confidential colleague, sir, confidential source. I'll have to talk to him first if he can, he will be willing to provide a statement to confirm what he said to me.
Yeah, that's the problem, because here we're dealing with names. We're dealing with names, and that's what we have been encouraging with the previous witnesses to say, don't give us a skeleton. Give us names so that if a need arises for us to probe further, we know where to go. So you are leaving us in the dark now when you say, I was told, and you do not mention the name of a person who told you. Because that person might be a person of interest by virtue of having been mentioned in your statement. Do you get what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, sir. What I can say about this matter is that the reason I put this conversation that I had with a colleague here, is because the events that followed confirmed what the colleague was saying. You know, the pressure that was put to the NPA to appeal this matter.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was appealed, and funny enough, if I may say, instead of delivering the notices of appeal directly to me, because the NPA as well as the investigating officer had my addresses, it was delivered directly to General Kumalo's office. And subsequent to that, I requested the NPA to deliver these further particulars to me. And
Okay, no. My interest was on the name. So if you are not giving me the name, let me move to another question.
Okay.
You further say on the same paragraph,
Yes.
I was also informed that Begitele was very upset about my acquittal, and he insisted that there must be an appeal on the matter, no matter the prospects of success. Is it the same person who told you?
The same person said this thing to me, and I have no reason not to believe the person.
No. The question is it the same person that you said you are not going to disclose who told
Yes.
you about Begitele?
Yes.
On the next paragraph, which is paragraph 150, you are saying, I was further informed of the meeting that is said to have taken place between Crime Intelligence Divisional Commissioner Lieutenant General Kumalo, former legal advisor to Minister Kele, and current Divisional Commissioner of Legal Services, Advocate Simosenko Sitemane. So you go on to list all the people who were present in that meeting. So who told you this? Is it the same person?
The same person told me this, and if I may add, again, the reason I put the matter here is that I do believe this person because of the history, my history with these particular people. Some of them, I've never met them in my life, but, you know, they've been instrumental in victimizing me. And furthermore, if I may add, Mr. Bekitele has reported me to the president. It's a fact. He has reported me to the JSCI. It's a fact. So it's in his best interest.
So when you say he reported you for what?
If I may, I don't know if you can, if I can share one of the documents that were reported to the JSCI talking about me. And this document was sent to the president first. And the president did not want to entertain it. And my name was mentioned there. And then he recommended that this matter.
But my question,
Yeah.
Mr. Mkhwana,
Yes,
is
sir.
what was the report related to?
Amongst other things that I am making frivolous complaints against General Jacobs, the issue of iView integrated system, which is currently at the court, and what's this other issue? The issue that was raised yesterday by Honorable Kola Barnard regarding the agent. And subsequent to that, if I may mention, there was a report in the Citizen where Mr. Bekitele is talking about me in the on portfolio committee on policing and making wild allegations against me. So that is, it's public record. Yes.
So was it not within his right because he reported you to a parliamentary committee, correct? So when he has some reservations, is it not within his rights to report you to the relevant bodies? Because there's nothing peculiar with reporting you to Parliament, because it's Parliament that must take the investigation further. And if there are any adverse findings against you, then they would act in accordance with what they have found.
I'll answer it this way. The SAPS has disciplinary regulations in place. And if I have committed a particular misconduct, for instance, the SAPS will need to take steps against me. And it is not with the duty of the minister to get involved in disciplinary matters against employees. The SAPS disciplinary regulation is very clear that the National Commissioner is the one who is responsible for discipline in the police. So I do not know what the role of Mr. Bekitele was, except for, if I may say, except for the matter of the grabbers, which he wanted, which I was refusing to sign on the basis that There was no exemption certificate, and there was
Yeah, Mr. Hlungwane, but
evidence of
yeah, but
bid rigging.
was it not because of the nature of the complaint that it had to do with intelligence? So maybe taking it to a normal DC process or DC body would compromise the very same information that they complain about. Was it not the reason?
It was not the reason, sir, because already I was facing disciplinary, a disciplinary matter on this specific matter, and then the employer, General Jacobs, was running away from this matter. So now, instead of going to the national commissioner, he went to the minister. Then ask yourself, why does a divisional commissioner, instead of going to the national commissioner, go to the minister to make such a complaint? Because he would have said to the national commissioner that I've got your person there who is doing this and this and this and that. Therefore, can you please sort out this matter? And if I may add again, he reported me to General Mkhwanazi, the late General Mkhwanazi, General Mkhwanazi, I can't recall who else. Yes, and the National Commissioner, sorry. I was called by on the very same matters, I was called by General,
Yeah, if you can summarize,
Okay.
because I don't have much time.
okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was called by General Mkhwanazi, to probe this matter. She probed and she found there was nothing wrong. In fact, even
So
criticized.
the final answer is that the complaint had nothing to do with intelligence details.
No,
So taking it to a DC, to a normal DC process was not going to compromise intelligence information.
no, it was taken to a normal DC. And maybe if I may add, even the JSEI that they reported to found nothing wrong.
Okay. So you are saying, in your belief, you became a target after you refused to sign for the ANC National Conference.
Yes, sir. And I have evidence to back it up.
Yeah, no.
I've been sending Mr.
No.
Okay.
I'm still asking questions.
All right.
So you are saying because you refused to buy a grabber or to authorize, then thereafter you became a target.
A
So the
target.
conference was in December 2017, correct?
2017, yes.
In December, right?
Yes.
When was the specific date for the conference? Was it
I
not
can't
only
recall-
around the 15th?
I can't recall the date, but the matter at hand happened around the 13 December 13 December 2017.
So before that, there were no issues.
No,
You were fine.
I was fine. I was working fine.
You were not a target.
No,
So your problem started immediately after your refusal. to sign.
immediately. In fact, if I may say to you, is that General Ngobo, immediately after we came back from they came back from conference, Ish gave me a notice of transfer that I transferred money into the bank account, the one we spoke about. And
Yeah.
let me just quickly finish.
Yes, if you can conclude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told him what the issue was about, and I gave him an opinion from SAICA because he wanted an opinion from outside so that he can go and convince National Commissioner.
Mm.
And the National Commissioner, he told the National Commissioner, and I was not transferred.
Mm.
But the attacks started from there. After
Mm.
attack, after attack, after attack.
No, I see.
Yes.
So before December, you were okay, no issues, and then after your refusal, then you became a target. That is the summary of what you are.
That is
you are
that is
telling
my
us.
summary. And
Yeah. Let's go to page 43, ne?
page 4.
Paragraph 133. I just need your clarification
Yes, sir.
of this. You are saying here that's 133.
Mm.
I was arrested on
Oh, sorry, page,
page 43,
page 43,
paragraph 133.
page 43, paragraph
133.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
we are saying here, open quote, I was arrested on a frivolous criminal complaint registered. I think you wanted to say by the then CFO of the Secret Service account, Major General Nemu Tanzela, on or about the 13th of September 2017.
Yes, sir.
So this preceded the events of the ANC National Conference.
Okay. If I may say, initially, I was not even a suspect. And this is on record. General Ngowo testified in my disciplinary matter on this matter. And he said, SAPS can provide you with the records. He said that General Stole told him that why is the on this matter, why is the finance person not being dealt with?
Yeah, no, my interest is not necessarily on the
Yeah.
merits.
Hmm.
My interest is on the sequence of events.
Yes, sir.
Because what you have told us is that your problems started after the ANC conference.
Yes.
And here, under this paragraph, we are saying there was a case opened against you
Hmm.
on the 13th of September,
Yes.
2017.
Yes, sir.
So that case was not a problem.
No, it was not a problem.
No, the question is, I want you to understand me correctly.
Hmm.
So this case is not part of the problems that you experienced because you have said you experienced problems after your refusal.
Yes.
And that was in December 2017.
Yes.
But here, a case was opened against you in September before the ANC conference.
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay, let me say this. Counterintelligence, and this is a matter of record. Counterintelligence, this general went to counterintelligence first before he opened the case to report this matter. And counterintelligence ruled me out of this from this matter. And I was even approached by a Brigadier Moyana, who said to me, we investigated this matter and we found nothing wrong against you. Okay? It was only after the Nazareth conference where now I was being included as a suspect. And if I may add again, Chairperson, this General Nemtangela, on the day that he opened this case, it was the day that he was suspended. And he said to General Ngo, I'm going to open a case. He asked General Ngobo, who are you going to put there to act? General Ngobo replied that I'm going to put Hlungwane. Then he said, I'm going to open a case against
I'm
him.
afraid, Mr. Hlungwane, I will have to cut you
Okay.
because
Sorry,
I've
sir.
got a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
You seem to believe that this money, this 46 million, is that the correct figure?
45, yeah.
45 million for the Krepa.
Yeah.
Was its intention was to fund the ANC conference, correct?
Intelligence operatives, they even have a document, and I think you might have people in the CI, they have a document which points to this particular matter to say it was going to be used to fund this conference. Even Mr. McBride, he came here. He was investigating this thing. He came here to say this was going to be used. The same intelligence operatives.
So a portion of this amount was not going to purchase the Krepa, was going to be taken for ANC conference affairs.
I firmly agree with that.
Do you believe that Mbalula was part of this arrangement?
The statement which was written by General Stoll, because I never spoke to
General Stolle was acting at the time.
who was National
Who was
Commissioner
the
at the
National
time.
Commissioner,
Yes.
yes, yeah.
I'll provide that statement to the
So
committee.
in summary, the statement of General Stolle implicates Mbalula. He says
Definitely.
he was part of the plan.
Definitely. It says he was approached by Minister Mbalula, and then it goes on and on and about.
So Mbalula approached him to inflate prices so that the ANC conference can benefit. Now the question is, was it the ANC conference or an ANC faction that was going to benefit?
I don't know who was going to benefit, but as I said yesterday, individuals within the ANC, not the ANC, because there's never been a moment where the ANC or any of its top 6 officials who, by virtue of being top 6, they represent the ANC. They've never said to me or anybody I know that ANC wants this money for this particular purpose. You see?
Okay. And
Yes.
then you are saying, after now, when you got to Nasrec, ultimately you agreed that you must not carry on with buying this grapper. After you went to Nasrec and met the people you met there. So, and then they said to you, you must pay 9 million for services already rendered, correct?
For services already rendered.
Were those services quantified to you?
Not to my knowledge.
And who said you must pay this 9 million?
It's not 9 million. I think it was about 7 million.
7 million.
Yeah.
Yes.
General Ngobo. Okay, first it was General Tumani who said we're gonna have to pay this person for the services already rendered.
Yes.
And then
Did you ask which services?
I don't know.
No, I'm saying during your conversation, did you ask which services
I didn't
have been
ask.
rendered?
I
didn't ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. So according to your observation, were there any services rendered?
I wouldn't know. I was not at the conference.
Have you not said the grabber was there already in the conference?
The grabber was there, but remember, the grabber is illegal. So I would not say for sure that the services were rendered for us because the grabber is illegal in itself. So I can't say that the services were rendered.
You are talking about a company, you call it here, Company Z,
Yes, sir.
which stole millions from the Secret Service account.
Yes, yes.
Who stole those millions?
There's a lady there, and I must say, I'm sorry, but I'll mention the color of her skin because, and I'll explain why. There's a lady, a white lady, who's been assisting us with certain matters. So, she's been, taking some of our money for herself. So I tried to, investigate that, but I was.
So that lady is the one who stole these millions.
Yeah, she is. She stole.
Did you report that to the relevant authorities?
I reported that, my good sir.
How did you report it?
Eh?
How did you report it? Did you report it in writing?
In writing, in fact, the IG, Dr. Dindwe, before he left, he was about to investigate that particular matter. You see.
So did you have proof in your possession showing that monies were stolen?
What do you mean proof in my
Proof as
possession?
a person who had a close proximity to the Secret Service account. You might have a bank statement or any relevant proof.
The information is with the Secret Services account. It's with crime intelligence. I was kicked out, so I could not have time to get any proof. But
So you don't have proof?
no, yeah. I even quoted an audit from the Auditor General. You see, when I left, as I'm saying, when I left, I was busy conducting a review of those monies. And then I was removed. I even explained here that General Kalakala even removed me. I even have an SMS of him threatening me. I can read it for the committee. It's here. Isn't it?
Okay, now maybe we'll read it some
Yeah,
other time.
it's here. So
For the interest of time,
Yeah.
let's move to another question. You are saying after the procurement of bulletproof vests, Mkhwanazi and Masemula received Louis Vuitton, and in terms of the information that you got inside those bags, there were monies,
yes,
100,000 each.
100,000 each. Yes.
Who
And-
told you that?
Maybe let me say it this way. The matter is being investigated, as you might know. It is being
Yeah,
investigated.
but remember, we're also investigating here. So we
Um,
can't be told that the matter is investigated
Yeah.
as if we're just doing an academic exercise.
yeah.
Who told you that Mkhwanazi and Masemula received 100,000? Because Mr. Hlungwane,
Mm,
we're not really interested in words. We want proof because we're probing,
Yes.
and we want to take things further.
Further. Yeah.
So kindly help us with evidence showing that they received 100,000 each.
I'll answer it this way, sir. What I can say is that, and General Masemula knows this. There was at some point a warning statement, and Mr. Robert McBride at the time was removed, as you know, and there was disruption in that investigation. So what I will say is that I won't be able to reveal my source, but I implore you to follow up on the investigation.
No. I thought you are coming here to assist this investigation. So you can't now, when we ask for further particulars, tell us that the matter is being investigated elsewhere, as if here we're not we're doing idols. We're not doing idols here. We're investigating.
I agree, sir, that you are investigating. And as I'm saying that this matter, unless you want to do a parallel investigation in terms of criminal investigation, but this matter is being investigated. The same matter, the same one, the iView where people have been arrested, I mention it here. Nobody's asking for further particulars because the matter is in court.
Thank you. And may you please stop speaking? The next speaker. It's now exactly 11:40. The time for the next speaker starts now. Chief Whip, 30 minutes. 20 past 12, you stop speaking, both of you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Hlungwane.
Good morning. Chief Whip.
Thanks. I think the first question that I want to ascertain and answer from you relate to, and please don't worry about paging up and down so that we can be efficient.
Yes, sir.
But it has to do with, in terms of the statement you sent to us, is paragraph, what's happening with my iPad? I'll tell you now. Is paragraph 80. In that paragraph, you are talking about somebody that provided a secretariat in a particular meeting and was taking minutes. Do you have the records of those minutes, maybe?
I do not have, sir, but I believe that you can get those minutes. if I may say, that the IDEC requested for those minutes. I think if we're talking about the same matter,
Yes, yeah.
The IDEC requested those minutes, and they also requested further particulars from me after the ruling from the Constitutional Court.
Okay.
And I provided, in fact, from the High Court, and I provided those further particulars.
All right.
So, yes, sir.
So it's minutes that can be obtainable.
It can
maybe
be obtainable,
from
yes, sir.
IDEC.
Yes, sir.
And then on paragraph 94, regarding the procurement of the bulletproof,
Yes, sir.
you talk about prices being inflated.
Yes, sir.
Does that have anything to do with the generals, Masemula and Mkhwanazi and others in your own view?
General Mkhwanazi was heavily involved in this matter. And there was a pattern, Honorable Chief Whip. The pattern was that you will get from iView integrated, because it's the same person that has also been involved in these other matters that I mentioned. So the pattern was you will receive 2 other quotations from associated companies. And then these quotations were just meant to push up the other
Prices.
prices. Yeah. So it was cover quoting, which, is bid rigging in the public sector. So that is what happened in this matter as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, on paragraph 281 of your statement, I'm dealing with matters now relating to Lieutenant General Khumalo.
Yes, sir.
I think you are making a point that General Khumalo accused you of not concluding a performance agreement, something about fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So why do you think Lieutenant General Khumalo may have targeted you? And if it is for what purpose in your own view?
Lieutenant General Khumalo, Chairperson, and I wrote about this when I was responding to this particular charge. Few weeks after he was appointed, sometime in December, he had a conversation with General Masemula via letters that were demanding me to be charged, And then he wrote a letter to General Moodley to say, this is the story. And it was explained to him that this person has not been working, he has not been working, and he's been writing to various authorities to say, I'm not working. I even complained to the Public Service Commission, and there is evidence, I have it here, to say, I'm not working. There's fruitless and wasteful expenditure here. So you can't charge me for fruitless and wasteful expenditure because you are even refusing me to come to an office. I don't even have an office. So General Khumalo had names of people. It was me, General Theo, General Khan, Brigadier Hansraj. I've got those several names when I was responding to the matter to say, hey, Brigadier Cili, they told him, the people who appointed him, to say, go get rid of those people. And that's how we were targeted. And all of us, except for Brigadier Hansraj and General Khan, all of us are out. We've been dismissed. And this was in 2023 when I responded to it. We were targeted. So he is what I would call a Manchurian candidate in a way, because somebody else was saying to him, this is what you need to do against these people.
Part of the reasons, in his own opinion, Lieutenant General Khumalo is being targeted by IDEC is because he was engaged in an exercise of cleaning up or dealing with malfeasance that was happening within the crime intelligence. What's your comment on that?
I differ with General Mkhwanazi, Honorable Chief Whip. When you say you're dealing with malfeasance, I was not fired for malfeasance. I'm not charged for malfeasance regarding corruption and all those things. General Moodley was not fired for malfeasance. General Theo was not fired for corruption. What's his name? Brigadier Clearly was not fired for corruption. So when you say you are dealing with malfeasance, what malfeasance are you talking about? You know, and another thing, if I may add, Chair, is that you know, the buildings that were bought, you know, he proposed this thing of the buildings in the management meetings to General Moodley and what's his name? General Khan and General Clearly, you see, because those were his management. And then they said, no, you can't buy buildings because of this and this and this and that, you know. But what happened afterwards? The people are fired. And me and General Moodley are fired by junior employees, our subordinates, Honorable Chief Whip. It never happens anywhere. And fired in contravention of the regulations. Even General Theo, fired by a subordinate, you know. So, and police, as you know, Honorable Chief Whip, is a paramilitary organization, you know. It doesn't happen, that kind of a thing, in a paramilitary organization. I don't think if it even happens here to the employees of parliament.
But how do you comply with an illegal instruction? When you know, I mean, how do I get fired by the deputy chief whip?
No,
And then how do you comply with it?
Chief Whip, you go there to these people and say, no, but you cannot adjudicate this thing. And then what do? They fire you anyways, you see. Then you get a letter from General, what's his name? General Kumalo, that you are fired.
Who's now above you?
Who is now above me? Who has
Okay.
the authority to fire you? General Moodley, he even won this case in the labor court. And you know what they did? They appealed. You see, the appeal is hopeless. But the issue is that he wants to, even here, I heard him coming to say, no, I want to fill in the post. He wants to fill in the post to do what? To appoint his own people, you see?
Yeah. Now, just on paragraph 282 of your statement.
Yes, sir.
The point you are making there is that Lieutenant General Kumalo wanted you to take a position, finance position anyway, but not within the Secret Services account.
Yes, sir.
Do you think he was doing that on the basis that he wanted that responsibility to be occupied by people who are aligned to him? And if you think so, has that happened? And if it has happened, do you have any information from where you are today, whether the situation in terms of the usage of that account has gone worse, stabilized, or improved?
The usage of the account, Chairperson, and I'm not trying to blow my own horn. I was removed for the purpose that I was an obstacle in that matter, and I have somewhere Jacobs wrote about it. And since then, it has just, been downhill. I'll give you an example. There's a lady that they appointed. She's a cyber crime lady, you see. This lady is a live-in partner of somebody else in another division, TMS, okay? He appointed her colonel. And then the major general for that component in TMS is a friend of his. They were arrested together. And what is happening is that this lady here at cybercrime, she is facilitating the procurement of softwares. And what they did is that they took this procurement to be handled by the friend at TMS, and then so it's a chain of associated individuals that are doing it for their own benefit. And I can say yes, the Secret Services account has gone worse than what it was when I was there. And the person who is there at the moment, because the minister, remember, in that the directive of the minister, he said this post must be stopped. Don't appoint any posts. Then that is why my post has not yet been filled. And if I may add, Honorable Chief Whip, is that when he came there in 2022, this also can be corroborated by other witnesses. He said he asked General Nkua, the one who's responsible for human resources, to say, I want to fill this post. And she refused. She said, no, but the person who is the owner of this post is still here. I was paid over 6 million, if I'm not mistaken, while sitting at home, you see. And I've been calling people. And the guy who replaced me there in an acting capacity has been staying in Pretoria at a hotel and has been earning a salary of a brigadier acting allowance. Millions were spent on him as well, you see. So you can decide, Honorable Chief Whip.
Well, it seems to me, and I'm sure this would be a concern shared by many of my colleagues and maybe the public that has had an opportunity to interact with the work we're doing and the Matlanga Commission's work on the same way, that there is a well-established culture within the South African Police Service to weaponize regulations in order to target those that do not share the same view with the authorities at any given point in time. What do you think we need to do in order to change that actuality?
Honorable Chief Whip, it's about appointing the right people. And I must say that
Mr. Tlangwane, the problem, everybody that has been appointed, I'm quite certain that at the time when the appointer does the appointment, doesn't pick up that there's a wrong person. It may be very difficult to give a name of a person that was a wrong appointment from the start. I think people change in the system. So we may have to change the system in such a way that it conditions individuals to a particular line of doing things. I don't know. I'm just asking because we have an experience. We've been inside, and I think you're outside.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
What I can say is that chronism is embedded in the police, and when it happened even with General Stole, when he got there, the first people that he appointed as deputy national commissioners, the very first people that he appointed as a national commissioner are two deputy national commissioners who were his very close allies, you see. So when your close allies are there, what happens? Some of them get overly, for lack of a better word, overly excited. They act with impunity. Now, nobody can do anything to them. It's the same with General Khumalo at the moment. If you can track the history, and I know that Honorable Souls at some point tried to work on that matter. If you can track the history of the three senior officers, whenever this one is appointed somewhere, this one will be elevated, you see. So it's chronism which is embedded, and I cannot tell you that it's going to stop now unless this intervention that you are, currently embarking on, is, the recommendations are decisively, implemented. Yes.
In one of your paragraphs, but you are making reference to the fact that Lieutenant General 288 wanted you to be assassinated. You remember the story about your car photos
Yes,
being taken?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think that he wanted you assassinated?
I don't know if you will mind, Honorable Chief Whip, if I can play you even the recording from that incident.
How long is the recording?
You think, sir? I think it's
How long
about-
is it?
Let me check it for you quickly. I think it's about 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So
Okay.
I'm gonna eat into your time.
I'm going to suggest that we will get the chair's time. On his
Okay.
time, when he asks you question, we'll take 2 minutes from him.
Okay, sir.
He's a very kind man. I know you'll agree. So let's agree you will deal with that question, that
Okay.
evidence later on.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You see, the committee is united on that issue of the
Yes,
chair
sir. Yeah.
being a benevolent chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's proceed to the next issue that I would like you to address.
Yes, sir.
On paragraph 454.
454.
Yes, you indicated that when Lieutenant General, I think it's Kumalo, was
Okay.
appointed Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, he removed several senior managers
Yes.
and was instructed to remove some of them. Who is the instructor there?
The instructor was Mr. Beki Cele and the National Commissioner.
How do you know that he got instructions from those two?
As I said, Chairperson, that I have, in March 2023, and I can submit that submission I made.
Okay.
Yeah, and I indicated this was March 2023. I indicated that this man, this is what he came to do before anything, because we already had intel about what was going on, in terms of what instruction was he given.
But by the way, the commissioner at the time was Gerald Masemul.
Yes.
Okay, you
and
can continue.
And this was never disputed by anybody, even him. And if I may say, Chairperson, General Masemula, I don't know if it was here or it was in the Madlanga Commission, but I think it was here. He said that Kumalo said that there were some people when he was still acting component head for counterintelligence, when General Masemula was the acting divisional commissioner. He said, no, there were some people that he had an issue with. They were corrupt, what. And then he said, General Masemula said, I think he was testifying here. You can go back to the records. General Masemula said, I told Kumalo, no, you can go. Now you have the opportunity to go deal with those people. You see? So let me tell you of Theo, for instance. The man, even the successes that General Kumalo was telling Honorable James about, most of them were Theo's successes, you see. And we are not just talking, street crime. We're talking big organized crime takedowns, So now this man, General Theo, is getting awards from SAPS for outstanding performance, for his team just won a crime intelligence team of the year in this past week or so. And then now you chase the very same man out of the organization, you see, in a manner that, should not be accorded a senior officer. If Theo had done wrong, take him through a disciplinary process and say, Mr. Theo, respond to these allegations. And then you call the witnesses to lead evidence. But you don't do that.
It seems to me, Mr. Sangwani, that at the heart of your evidence,
Yes, sir.
and you tell me if I'm wrong, you have come to the conclusion that the then Minister of Police, Mr. Pegitele, and the current Commissioner, General Masemula, and Lieutenant General Kuman constituted a particular cabal within the police, which was determined to fight and defeat their own rivals. That's the conclusion I am getting to given your submission here. What's your comment on that?
Chairperson, I 1000% agree with that statement.
Okay, now that you agree with that statement, and I also seem to believe that it may be difficult to find an angel,
Yes, sir.
but there are angels within the South African police. You understand what I mean by angel?
I agree.
Now, this other cabal, which was part of what we have agreed with you existed in the way in which your evidence has been put together. Who were they fighting against? And what is the competition between the two contending forces?
The competition is the Secret Services account, and as well as crime intelligence itself. Crime intelligence, chairperson, I think is the most, and no disrespect to the state security, because they are very great people there, and that's a great institution. But crime intelligence is the most important, in my view, of these three agencies. And the fact that it's not effective at this point, that is why organized crime is able to flourish, because remember, crime intelligence purpose, let me say the Secret Services accounts purpose is to gather intelligence to combat crime. So organized crime flourish when there is a crippled crime intelligence. And I believe, and this is my belief, because I know some of the people, they are receiving instruction from outside, I believe that
Where is outside? Outside the country?
outside I don't know whether other people receive outside the country, but outside of crime intelligence, in a form of maybe former, security branch, personnel and all those type of things. So I believe there is an effort to really cripple crime intelligence so that organized crime can flourish in this country. That is why today, Chairperson, there was, if you remember, Honorable Chief Whip, there was a mining. I think the Minister of Police was going there a lot in the Northwest. And there was this figure that we were being told is the kingpin, You never see a kingpin down in the ground, you see. Crime intelligence, its purpose
You
is
mean
to...
tiger?
Oh.
You mean tiger?
Yes. Oh, yes, Chairperson. I mean, a kingpin is somebody who, receives that whatever minerals that are being mined there, and then ensures that these minerals illegally move out of the country and they end up, maybe somewhere in the Asian subcontinents and whatever. But we are dealing with, a jaywalker as crime intelligence, instead of dealing with the person who is receiving the minerals and ensuring that these minerals are able to leave this country illegally and then find itself in the
So the major fight, from what you are saying, what is at the heart of the war within SABS is the control of the Secret Service account.
That's the heart of the war. That's the heart
If
of
we
the
can
war.
take the Secret Service account away from the police, we can find harmony there.
I'm telling you, you're gonna find people are gonna work nicely there. You see, because that is what, I'll tell you another story quickly. General Mkhwanazi, who is in trial right now. General Mkhwanazi is the first divisional commissioner to call the IPID to say, I want you to investigate this account, you see, and root out all manner of criminality. What happened to him? It did not last even, I think, 4 months. They got rid of him, with the help of our dear media.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, in paragraph 48, you are making a point that General Stolle was appointed as a national commissioner, or let me say you are implying that his appointment was as a result of his agreement or commitment to go ahead with the purchasing of the grappers. And on the same line, you are saying General Motiba refused to procure in exchange for the position. How do you know that, and who was giving an offer to General Motiba from which Motiba refused?
General Motiba was going to be national commissioner.
How do you know that?
I know through, should I say intelligence operatives?
You can explain, but
Yes.
in a way that a layman like me will understand.
Yeah. So the operatives, the people close to him, did tell me this. And I must say, General Mtiba is probably the only acting national commissioner who left without having been affected by the Secret Services account. He refused, and I believe if he wants to talk, he can confirm this. He refused to run with this. And then General Stolle. That is why, if you can read there, I indicated that General Vuma, while she was still Major General, she came with those guys from, IView. To give a presentation. She had no business to come to crime intelligence because she was not working there in the first place. She was not responsible for crime intelligence in the first place. Yeah. So, but that is the story, sir, and I stick to it.
Okay.
Yes.
Just my last question on issues around the PKTT.
Yes, sir.
So it will be maybe 3 questions coming to you simultaneously, but not very long.
Yeah.
The one is about the point you made that Lieutenant General Kumalo and his secretary, they use about 58,000 rand a month, which was an irregular expenditure for accommodation. The first question is, why do you think that was irregular? And the second one, how is the expenditure of the PKTT in your own information or knowledge accounted for? And whether or not the PKTT, if you know, has or might some of the members or leaders there be engaged in a negative exercise in terms of maybe embezzlement of the resources of the state through the PKTT? What's your comment on that?
My comment on the last question would be, I'll recommend a forensic investigation for that. And then the second one, and the first, I will say that. Oh, okay. All right, sir. So, the one of the, the PFMA, I think section 44, is the one that the accounting officer delegates. And then section 45, I think number E or something like that, basically says that, and I'm not saying verbatim, but the person who is delegated, who is given the delegation within his own area of responsibility, must be the one who signs that delegation. Like, for instance, I'll give you a simple example, Honorable Chief Whip. If in Parliament money is allocated to the ANC, and okay, maybe this is a bad example. Let's say in Parliament you have the division finance, and then you have the division, let's say operations. There is a delegation of duties there. I mean, powers in terms of financial delegations. The head of operations cannot sign for the funds of what is this, of division finance, approve, because what happens there is that you are a program, so that program has its purpose. So in that purpose, you as the manager, you are given that responsibility by the accounting officer to say you are going to be accounting for all these monies that I allocated to you, you see. So in this case, the money came from a national head office, and I think General Dimpane said this here, to say it came from national national coordination, which is under visible policing. You see, so General Mkhwanazi, on the other hand, he has a budget for the province KZN. So now General Mkhwanazi is then approving for funds that come from national office, visible policing, because that is where the budget was coming from. That is irregular in terms of the PFMA. And if I may say, read this for you quickly, Honorable.
Chair. Chair. No, please be consistent in keeping time. We deliberately, and we did this deliberately. The chief whip started at 22. We looked at the time when he started, and now he has overlapped by 3 minutes.
Yeah, the time of the chief whip, I said it ends at 10 minutes past.
Yes, it has ended
Yeah.
already.
Oh.
And he has overlapped. And Chair, is very rude, because when we ask witnesses, you cut them while they respond, and you allow the chief whip to go over.
When you stop speaking, Mr. Tungwan.
Oh, okay. I wanted to make one last. Okay.
We don't have that time.
Okay, sir. Sorry, Chief Whip.
My apologies, Honorable Number. Can we take the next speaker? Honorable Shongwe. It's now 14 minutes past 10 with the lapse of time.
No. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Good on you, sir.
Siyaphila, siyaphila.
Yeah.
Do you speak?
You have 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes.
Uyakhuluma, uyabulabula,
Honorable Shongwe.
Nabulabula.
You have 15 minutes.
15 minutes, which means it's 12:15 now. So
Oh.
30 will be done. Thank you, Chair. I was asking, sir, wabulabula, where?
Nabulabula.
Oh, okay. Makenza ba, mkahle pa.
Anifukile mnjani?
Bafukile kaya.
Hayi, bafukile swinene.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's quickly run into these things. About mina ngilo 15 minutes ke omncane, we'll see ukuthi senza kanjani.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. How credible is uMcBride to you?
To me, is a very credible person, and I'm talking about the work that he has put in as an IP executive. Outside of that, I don't have any other relationship with him, but he's a very credible person. Yes.
Correct. Chair, can I stop for honorable source? Okay.
Honorable Souls.
Chair, I was trying to get your attention before Honorable Shongwe started. I wanted to understand what's more important for us here in the committee. Is it time or is it the information that is provided by witnesses? I'm just concerned that the witness wanted to provide information that could have assisted the committee? Well, we wouldn't know because he wasn't allowed. Are we prioritizing information or time? What's more important here?
All of them are imperatives for this work, for this committee to succeed in its work. Information, time, consistency. Remember, each and everything that we do must be within the values that we embrace.
So, if that's the case, Chair, then the witness should have been allowed just to read the information into the record so that we know what he wanted to say.
Let us not discuss that, honorable member. And
I'm just stating
yeah,
my reasoning.
let's not discuss it.
Just stating my reasoning.
Yeah.
Because I want to know what that was.
Yeah. When the time of the speaker has ended, that must not be negotiated. It has come to an end, and that is the practice that we must uphold. That's why when the honorable member alerted me that the time has expired, I had to apologize because it is my responsibility to keep time, and we have been consistent all along. Of course, I'm a human being. I am not infallible. And I accept that I can never be complete.
Now,
So when time has ended, honorable members, it has ended.
I fully agree, Chair, and I understand.
And so let's not be academic about it.
I understand why you did that, Chair, but I am saying the restriction of time shouldn't stop us from getting information. So somewhere we should be able to say, how do we get that information?
I hear what you are saying, but remember the information that Mr. Mkhwanazi wanted to give was 3 minutes later after the time of the chief whip had expired. It was not on the dot, honorable, so it was 3 minutes later. So I should think that we need to uphold to diligence pater familias.
We should equally uphold the
Thank you.
prioritization of information, Chair. That's my submission.
And we continue, honorable Shongwe. I've given you 4 minutes more to the time that was allocated to you.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, you said Mr. McBride is credible according to you.
Yes, sir.
Have you worked with Mr. McBride?
I wouldn't say I have worked with him, but I have been in his presence no less than 3 times, I think.
And you know this credibility of his because of those 3 times?
Because of the work that he put in terms of there are people going on trial because of cases that he initiated in terms of investigating. So that is where my credibility of him, starts and ends.
Have you engaged with him?
I have, but I have not spoken to him for over maybe 3 or 4 years, if I'm not mistaken.
And you still find him credible?
Huh?
And you still find him credible?
As I say, sir.
No, you still, yes or no?
Yes, I find him
Thank you
credible.
very
Yes,
much.
sir.
Who's Sisoko?
I find him very credible.
Have you worked with him?
I've been like with Mr. McBride, it's the same thing. Haven't worked with him as in like work. Yeah.
You haven't.
Yeah, but I've been in his
You
presence.
find him credible.
Yeah, I find both very credible in that context. No, actually, Mr. O'Sullivan called me last year, and I missed this call because I didn't know whose number was it, but I was far from my phone, and he sent me a text to say, "Can you please call me back when you have the time?" And I promised to call him back, but I completely forgot. So I've never known Mr. O'Sullivan. I've never spoken to him. He's never spoken to me except for that exchange. I know him, I met him once or twice, but not like that, and we never spoken matters like, yeah,
Oh, okay. Masemula? How credible?
General Masemula. General Masemula, can I make a qualification on him?
Yes, please.
On a human level, I believe he's a good person, you
Yes.
know. But the people that surround him, I believe are bad.
So work-wise, is it credible or not for you?
Work-wise, no,
Not credible.
yeah.
Mkhwanazi?
General Mkhwanazi, on a human level as well, I believe, there is a good person there.
Work-wise, credibility?
Work-wise, because I know he was interfering in some investigation, I'll say partially credible.
If we were to qualify with one word, credible or not?
I can't say either. I'll say partially.
So we can't qualify with one.
No, I can't qualify with one.
Are you a member of a faction?
Sir, I've never been a member of a faction. The only person that I've been close to, if you call him a faction, is Brigadier Qili. And I was very close as well to Brigadier Pehle. But, none of the guys that I spoke about. And if I may say, some of the people, that I spoke about here, they opened disciplinary cases against me,
Okay. For time's
So,
sake, because you
yeah.
have 15 minutes, let's
Yeah.
just go back. Are you a member of a faction?
No,
You're not.
yeah.
Do you think there's a faction between the two teams' names that I've mentioned? Since you said there's a faction, Yaka, Kaele, which has Mkhwanazi, Masemula, and the likes. Do you think there's a faction?
I believe they are a faction.
And which faction do you align with?
None.
Then how come you know McBride, you find him credible, you find Sissoko credible, but you've never worked with them?
Oh, okay.
But
Maybe
you don't
let me
find
maybe
Mkhwanazi and Masemula, whom you work with, credible.
maybe let me get the question right. Are you saying these two groups between Mr. Sissoko and Mr. McBride are a faction, and Mr.
In my listening to you,
Yeah.
you speak good of Mr. McBride and Sissoko. However, you've never worked with them. You've met them 3 times.
Yeah.
You speak not good of Mr. Masemula and Mkhwanazi. However, you worked with them and
Yeah.
you had an ample opportunity to assess them. However, you give green light on their side where you've never worked and you don't know them that much. How do we get there?
Okay. Let me say this. Sir.
Maybe the question I should ask, is this battle a battle of factions between you guys, the senior officers?
In the police, yes. In the police, yes. It is. It is factions, but there are, criminality, but it's mainly factionalism.
And which side are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not in anybody's side.
Okay.
Yeah, that is why I did not survive the factional war because, I'm just on my own.
Khumalo run after you? Gijimisela Khumalo.
Eh?
Khumalo la ka wena.
He says I did not come to work he says I was absent from work from the 1st of June, 2024. So, I refused to take up a post, but it does not say which post he gave me because I don't have a post that was written to say go to that particular post.
Amadala, ayivulavule intiso man. Ikwi problem yawe na Khumalo. Nakombela please.
My good sir, my honorable sir, funny thing, he never even wanted to meet with me to discuss.
Mara wena yena problem.
To my knowledge, no. As I say, he was told to deal with me.
And he dealt with you.
And he dealt with me, yes.
Mainly because you were absent at work.
No, not because I was absent at work, because from the very first day he came, he knew I was absent from work, So I've been calling, I've been sending emails, even General Sevilla, when he was appointed Deputy National Commissioner, I complained to him that, General Sevilla, I have not been working, I'm not given work. And then I was ignored.
It's a matter. Mr. Jacobs, you
Mm.
speak about Mr. Jacob, who has never uncovered corruption and never fought corruption
Mm.
since his appointment. But you say
Mm.
instead he looked away.
Yes.
Can you give me 3 of those corruption that you are speaking about? Just 3. You can give me the rest in writing.
Okay, there's a matter of eye view.
I view is it
Yeah.
I?
Eye view integrated system.
Okay.
There was a matter which he later had a fallout with some people, and then he enrolled it and fired those people that he had a fallout with.
And this I view, were they found to be corrupt somehow?
The eye view matter is currently at the High Court right now.
Okay, the next one.
There's one where there was an agent involved, and he looked the other way until he had a fallout with the people that he fired.
Mhm.
Yeah, so he looked.
The name of that?
The name of the individuals, I can't recall them.
How do you label it?
Sorry?
The company or what?
No, it was not a company.
Just people.
Yeah, it
Please
was
put that one in writing. The
Yeah.
third one, maybe number 3.
The third one, I've got plenty to say.
Let's put them in
Let me
writing.
put them
But
in
is-
writing, but
Yeah.
let me also emphasize that even the Inspector General of Intelligence in the Zondo Commission, he presented such information of Jacobs looking the other way and instead victimizing whistleblowers, and I think it's there in the Zondo
No,
findings.
let's put that one in writing. I need it because we need to solve those cases.
Yes, sir.
You spoke of Ian Cameron. Do you think DA is racist? And I ask you this because you complained that they took Honorable Ian Cameron, into a position of a chairperson of a committee. So do you think DA, because it's the responsibility of DA to position a person there, do you think DA is racist?
I don't think DA is racist as much as I do not think, the things that people say about the MK, for instance, I know there are good individuals in all parties.
No, I'm sorry to disturb you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking because you complained that, in your complaint, you complained that he was then put as a chairperson of a portfolio committee, which means now the responsibility and the judgment of that person should lie with DA. So do you think DA is turning a blind eye when it comes to people who are racist? Why you are saying that? In your statement, you say Ian Cameron painted his face black.
No, he did. He
He
did.
did.
He did.
And what was his intention on that one?
To paint yourself black as a white person is considered racist. He was in a was it 2014 or 2020 what? I can't recall the year, but 2011, if I'm not mistaken. There were issues of veterinary students, I think, at the University of Pretoria, where the University of Pretoria said, we're gonna adjust for black people. This is how we're going to accept, them, because most of them come from the rural areas, and we don't have enough veterinary people of color. And Ian and some other, other youth from AfriForum Youth went, I think, to the Department of Higher Education to protest, and they painted themselves black faces. So that is racism. And
Okay,
look,
while on that subject, so do you qualify that the people who put Cameron, Honorable Cameron in that position as a chairperson, they are racist? Because it's their responsibility that you are questioning here on your document when you say you found him there.
I believe they made a very poor appointment. Very poor appointment.
Is there a chance they might have looked away?
I mean, that's obvious.
Just to jog my memory, is Honorable Ian Cameron the same boys who gave Mkhamo a P to that domestic lady or black worker at the varsity? Is this the same case?
I don't know about that case. Sir.
Is it
I
not the
don't
same?
think so. I don't know. I don't know. But I do know about that particular case of. No, I don't know about that case.
It's not that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I won't
Okay, we
know. I
can
don't want
pass.
to lie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Page 159 of your statement, this one.
Yes, sir.
562, you say Ubaba Cele was involved in appointing senior managers with an S there. Can you kindly give me 4 names, Mpetu?
Number what?
562, the
Five?
last page. Page 159. paragraph
159.
562.
Okay, 159. Paragraph 159.
Yes. Paragraph 562, page.
562.
Yeah,
Yes.
page 159.
Okay.
You say Ubaba Cele was involved in appointing senior managers. I need names only. And then we'll discuss with you, how do you know what he was appointed? So he was involved in appointing those senior managers. Maybe you can make it 2 again then, at least, and make it easy for you.
Okay. General Kumalo, for instance.
Was appointed by.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You
General
shall see.
Khumalo.
What is this?
And who else?
Okay,
let's stick to this one.
lady.
Which
What
lady?
this lady's name?
You mean the one was created, they created a post of a major general in
Yeah.
communication,
Yes.
and it didn't come.
That's
to it,
his.
and then they
That's
put
his
her,
chief of staff.
she's now a chief of staff.
No, she was his chief of staff.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
even Simot Kamani is chief of
Simo
staff.
Kaman.
I mean, he was his legal advisor.
Okay. I think somewhere in my colleagues you've police cut. Okay. No, thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthys, are you ready to take us to the break? Your time has started.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon.
To expire at 5 minutes past 1.
I'm going to even be finished before then. It's not even, oh yeah, it is good afternoon. Firstly, how did you get to Parliament yesterday and today? Because you were here the whole day.
Oh, yeah. No, I got assistance from Mr. Ramano. He was very helpful.
So when you arrived here yesterday, you were assisted?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, everything from when I came from home to here.
Okay.
Yeah, it was very helpful.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't have the horror story that our other witnesses had yesterday?
None whatsoever.
Okay, that's a good news and some progress, Chair. Chair's busy clapping his hand there in the front.
You must.
We must thank birds for singing.
Credit
We
Mr.
are there in this GNU Parliament.
Credit him. He's working so hard for you.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I want to talk firstly, you spoke about, and I think my colleagues have covered extensively in your statement about the funding that was used to finance a faction at the ANC conference. Do you have any other information about that slush fund? Was it used also to deactivate the fees must fall? Or was it the other slush fund of the state security?
Well, I'll speak to this because, you know, there's corruption there. Yes, it was, but yeah, there was corruption there, but
Okay, we're not having a podcast here. So when you say that, you must be able to say, how am I gonna be able to prove this?
we're not having a podcast, yes.
Yeah, but
It's-
when you
it's been
just say,
published-
yeah, because I mean, we're doing serious things.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so
It's been
what,
published.
what supporting evidence would you have that it was used to destabilize the students who were holding legitimate protests? I mean, there are still some of those students that are traumatized from what happened during Fees Must Fall.
You know, I'll only speak to the corruption that happened there. There was looting of funds, but if I may say, legitimate, if there was any project to that effect of Fees Must Fall by crime intelligence, I don't think it would have targeted students of, you know, the students that have the trauma and whatnot.
But how can you say that? Because they were traumatized. So it's either you're saying that there was a project or there wasn't a project to target and destabilize, actually harass. I mean, it was terrible what they did to students. So there was or there wasn't, or you don't know.
No, destabilize, I don't agree with that. And as I say that, there are already publications to that effect.
Okay, so I'm not asking, I'm saying you were there. Do you know anything about it? If you don't, let's just move on. Let's not do just a chat session like we're on a podcast. Do you have anything to support?
It's quite a difficult question, but let me put it this way. The Inspector General of Intelligence has investigated the abuse of funds regarding the Fees Must Fall, and he made findings to that effect.
Okay. And which report do you have? Can you refer us? Have you read that through the report of the Inspector General's report?
Yes, I read
And
the
is it a classified report?
I read the report. It was presented as well to the JSCI.
Okay, so it's not a classified report.
I believe that the EFF had the report. So yes.
Okay, so it wasn't classified. That's why I was just asking if there was any other report. So so we can move.
We can
Yes?
move.
Let's answer the questions. If you don't know and we're not doing podcasts, okay? So
No, there's no
let's just, if you're not sure, you don't know, let's just say, I really can't answer that without just us
Yeah.
having a chill session. Let's talk about, there were also reports, and if you were there, you can talk to it, that the slush fund was also used to destabilize EFF during the local government elections in 2016, in KZN in particular.
No.
Do you know of
I
any
do
project
not have
that
knowledge
was
of
happening?
that. I
Okay,
do
no
not have
problem.
knowledge of that.
Let's talk about the rape case that was opened against General Jacobs. Was the case closed off? Let's start off with, when was the case opened?
It was opened in 2010.
So up to now, there's been no activity on that case, as far as you know.
As far as I know, is that the case was, you know, investigated, and then it was the NPA decided to withdraw.
Okay.
But the victim has been complaining about even the way the matter was handled.
Okay.
And when the IG wanted to investigate the case, General Jacobs ran to JSCI as well as the president to try and neutralize that particular case. And if I may add, he even took the vetting file, which contained a docket of that case, out of vetting, which was a security breach, by the way, out of vetting, and then out of the vetting section, and then he locked it in his office.
Okay, so that information, I mean, we've seen it. How do we, so you say that, right? We here in this committee, when we go into deliberations, and I'm saying this, is that if there's anything that I have learned, is that anybody that works within our criminal justice system and all its entities, the most highest ranking officials have come here. And the most evidence we have are sworn affidavits. And I don't know how our deliberations are going to go, because that's pretty much all we have. And on one event, we can have a whole lieutenant general will say the sky was orange on that day, another will say the sky was purple, and the other will say the sky was gray. And our job is going to have to be like, who's more likely to be telling the truth? So when you say that, is there anything else outside of a sworn affidavit that can support that that process, and that is what happened with the case? So as the case stands, the NPA decided did not have, for whatever reason, not to prosecute.
There is, you will definitely get. And if I may say.
No, not we will definitely get. We're doing an investigation now. So tell us where we must go and get this information if that needs to happen, if you don't have
No,
access to it.
There's a station here, where the case was opened. I can give you the case number.
No, we're not asking that,
Yeah.
right? We're not disputing that a case was opened. The biggest story here and what you're saying is that there was interference, right? So I'm asking you, if you don't have the evidence, tell us what we are able to find out, because you said the docket was removed from the where it was supposed to be vetted. How can we verify that?
I can give you the names of people who can verify that.
Yeah, tell us now.
No, not here,
Why?
not here. Huh?
Why not?
No, because I don't want the people to be victimized.
Okay.
They'll be victimized.
Okay, so our legal team will take note of those names, and you're saying that we are able to follow up with them on the vet, because that's like typical interference.
Yes.
But we can't sit here and just have reports here and say this has happened, and there's no way of us being able to verify that information. So you're saying you have names of people who will be able to tell this committee, or we can contact, and I hope our legal team is taking notes, to tell the committee to confirm that there was some interference in accessing or getting hold of the file, right?
Yes.
So that's the issue there with General Jacobs. His name continuously comes up here in the Western Cape, and it also just appears that there seems to be some factional arrangement on how his matter has been dealt with, if it has. So let's move on with that. Let's talk about Honorable Ian Cameron's security assessment that you spoke about yesterday, but you also mentioned Honorable James.
Yes.
But we didn't, how did that even come about? Let's start off with, how did Honorable James, because I was shocked, I didn't know that she got an assessment, huh?
No.
So how, what was it, or what? Yeah.
No, I think there was a misunderstanding. I'm saying that Honorable James and somebody else, and I think there were another person, 3 people, were supposed to have security clearance done for them, including Mr. Cameron.
Okay, hold on. We're talking about security clearance or a security
I mean,
assessment?
sorry, threat assessment.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
because, yeah.
And then what happened is that crime intelligence decided that no, Honorable James and somebody will have their threat assessment done by the state security, and they will do Mr. Cameron's threat assessment, which is irregular.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
How did this even come up? Why did crime intelligence make a decision to do a security assessment? Just because they're members of the committee, or do you know?
I think they were engaging with General Stabane. I think he's head of security here.
Who was engaging with?
Crime intelligence.
Okay. What I'm trying to determine
Yes, ma'am.
is who initiated this thing of doing a security assessment?
I wouldn't tell, because normally when you want a security assessment done on your life because you receive some threats, you normally ask for them to do, you normally report to say, no, I'm being threatened.
Okay.
And then they do security threat assessment, and then they say, okay, Maybe he needs bodyguards and whatnot
Okay.
and whatnot.
All right, so you're saying that it's generally instigated or not instigated, initiated by the person.
By the
So
person.
if there was one for Honorable James, she's the one that was supposed to have saying, I need a security clearance. So you're saying there were three members. It was Honorable Cameron, Honorable James, and do you have the name of the other one?
Can I read you the letter, what it was saying, the information note?
Okay, yes,
Yeah,
please.
it's
But
honor-
where, is
honorable-
it part of your
Honorable
submission?
Douglas. No, it's not part of my, I'm just reading it here. I'm reading it from my phone. On 6 September 2024, Division Crime Intelligence received a request from Chief of Security, Parliamentary Protection Services, Lieutenant General Skabane, to conduct threat and risk assessment for three members of Parliament, namely Mr. Ian Cameron, Mr. Wesley Douglas, and Miss Dereline James.
Who's, okay. Say those names again. So
Wesley,
we know the two.
Wesley Douglas. Yes, of
Okay.
MK Party.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's only EFF that's not in the mix. Okay, so you don't know how that information note came about
I don't know.
and who sent it. So we need to find out from our side. This is when we would have needed a forensic investigator to go and find out who instigated it here, that we ended up with the information note and how these names came about. Okay, so from what you're saying, you've got the information note. We need a copy of that, right?
Yeah.
On our side, from Parliament, because it was Parliament's protection services, we need to know who asked him to do
that,
the
yes.
security assessment. Now, let's go to the actual security assessment.
Yeah.
It was irregular. You're saying that Honorable Cameron's security assessment was done by, so let's say it was all a legitimate request, right?
Yes.
You saying that Honorable Cameron's security assessment was done by a different agency?
So what SAPS did is that they refused to do one for Honorable James and Honorable Douglas and referred it to state security. And then the one of Mr. Cameron was done by the SAPS.
Oh.
So the issue here is that all these three members should have had their.
No, but let us decide on what the issue is, and I'm asking the questions here. So do you know why SAPS refused to do an assessment on the other two members?
It was not within their mandate for all three members.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying you're saying that it was not in their mandate to do any three, but they decided to do the one for?
Yes.
And you don't know why that came about?
Yes.
Okay. So that's something we need to determine,
Yeah.
right? Both here,
Yeah.
unless you have any other information, but we do need a copy of that information note because this speaks directly to our terms of reference that speaks about members of parliament being involved and irregularly or inappropriately influencing
In fact,
processes.
oh, sorry, ma'am.
When you start the, in fact, I think we go into podcast mode.
No. We're not changing any story. I was just about to say, in fact, somebody at counterintelligence saw this irregularity, and then I think they leaked this thing to a whistleblower, Miss Patricia Marshall.
Yeah, because I also got a
Yes,
copy of it.
you see. So
So counterintelligence.
Mr. Cameroon has been attacking other senior managers of the police and protecting these particular ones. And I believe that is the reason why the security clearance was done for him.
How many security assessments were done?
I mean, security.
Do you know whether it was one or two? There was apparently the file is also empty. Do you know anything about it?
Yeah, the file was empty because the threats came from what was this social media negative. So if people speak negatively about you on social media,
Okay.
and then it's a threat,
Okay,
which
let's not know.
Okay.
We're just going, we dealt with the issue. So, so the things that we need to follow up here as Parliament and our legal team is number one, and I hope they're taking note, is number one, how did Parliament's, what informed Parliament to make the request for the security assessment for 3 members? Because from what I understand, Honorable James doesn't know anything about it, but that's something for her to answer. Then number 2, who in SAP's crime intelligence made the decision only to do 1? Why they made a decision, and this doesn't, we don't need to have testimony here, but these are questions we should be able to ask, and we must get a written response from them. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem when we're doing our deliberations. Why it was done for only for 1 of the 3 members. And then who in counterintelligence leaked the information? Because also that is also incorrect for them to be leaking information to whistleblowers. It's very unnecessary because I'm sure there was other processes. Do you know who in counterintelligence leaked the information to a whistleblower?
Maybe I do not know, but as I said yesterday, that 3.4 of the miss document says that you cannot use classification to hide corruption, malfeasance, as
Okay,
well as
we
criminality.
understand that. Where are you going with it?
So I don't know why
Classified
crime,
document.
I don't know why the crime intelligence person needs to be dealt with for leaking information
Say
about.
counterintel, not dealt with. I'm
Yeah.
not saying, but I don't see why leaking it outside
There's
and
no,
not raising it the matter internally. But then that's fine. You clearly trying to. It's fine. Let's leave it. Let's move on to and then refer us to which part of act or regulations where members of Parliament's security assessment is not done by SAP's crime intelligence.
SAP's crime intelligence has SAP's itself has some document I think called the RIMAS. Yes. So that document will tell you who must who must get who must the threat assessment done on.
Okay, so it's clear. It's what's the document called?
It's called RIMAS.
RIMAS.
Yes. So
I think our legal team is
so
taking that.
yes. So
Okay, you've answered the question.
MP's
Thank you.
state security.
Thank you. Let's move on to the city of Joburg and this device
Yes.
that was bought. I don't know, and I thought our legal team would even lead with that evidence, because when we had Lieutenant General Sabia here, he said that that position was advertised.
Which position?
For the position that he occupied. He was interviewed by a panel. We had asked him, he said he was going to submit the advertisement. I don't know if we followed up and whether he had given us. You saying that it wasn't advertised.
No, I think that's for Mr. Mlandu.
But did you not
I'm
speak
talking about
the device at all?
No, I'm talking about the divisional commissioner for crime intelligence. I'm talking about the device grabbers which were
Oh,
bought.
so it was a different
Yes.
matter. It was not going down to the COJ, because I was
Yeah,
getting
no.
a bit confused because we were reading too, and I'm like, how does he know so much about the COJ? And we've got another, okay, that all makes sense. Okay, then I'm done. And then I'm going to have a lot of questions on the COJ because
Okay.
We have a lot of questions on the then mayor of COJ writing off on things. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Can I go after the break, please, Chair? I'm not ready, but I'm going after lunch.
Honorable Souls.
I'm good for after break, Chair.
Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Mwango.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Hlongwane. Good afternoon. Sir. Are you content with your situation right now, being a witness in this process? I am, sir. In fact, I asking that because you said in your letter to the chairperson, I think it's on page 5, you said, lastly, I need to state that I'm not requesting to be a witness and do not want to be one. But I'm happy to appear before the commission to counter Jacob's testimony. Yeah. So are you utilizing this platform to cleanse yourself against what General Jacob said about you?
No, I'm not cleansing myself, Chairperson, because there is nothing to cleanse. What happened in that situation is that Mr. Ian Cameron had indicated in this forum when you were choosing witnesses that he wants to call General Jacobs for the corruption that was happening there, you know. So General Jacobs was projected as some kind of corruption buster at Crime Intelligence by Mr. Cameron when he was here. So I have evidence to the contrary. So I said no, but you know, this needs to be challenged. And unfortunately, General Jacobs was no longer called. But I had further discussions, you know, email discussions with the committee secretary. So I am content to be here and yeah.
Okay, thank you. In fact, I was trying to count how many times you have actually mentioned the name of General Jacobs in your presentation, and I've just lost count. And to me, it compels this committee that General Jacobs must actually come to answer for himself on all the allegations that you have made here. But be that as it may, that's an internal discussion for this committee. So, how did you join the police service? Did you, did you just join as a career policeman, starting from being constable and then rose through the ranks?
No, I was, there was an advertisement for a Section 8 Financial Services, Secret Services account. And you know, it's always been my dream to work in an intelligence environment, you know, just to get some experience. And I applied and I went through the interview processes and I was appointed. But I think that was the biggest error of my career, if I may say.
What was your rank at the entry point?
You had to be a manager, and there was a degree or national diploma, and I think 3 years experience or something like that for management. So I applied. I was a manager where I was working.
Um, I do want to understand what was General Nobo's interest in the ANC Nazareth conference for him to want to buy such an expensive spying device specifically for that conference. What was his interest in it?
General Ngobo was just taking instruction, chairperson. He did not have any interest, if I may say, but he was put under a lot of pressure, you know. That is why I think in one of the paragraphs, I do say that, you know, he did say that this thing was career limiting. So, yeah.
You are saying that he was put under pressure by who?
The pressure came from the National Commissioner, it came from the Office of the Minister. So there was a whole lot of pressure for him to process this thing as head of crime intelligence.
Can you share with us why were you eventually fired from the service subs?
The allegation or this thing, they say that I am not fit to be a member of the service in terms of Section 34 of the Subs Act, and the reason was that I did not, you know, I was not at work since June 2024. So that is the reason, and I can provide that to the committee.
Thank you. But was there any security check on your background before you were actually formally appointed in SEPS?
Yeah, as far as I know, there was, but I must also state that the requirement that is currently in place was not in place at the time when this particular appointment happened, because the subs employment regulations were I think were updated, or yeah, in 2018, the current ones that we have. So, and immediately after my appointment, I went through a security assessment in terms of, you know, to be able to get the security clearance. And I need to state that I passed all the stages of the security, but it was only Jacobs then who decided that.
Thank you. You, somewhere in paragraph 10, you are actually lamenting the fact that you were unlawfully dismissed after actually 6 years of actually going to your workstation and doing nothing, and yet getting paid.
Honorable Chair, I did not even have a workstation. They did not even want me at the crime intelligence offices. I did not have an office. You know, when Brick really was removed from crime intelligence, I stopped going there because there was no office for me. I could not sit as a senior manager on the foyer. You know, and then as well, if I may add, they didn't even want me there, you know.
But is it normal practice for SEPS that you would find an officer actually sitting at home for 6 years and yet drawing a salary?
It can be normal practice, but you know, I think even General Mkhwanazi once alluded to the fact that he sat at home for a year, you know, doing nothing after General Riapeha was appointed. So You know, if somebody doesn't want you, they decide that you are not wanted there, you see. So that is what happened with me. But I did not just sit, chairperson. I went through all these institutions, including the presidency, you know, and I do have communication with the presidency, but none of the people could help me.
I've gone through a number of presentations that were made by some other people here. It would appear that there is quite a substantial number of generals that are on suspension and yet drawing salaries. As a CFO, a person responsible there, how would you quantify the expense that the people of South Africa are actually incurring in paying salaries of people, of such senior people, and for doing nothing, and its impact in the overall crime prevention activities of SAPS?
It's fruitless and wasteful expenditure, first and foremost, in terms of the PFMA. But what I need to also state, Chairperson, is that you know, in the SAPS, people act with impunity. So because there's lack of consequence management for such actions, and some of these people, you know, you find that have support in the past. You know, you find that somebody has support of political heads. So nothing happens to that particular person. Like in my situation, I also complained to the Public Service Commission, but they did nothing about it. You know, so yeah, its impact on crime, I mean, it's all there to see. Crime is out of control in this country.
Yeah, thank you. On paragraph 18 and paragraph 68, firstly, you had your meeting somewhere at McDonald's.
Yes, sir.
And on page 68, paragraph 68, you held your meeting at KFC.
Yes, sir.
And these were official meetings discussing official, you know, issues. Why did you have these meetings in such places and not in your official boardrooms?
At Crime Intelligence, Chairperson, intelligence officers can meet anywhere, maybe to discuss specific matters of confidentiality, because sometimes you don't even know, you know, whether your office is bugged or whatever. So, you know, if you need that privacy, you can talk to somebody outside of the office. But in this case, I was heading to crime intelligence offices when I met Brigadier Peshle at KFC. So she was somewhere nearby, and then we decided we're gonna meet at KFC. The one at McDonald's, I met the colleague at night. We stay around the same area, so we met just to catch up. So we discussed matters outside of the office.
Now, looking at the way you actually were enlisted into the police service, were you also subjected to the police standing order?
As those ones that related to, in fact, let me say I was not, but I only dealt with matters that related to crime intelligence, which are matters that are governed by the National Strategic Intelligence Act. So I was not integrated into the police culture, as it were. Yes.
So I'm asking that because I realized that it was actually easy for you to not to carry out orders from your superiors. For instance, General Nobo actually told you that this grabber machine was actually needed and needed urgently. And then you said, no, you are not going to do that because the processes are flawed and et cetera, et cetera. If in terms of the standing order, you would not have done that.
Most probably, Chairperson, but I always believe that, and which is the case, that an act will always be above any other standing order, and in this case, the PRECA is the Corruption Act. Section 34 requires me to, even the SAPS Act, mind you, it does one of the sections, they indicate that you can't, if you receive an illegal order, then this is what you must do. So I did just that.
Is it a good practice for SAPS to actually have people employed into SAPS in the manner in which you were? I know, I'm not saying that it was illegal. It was legal, perfectly legal. I'm asking this question as a lawmaker and looking at the issues and the instability that is within crime intelligence, involving, among others, people who were actually not enlisted as police per se, but as people who were actually enlisted for a specific expertise, that was required or is required within the police service. Would you say that it actually helps
If
in
it's
the
done right,
smooth running?
if it's done right, Chairperson, it helps. I'll even go a step further and say, some of the best intelligence agencies in the world, they appoint different type of specialists for different type of purposes. And I believe as well that the state security also appoint different type of persons for different type of specialties. So in that case, I believe that is, a correct way to do it. But the problem comes when, the outcomes are predetermined. And then you end up, appointing people who are not fit for purpose.
Oh, thank you. Did you know the background of Mkhwanazi, something like that, of iView? Did you do his background check before you actually got into business activity with him?
In fact, it was not done, Chairperson, but Mr. Mkhwanazi, as I understood, he had, relations with some managers, and that is what even Mr. McBride said here. So it was very strange the way, the transactions were done with him, but I can't go into detail over that because I'm a witness in that particular matter. I'm the main witness in that matter, so it will be improper of me to go through the gory details. And the matter is in the High Court. Yeah.
Okay. In fact, this is now the second glaring, omission on the part of the crime intelligence to do background check with people they are doing business with. Mr. Matlala was not actually checked.
Yes.
And here is another one. And you guys were prepared to pay to do business worth more than, I mean, lots of millions of rands with him. And then you end up putting him in jail. Something that would not have happened if you had actually did due diligence in terms of understanding his background.
I agree, sir.
Okay, on paragraph 50, I would like to know the extent to which crime intelligence in particular and SAPS in general are involved in influencing intra and inter-party political developments. I'm asking that because on page 50, you say General Nobo was already out there in Nazareth, negotiating a room, an ops room for that unit there. And also in paragraph 58, a whole lot of others are actually there, including this Kistia, who was actually going to be operating that grabber. Now, that's why I'm asking, do you guys have some operations within political parties to extent of actually influencing certain developments in that particular party? General Ngobo actually said that he actually intimated with you that things were not well, were not going well in Nazareth. What did he mean by that? Why did he say that?
What I will say, Chairperson, is that indeed there are people that heavily involved in the ANC politics in particular. For certain within SAPS, yes. And as far as I know, as far as 2018, 2019, because I was still inside, I was still working actively. Generals would go to the January 8th, the what, and they've got relationships with politicians. Nothing is wrong with that, but yeah, people are involved in the. So what is wrong is when now you use the resources of the SAPS to influence, for a particular faction in the party.
But we have had conferences as IFP. I don't remember seeing any general in our conference.
Yeah, that's something that I think needs to be dealt with, but it does happen a lot. I know about it. I don't know now, but it was happening then.
The grabber, in your own understanding, what was it going to be used for? Why was it necessary to use a grab to eavesdrop on the processes of ANC conference? Why was it necessary? Do you do that? Is it standard practice that you do that in all party political conferences?
Not that.
Or it was specifically for the ANC?
Not that I'm aware of, Chairperson. What I do know is that, people wanted money, they wanted the grabber, they said that the international intelligence agencies, there are terrorist organizations that are there in the conference, therefore they want to use the grabber for that. So for me, I would say that if you identify terrorists and you identify agents of international agencies, intelligence agencies,
then you arrest them. It's simple as that. So I don't know why the grabber was, and they were offered alternatives. They did not want that. So
Yeah, the factions within SAPS, would you agree that, especially in the crime intelligence environment, is riddled with factions there? I'm not sure whether you are not a member of one yourself.
I'm not. It is riddled with factions, Chairperson, but I'm not a member of a faction. As I was saying, that the people that I might even be aligned to in the past, they, instituted disciplinary measures against me, and I, succeeded. So I cannot be part of any kind of faction. I was kicked out. Sometimes when you are in a faction, you are able to survive because somebody else will speak for you. So with me, nobody spoke for me. I found myself in the wilderness for so long until to this point.
Was there any formal request by the ANC to actually fund its conference?
No, Chairperson. I don't think the ANC will ever do such a thing. But yeah, what I can say is that there are individuals, as I was saying, who abuse the name of the ANC for their own ends, like in any other party, where people abuse, because yeah, I've never had such a thing where the ANC decides that, no, can we please fund this or that? No, I've never been approached. And I've been approached by a lot of people for a lot of things, Chairperson, but never ANC as an organization.
In fact, why I'm asking, I'm looking at your paragraph 92.
Yes.
Where you are actually saying, after the refusal to provide funds for the NASREC NC conference on or around 18 December 2017, I received a letter of intention to transfer, in that I authorized the payment of 50,000 rand into the account of Brigadier, what is it?
Patley. Yeah.
Patley.
That
After the refusal to provide funds for
Yes.
the ANC NASREC. So you've just said that you are not aware of any. So what were you refusing here?
Okay, so to provide funds, I meant because remember, Chairperson, this must be read in context. The people who approached me for funds are, members of the party, and they were this thing was done for the purpose of securing, the conference, so that the conference must be incident free, as there were terrorists in that particular conference. That was the official story.
Thank you so much. Terrorist at that conference. It's now time for us to break. Thank you so much, Bangazeta.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
We
You really are asking a good question. Terrorists in your conference, not delegates.
we're coming back at 14 hours. The Chief Whip and I are going to a meeting with the Speaker now. When we come back at 14 hours, in the event our meeting would not have concluded business. Honorable Nomvalo will preside over the proceedings and will take the following speakers. We'll take Honorable Mattheys. We'll take Honorable Sols. We'll take Honorable James. And then Honorable Sokanyile.
And donate that time to me.
And the last will be Honorable Skosan.
Is this for the same witness or for the new witness?
No, we are continuing with the same witness.
I'm done,
Yeah, no, I have been reminded that you are done.
but I'm happy to hand over our time to IFP in exchange for the municipality.
No, your time has been exhausted, Honorable Member. I was just reading the list. To Honorable Nomvalo so that he can know the order of the speakers. That when we come back here, the first speaker, Honorable Nomvalo, will be Honorable Sols, followed by Honorable James and Honorable Sokanyil. I said in the event our meeting has not concluded, I'm not saying that he must start to see himself chairing. I'm saying he must just have an imagination, him chairing in the event I'm not here. Thank you so much, honorable members. You can stand up and leave the chambers. Come back at 14 hours.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah. Good honorable, good afternoon, honorable members. Welcome back. There is an order that was selected by the chair before we adjourned for lunch, but we are going to amend it slightly because members have agreed upon themselves that they want to swipe. So in terms of the order that was noted by the chair, the first speaker was going to be Honorable Souls, but now we're going to have Honorable Sokanyile, who is going to speak for 15 minutes. So her time starts now. Is it 15? Yeah, 15 minutes for alternates. It's how many minutes?
She's a full-time member.
Oh, yeah, it's for 30 minutes. And then your time will end at 14:32. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'll vote for you to be the chairperson next time. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you. Maybe I will repeat some of the questions because I was not here in the morning session. I had an apology. So bear with me if you've already answered those questions because I've already prepared them. Okay. Starting with the first question, in paragraph 80, you refer to the admin clerk called Mkhwanazi, who was part of the meeting that was held in General Nobo's boardroom in the office, where the admin clerk's role was outlined that it's for her to take minutes. Are there minutes of that meeting on that day?
I believe there are minutes, ma'am, because as I indicate here, she was taking the minutes, and I believe that well, with me, the information that I had at my disposal, I've already submitted to the IDEC because they are conducting an investigation of corruption on this matter. So
So they can get the minutes.
yeah, the minutes
They are
can be,
available.
yeah, they must be available, yes.
Okay. In paragraph 94, regarding the procurement of the bulletproof, I know it has been asked that question, but what interests me, you mentioned General Masemula, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and others. What were their role in the procurement of these bulletproofs?
I know of the role of General Mkhwanazi. He was enlisted in the procurement process to assist with the procurement process. That's
I'm
one.
saying that you have people who must be there in the supply chain whenever it is being done. There are people. Then what were their role now?
I agree, Honorable Chair. My understanding is that that matter is with the IDEC and it was being investigated by the IPID. So IPID will definitely be able to, the IDEC will definitely be able to establish the role of others.
But they were there.
They were there, yes.
Okay, no, it's fine. And other people that have been mentioned, anyway, it's okay. Then regarding paragraph 95, you talk about General Masemula and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi receiving Louis Vuitton bags and cash amounting to 100,000 each from in bank star of iView. And you have put this in your sole statement. Do you agree with this, that it is like that?
I agree that it is like that, Chairperson.
Because you're saying that you saw it in the media, and you're saying that you are not a person who's usually on the media, and you have to put it in your sworn statement that they received 100,000 and the Louis Vuitton, because to me, if you are saying that you are the person or the person whom was sent came, or he told you that he is going to give Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and General Masemula the Louis Vuitton bag and 100,000.
I think Mr. McBride spoke to this matter, ma'am. What I said about the media, I said that I'm not on social media like your Facebook and your Twitter and the like, but I do read print media. And then this matter, yes, this person, the reliable source. In fact, the source is you know, I don't need to describe him because somebody might be able to pick up who it is, but the source,
The reliable source.
very reliable, very reliable, yes.
And you're saying
And
that's
I must add, ma'am, that there was a written warning that was, you know, requested. I mean, not written warning, warning statement that was requested from General Masemula. But what happened is that Mr. Cele became the Minister of Police, and you know the story that happened with Mr. McBride's contract not being renewed. So it derailed a lot of investigations into these generals.
okay. No, it's fine. Then if you have a reliable source, because one can think that you wanted to tarnish their image, being corrupt.
No, I don't want to tarnish their image, Chairperson. And I said when Mr. Honorable Member from the MKP asked whether or not these two officers are reliable, I did indicate that, you know, at a human level, I believe they are very good people. So it can't be to tarnish people's names here. So that is not the intention, because I would have said, if I was here to tarnish their names, I would have said that they are very bad. And I must add, Chairperson, that, for instance, General Masemula, you know, dismissed me through my appeal through an information note that was sent to him. And he instructed a clerk to send me an email that your appeal did not succeed, therefore you are dismissed. So that is highly irregular, because he was supposed to send me a personal letter to say that you are dismissed, you know. So all I'm saying is that I should have a grudge against him, but I'm saying that he's a good person despite what he did to me, you know.
You know, when Honorable Shongwe was asking a question about the faction of Masemula, where Cameroon belongs to it, then I was asking myself, because he asked you about people who are being credible and others not credible. Then when you are saying that my pride credible, so and so credible, can I say that that is affection?
No, as I say that, I've never spoken to Mr. McBride for more than 4 years, and I've never, interacted with him at a personal level. So,
No, it's not, it's not McBride alone.
mm,
When you were categorizing people to say that
yeah.
this one is partially credible,
Mm.
then Honorable Shongo said, just say credible or not credible. Then you said not credible. Then when you said McBride credible, Sisoko credible,
Yeah.
then I said, oh, McBride, Sibia, Sisoko, they are your faction. Am
No.
I wrong?
No, you are incorrect, Honorable Chair, because I did say that I insisted on the partial credibility of General Mkhwanazi because I know as well that he was interfering in the matters of the iView investigation. That is why I'm saying that on a human level, I believe he's a good person, but he interfered in an investigation, you see, and where he was also implicated. So that is why I don't want to fully say that he is credible. And General Sevilla, I did say that when he was appointed DNC, I made a complaint to him to say I'm not working, but he just ignored me. So I would not say about General Sevilla that is credible because I was not asked.
No, it's fine. In paragraph 288 of your statement, you say Lieutenant General Kumalo, you think Lieutenant General Kumalo wanted you assassinated. That's paragraph 288.
Yes.
It is based on the people that were taking pictures of your car. Are you saying that he is that level of assassinating people if you don't see eye to eye with work-related matters?
I'll answer it this way, Chairperson. The police officers, you can't put anything past police officers. They are capable of anything. There was no reason, Chairperson, for my car to be, and I'll play at the end of this thing. There was no reason for my car to be, what is this? For pictures to be taken of my car. And when I dealt with this matter in the court, he even disputed that there was such a thing. Only then when he realized that there was a recording and he tried to twist the matter. So I believe, I firmly believe that that was the purpose because there's no other purpose of taking pictures of my car.
You raised very important issues that you're worried about the corruption, the fraud that was taking place in the Secret Service Fund. And that's why you are out of the job now. It is because you were trying to stop that corruption. Then, in your own opinion, what measures should be adopted to avert the abuse of this fund within SAPS?
My view, Chairperson, is that the right people need to be appointed. And I think now there's an obsession that a police member must be a national commissioner. And I say that, the role of accounting officer is more administrative. And I believe that anybody can do it as long as you follow the policies. So open the position to all South Africans from all walks of life. Lastly, the interviews, in my view, must be done openly. And the impunity in the subs must be kept somehow. There must be decisive action. Because, you know, it gets to, at some point, I don't know now, in my time, there were times where politicians were also victims of unlawful intelligence operations. So you need to keep it, that impunity.
The PKT team was, you know, it was meant especially for the political killings of those people.
Yes.
Then it assisted in arresting or reducing those political killings. Do you agree with that?
Well, I would agree, Chairperson, because I was following the stories in the KZN. You know, there is some kind of drastic, because every week in and out, somebody was being killed, a councillor was being killed in KZN. So I would assume that, you know, they did their best in terms of, you know, curbing that, the violence.
Okay. In paragraph 281 of your statement, you are talking to, you indicate that Lieutenant General Khumalo accused you of not including a performance agreement, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and instituted a disciplinary investigation against you. Why do you think, or do you think Lieutenant General Khumalo targeted you by doing that?
Yes, he was targeting me because he was told who to target when he got to crime intelligence. He did not only target me, he targeted a number of senior managers. Some of the senior managers, if I may say, were against him buying properties, clearly indicating that, you know, the Secret Services account is not meant to procure properties. So they were also removed. But yeah, he was targeting me because I could not have concluded performance agreement when I'm not working, you know. So he knew that I was not working. So, excuse me, it was impossible. Otherwise, I would be committing fraud if I were doing that. So the other part, I think, has to do with there was General Mkhwanazi at the time, Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, whom crime intelligence reported under. I sent him an email. I was advised to send him an email by the acting divisional commissioner at the time, General Khan, to say, no, talk to General Mkhwanazi. He's expecting you. I sent him an email to say, look, this is my story. And then General Mkhwanazi tried to bring me back into the fold by taking me back to my position. But my understanding is that this was blocked by Mr. Kele, as well as the National Commissioner of Police. And what happened subsequent to that is that he then decided that he's gonna give me tasks to work on. you know, and a meeting was held by two senior generals and Brickley and myself, as well as General Fazi, you know, where I was given specific tasks to say, work on this and that, because, you know, nobody wants you here. So I was a leper of some kind, but I will, you know, I used my skills as, you know, the general had tasked me to work. So those were some of the issues that were being, yeah.
Okay. In paragraph 44,
Yes, ma'am.
you mentioned a secret call that was made by the former minister, Ucele,
Yes.
to, and again, that surname is very difficult for me.
Mr.
In
Yeah.
Ban Batwat,
Yes.
who was in the prison at that time, he made that secret call to him. Who informed you about this call? You can state that.
No, I cannot state that, Chairperson, but it's somebody who was in the presence of Mr. Kistia. And I believe that, you know, I don't know whether it was during the arrest or while inside, but he was detained at the time when the call was made. So detention starts from you being arrested and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think the reason of this call, according to your source or you?
Mr. Kisia is very highly connected, I must say. I think when you read some of the paragraphs, he even states at some point that, look, your principals are not going to be happy that you do not want to extend Daldalas. And because we did not extend the Daldalas software, what happened is that the minister and others went through the open account, the other budget of the, you know, of the prime intelligence, and they used a division called, I think, TMS to buy another, you know, device, that software that blocks, that cannot be intercepted, if I may say it like that. Yes. And that is, I must say, it's a criminal offense in terms of, I think, Section 30 of the RICA, if I'm not mistaken, you know, the RICA Act. So that is the situation.
Okay, then in paragraph 49, after General Stolle was appointed on the 1st of December 2017, he quickly appointed General Vuma to the position of a Deputy National Commissioner and Lieutenant General Sumane to the position of Deputy National Commissioner Detection. Then, what do you think was the reason of General Stolle making those appointees in relation now to the grabber?
Those are his key allies, Chairperson. And as I gave a bit of background, that already the then Major General Vuma, while General Stolle was having his security, you know, assessment going on, she was busy, you know, she brought people at crime intelligence, the same people for that particular, what do you call this? For that, the same Inban, Kistia, and others to do a presentation on the grabbers. And funny enough is that on the 13th, then suddenly this thing is urgent, you know. But before then, they were busy by, I think, November and whatnot. So knowing that General Stole is coming in as national commissioner, so that appointment, you know, was made. Those appointments were made, were the first appointments to be made, and those people were the ones who were carrying out this instruction of buying the grabber. So that is how I link it. But on the other hand, they are key allies. Their relationship goes back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's come to the allegations that you made against Honorable Cameron. Honorable Cameron, do you think was given an access to classified information from crime intelligence when you're saying that he was placed on that alliance of National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and others? Was he not given an access to classified information of this?
Honorable Chairperson, I wouldn't know, but you know, I wouldn't rule it out. But what I do know is that he is in communication with those people, and he's been attacking anybody who is seen as a rival of that particular, this particular faction.
He's protecting.
Yes.
He's protecting that faction.
Yes, and then they irregularly even did his, security, threat assessment, you see. So, because SAPS has no mandate to do threat assessment of the MPs, it is that the mandate of the state security. Then, and it's very clear because the other two members of parliament are being sidelined to say, no, but these ones, we don't have a mandate. You know, for all people, for all members of parliament, maybe bar the officials like your chairperson of national, what do you call this? National provinces, National Council of Provinces, as well as, you know, the speaker and whatnot. But it is not the case on members of parliament. So it was favoritism, but it is because of this alliance that is going on. I'll give you another example. He's been attacking General Dio who was with Prime Intelligence Western Cape. I had to even ask the general at some point to say, what did you do to Mr. Cameron? And he says, no, I don't even know Mr. Cameron. But what I do know is that I stay about 3 streets from Mr. Cameron. And in my neighborhood, I'm the only black person. Maybe that is my sin that I'm attacked so much. So, but I don't know. General Theo must just have to speak for himself. So I wouldn't speak for him, but I was just giving an example that is what he does.
In paragraph 154, you are making allegations against the 2 judges there,
Yes, ma'am.
Sambo and Mbongwe.
Yes, ma'am.
I won't read those allegations. I'm looking at my time.
Yeah.
Have you reported that corruption or the judicial misconduct against these 2 judges?
It's definitely judicial misconduct. That is why I say and or. So I don't know what the other part, whether, you know, in investigation, it will be established. I am in the process of,
You have not yet reported. it.
yeah, I have already drafted an affidavit to the, I'm gonna report to the JSC. The reason, ma'am, is that, I was busy with the issue of the rescission of that judgment. So, and doing further research, to check if this particular matter has ever happened. And there is nothing on record. Even the NPA admitted to that, to say, we don't have anything on record, case law, that says an appeal, criminal appeal, was heard without even.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Souls, your time starts now and ends at 15:02.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
I want to confidently greet you in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you.
You know, there's a scripture in John 8:32, the King James Version. It says, "And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free." Just speak the truth, and at least let us put truth in an atmosphere of lies. I'm hopeful that you will do that.
Yeah, I'll do that, sir.
In the same breath, I want to be honest with you. I don't trust any of you. I don't trust Minister Nkunu. I don't trust General Sibia. I don't trust General Mkhwanazi. I don't trust General Kumalo. I don't trust anyone. Therefore, I choose to strictly focus on the submissions that everyone makes and not the personality.
Yes.
So similarly, I'm going to do the same with you.
Thank you.
So yesterday, Honorable Cameron said you are lying under oath. Are you lying, or are you a whistleblower who's being framed to look bad?
I've been framed to look bad, Chairperson. The Triple SBC, and I've been sending some documents to the secretary of the committee so that, they can be printed and possibly distributed. You'll see that Triple SBC has confirmed that I am a whistleblower, and I can even send this thing from SARS, SAPS, one of SAPS, and I'll mention his name, Advocate Brandon at the time. He confirmed that, I've made protected disclosures. There's no dispute about that. Even the IDEC has, General Kumalo asked IDEC to provide him with an affidavit concerning that. He confirmed that. So, I had disciplinary cases. The ones that I sat on, I was acquitted. Some I was acquitted at investigation level. The ones that did not sit, SAPs have been running away for like more than 3-4 years before I was dismissed. So I don't know. But one thing I can tell you, I've never stolen money. I've never even taken a cent from them. That one, my conscience is very clear. Yeah.
All right. When you stated in your testimony that you must emphasize that the lady who allegedly stole millions is white, is your intention to break the narrative that the face of corruption is only black, and that the face of fighting corruption is always portrayed as white? But in this case, you want to show that the thief of millions has a white face and the one who is fighting corruption is black. Is your message that there are also black people who does not steal. And evil and good is not a matter of race. There are good white people, there are good black people. But the portrayal has always been that the face of corruption is black and the face of fighting corruption is white. But you are fighting corruption and you are blackface. Is that what your intention is or something else?
Yeah, that was definitely my intention, Chairperson, because, you know, in the Secret Service account, the people that are always spoken about as corrupt are, you know, black people. I've maybe as a sidebar, I've submitted, you know, an extensive Zondo affidavit to the Zondo Commission, and I do speak of white entrepreneurs that are getting a significant share of the Secret Services account, to a point that some even make calls to supply chain officials to say, when to ask, when are you, you know, making an order to me, requesting quotes from me? You know, you must, as an instruction, you see. So that is what I was trying to, yes. And I'm also saying that the white corruption in the subs, especially this person that I'm talking about, you know, I was kicked out from, even threatened from doing a thorough review because she lobbied General Jacobs and General Likalakala to say, this guy is bad news. I don't want him to do my review of this thing. And when Cameroon said, when Honorable Cameroon said I was lying, I think there is a line where I said, I know Cameroon because of this and this and that. So remember, Honorable Chair, I'm not a first language speaker of English. So if I say I know Mr. Sauls, Honorable Sauls, as an MP, I don't mean that I know you personally. I mean that I know you. I see you on TV every day, you see? So I know him because there was a huge shock of the crass racism that occurred at the time. You see, it was widely reported. There was a huge shock. And the shocking thing is that it was young people doing so. You see, that is the thing. Yeah.
What is her name? What is the white lady's name who stole millions?
The reason I cannot name her is because she's an agent, so I'm not allowed to do that.
But you are willing to do so in camera because we have that facility too.
That is fine. What can happen is that you can talk to the Inspector General to clear me to be able to name her. So if I can do that, I'm okay with that.
All right. You testified that General Mkhwanazi was made acting national commissioner, and this was even though he was in a junior rank at the time.
Yes.
And then he appointed General Masimula, and then General Masimula appointed General Khumalo.
Yes, sir.
Please unpack this for me.
Yes. So when General Mkhwanazi was named national commissioner, he went to crime intelligence and got rid of most of the major generals at the time. And it's similar to what happened with the appointment of General Khumalo, because he came and did the same. But he then appointed General Masemula as acting divisional commissioner for crime intelligence. And then came General Khumalo, the then Brigadier Khumalo, as acting component head for counterintelligence.
I think in your testimony yesterday, you gave timelines. So simplify it for us quickly. You're saying 2011?
Yes, 2011.
General Mkhwanazi gets appointed as acting national commissioner, and he's a junior rank.
Yes.
And then he then appoints General Masimula as what?
Yes, as acting divisional commissioner for crime intelligence.
And then what happened?
And then General Masemula brings in General Kumalo as acting component head for counterintelligence.
Huh.
Yes,
I see.
yeah.
And then you say that in your affidavit that Kumalo's post, General Kumalo's post was not advertised.
No, it was not advertised. And that is very shocking because, there are capable people at crime intelligence serving at the level of Major General, Then you go and appoint somebody who has no experience at crime intelligence. And if you read further my statement, you can see the lack of experience because, the man is buying properties.
Okay, we'll
okay.
get to that.
Yes.
So this appointment, in your view, these things were bypassed, advertising as it is required, because are you submitting that General Masimule wanted to ensure that General Kumalo is appointed?
That's what I admit. I submit, Chairperson. That is what I submit.
You
And-
also mentioned that General Kumalo's security clearance was forced to be done the same day. Is that normal in your field?
Security assessment takes, if you are lucky, it takes at least 4 months. It can take up to a year, and this file was taken from KZN. So he applied in 2018 for a security assessment. But I think in that moment, things were not done, you see, because there's a huge backlog. And then later on, when this appointment was about to happen, then it was brought to head office for somebody else to do it, So it was done in a chop within a matter of days, which is highly irregular. But then as well is that the National Strategic Intelligence Act, one of the sections, I think I quoted it, says that the person in the police who can grant security clearance, revoke and whatnot, is the Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence, head of service, you see. General Kumal was appointed on 1st December 2022. And then the clearance was given by Major General Lushava as acting divisional commissioner. So you cannot have a divisional commissioner being given a clearance by an acting divisional commissioner because the divisional commissioner is there in the post. You see, that is the post of the divisional commissioner. You are acting because the divisional commissioner maybe went somewhere. You don't act, you remove yourself from the position and put somebody and then tell that person that.
So this is legislatively irregular.
Yeah, it's legislatively irregular and fraudulent. And the IG has also confirmed the IG's findings. And the reason he went to do another security clearance with state security this time, it was a recommendation of the IG to say this security clearance is fraudulent, it's invalid. Therefore, we recommend that, it goes to state security.
Now, do me a favor, sir. We have 15 minutes left.
Okay.
So I want us to be very concise, precise.
Okay.
Just hit it. You made a protected disclosure in 2022 about this. So
Yes.
you're not just saying it now because you testify.
Yes, sir.
You're saying Minister Becky Cele also played a role in this irregular appointment, and General Kumalo, as head of the PKTT, was reporting directly to Minister Cele.
Yes, that is as far as I knew that, and you know, there is evidence of Minister Cele's involvement in the PKTT because if you recall, when the lady, the NPA DPP in KwaZulu-Natal was testifying, Mr. Cele wrote a letter to her to say, but why you know, you guys are not prosecuting because the police are done with the investigation. So, you know, if you know about the prosecution, the prosecutor will always give notes to say, go and look for this, go and look for this, until the matter is ripe. So, Mr. Cele sent a letter fighting for matters to be enrolled, and that is his involvement.
So that then amounts to what we are investigating here. You are submitting that there is political interference in SAPS.
Yes, there is political interference.
Would you say that one of the reasons why General Mkhwanazi, General Masimula, and General Kumalo ensured that they appoint each other in strategic positions in SAPS is to misuse the Secret Service account using the PKTT?
What I would say is that, like at the moment, when you check, he says he took members of the PKTT into a counterintelligence project or investigation.
Yeah.
That is highly irregular. It's not, it's in violation of the Constitution because counterintelligence is quite specialized. You know, you need to have a security clearance. You need to be trained to be a counterintelligence official. So you cannot just take anybody into counterintelligence. And counterintelligence does not investigate dockets. You see?
Is your answer yes?
Well, my answer is that's my answer basically. You're gonna make what you can of it.
Was the secret service fund misused?
Yes, yes, definitely, definitely.
You know, you speak about the procurement of buildings to the value of 120 million. Why is this irregular in terms of the Appropriations Act read together with the PFMA and the Secret Service Act?
So the Appropriation Act is very clear. I think Section 3 of the Appropriation Act says that, you know, and I'm not quoting.
Just come closer to the mic, please.
I'm not quoting verbatim. This Section 3 says that it has this, you know, the funds which are marked must be used exclusively for that function, for that purpose which they are marked for. Ne? And then I think then it defines the purpose. The purpose is the purpose that you see in the Appropriation Act when it comes to a vote. Let's say, for instance, crime intelligence, secret services account. Its purpose is to gather intelligence to combat crime. And then
and the excess and to then get equipment and things like that necessary for that purpose.
Yes.
So and are you saying that buildings doesn't fit that description?
No, the building does not fit machinery and equipment.
What kind of buildings was this?
Well, there were hotels which were bought, 2 hotels. I think they were signed off on the same day. There were other buildings in KZN, Durban. There's one in Johannesburg. There's one in what's this?
You also mentioned in your statement that in addition there was massage beds.
Yes, yes.
What is the massage beds for the Secret Service?
I do not know because even the buildings are not for the Secret Service.
And then, why is this in terms of the act? Why is it irregular? Because my understanding is it's supposed to be Secret Service. So if you acquire buildings like that, the possibility is that it will be known by the public and where Secret Service agents are not supposed to be known.
Like right now, I mean, everybody knows. So the act says that I think it's section 26 of the Appropriation Act 40 of 2024 or 25, if I'm not mistaken. It says it's very clear that any funds which are made, which are spent in contravention of the purpose of that vote, which is the Secret Services, amount to unauthorized expenditure. And you must remember, Chairperson, that when you have unauthorized expenditure and irregular expenditure, the irregular expenditure framework says that unauthorized expenditure will take precedence over irregular expenditure. So it's unauthorized what they've done because, yes.
All right.
Yeah.
The 360 million tender with Matlala, what about that was irregular? Briefly.
Well, I do not know the gory details, but what I said yesterday is that it should have, in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act, the main police division should have brought all those prospective suppliers for them to be vetted, because you are going to then, once you get that tender, you are then going to deal with people's personal details, like the sickness,
And because that was not done, you have a situation now that the South African Police Service has given personal information to an alleged criminal.
I agree.
In paragraph 473, you say that the removal of legal services for crime intelligence to the open account is, I quote, akin to a coup d'etat. If I need to place emphasis, explain briefly.
It's akin to a coup d'etat, Honorable Chairperson, because when you remove legal, remember, legal, our legal services, crime intelligence, we were dealing with agents, we were dealing with sensitive intelligence operations. Sometimes, I'll give you an example. There is some two operatives who were in a drug operation, and they were arrested. Who must come in there without raising the eyebrows and whatnot? It's the legal services. We do it this
So legal services this component was removed from.
Yes, it was removed for now, General Simo Senkos, to basically have access there. And funny thing is that on the 30th of January 2023, he was barely a month as a general. He was already meeting the IG, the Inspector General of Intelligence, you see. So, irregularly so, because he is not supposed to meet the IG in a formal sitting unless he has a complaint, you see. So now matters of intelligence were being discussed with the open account. And what I need to also add, sir, is that crime intelligence is founded in terms of Section 209(1) of the Constitution, and its objects and powers and whatnot. Section 210A of the Constitution, which says, I'm not quoting verbatim, it says that you must have a national legislation that will deal with the functions, the objects and whatnot of crime intelligence. And that particular national legislation is the National Strategic Intelligence Act. You see, we are police members because we are crime intelligence of the police, but we are governed by National Strategic Intelligence Act. And it's very clear that our role is to provide intelligence for the purpose of Section 2053 of the Constitution.
So essentially, you've blown your cover.
The cover is blown.
In paragraph 469, now we're rushing. You say the establishment of tactical intelligence within the PKTT, which reports to the project leader rather than the provincial head of crime intelligence or the divisional commissioner crime intelligence, amounts to, I quote, a fourth intelligence service, close quote. And that would be in breach of Section 209 of the Constitution, isn't it?
Yes, that would be breach of Section 2091 of the Constitution because it says other than intelligence division of the police and intelligence division of the defense force, the president can establish an intelligence service, you see. And then subsection 2, I think it talks about appointment of a minister responsible for that intelligence service. So the intelligence service that has been established by the president is the National Intelligence Service. I mean, it is the NIAS, state security. There's no other intelligence service that the president has established outside of that. And as a division, crime intelligence, we report to Divisional Commissioner for Crime Intelligence in terms of the national.
So basically what happened in the PKTT, a tactical intelligence wing was started, and that, according to the Constitution, is unconstitutional because only the president can do that.
Yes, it's a violation of the Constitution, and which makes, if I may add, which makes the PKTT some rogue, if I may say, a rogue task team, as it were.
If it is shown that that is unconstitutional, correct? And you are saying that it is?
No, it is. And I gave a thorough background and,
Yes.
thorough motivation to
Let's
what I'm
brush.
saying.
Under the police vote, under the word or the column other, there's an expenditure of 8.6 billion for 8 posts at a unit cost of 1 billion each, meaning 8 persons are earning 1 billion rand each. This expenditure has appeared since 2018, the same year when PKTT was formed. But it is not explained in any of the annual reports of SAPS. They don't explain what that expenditure is for. Now, seeing that the crime intelligence component of the SAPS has access to a portion of the State Security Agency, the COVID budget of the State Security Agency, within Treasury Vote 8.
Yes.
Can you make sense of this and also tell us whether you know if any portion of the PKTT or any task team funding is drawn from this budget? Quickly, we have like 3 minutes.
What I do know is that the PKTT's budget, according to General Dimpane's testimony, comes from national cost, but it comes from ORS, and that is a division within visible policy.
But would you just quickly, would you assume that that the PKTT fund will come from this other, possibly?
I wouldn't know, sir, but what I can tell you is that there is some PKTT funding coming from the Secret Services account, and that will be unauthorized expenditure.
Yes. Okay, we run out of time, but do you think, your honest opinion, this is your opinion, based on how your testimony has been structured, do you think that the July 6 media conference was a strategy to save PKTT because it is their alleged cash cow, or out of care for the country?
I wouldn't say, I don't know, but my beliefs are very different from what you are saying. So I wouldn't know, sir. But you know, even General Mkhwanazi is on record saying that if we did not have that press conference, the national commissioner could have been arrested or gone. So you can make anything from that.
All right, seeing that we are not being stopped. In paragraph 550, you say that Honorable Cameron is aligned with the Mkhwanazi, Khumalo, and Masibula and Jacobs faction. Then you further state in your cover email.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we get, it's 2 minutes, it's exactly 2 minutes past 3, that the time at which you must stop speaking. Honorable James, get started.
Thank you, Chair.
Until 17 minutes past 3.
Thank you, Chair. There are a number of incredibly serious allegations in your statement, extremely serious. And I'd like to address a few of them as they present profoundly shocking claims and with potentially serious consequences for national security if proven to be true. Correct?
Correct.
On paragraph 50 of your statement,
Yes.
you can go there. You touch on the fact that there was concern at state security agency about the presence of American, French, German, and British intelligence services at Nasrec, allegedly influencing the outcome of the ANC's 2017 Nasrec conference, right?
Yeah.
What was your view or the view of the broader SSA community on the allegation that we had several foreign intelligence agencies, not only in the country, but at a conference of the ruling party at the time?
My response is that if these allegations were true, these agencies, agents that have been identified there would have been arrested because they would be gathering intelligence in another country, you know, so they would have been arrested. So I don't know how true this was, but if you, the ID, fortunately, they do have the written notes that talks to this CIA and whatnot. And these written notes were written by General Vuma, confirming what General Ngobo has said to me, you know. So I was given those notes so that I can go and prepare, what do you call this? Prepare a document for the National Commissioner to sign to justify why we need to buy a grabber.
You say in paragraph 51 that Minister Mbalula has painted you with a black brush, right? Because of your refusal to release funds through legitimate funds from the Secret Service fund account to crime intelligence. Was the minister's involvement in intelligence work a frequent occurrence in your knowledge?
Okay, maybe let me clarify this, ma'am. I clarified it yesterday. General Ngobo was saying that I was being painted. I think my writing here was bad. I was being painted to the minister by members of crime intelligence with a black brush.
Okay.
So my knowledge of the minister's involvement only came about after General Stolle disposed an affidavit to the Constitutional Court. Otherwise, I did not know. I I've not been aware of any involvement other than this one of the Minister of Police with regards to his interference in intelligence matters.
Okay, so there's been no other instances of interference.
Not to my knowledge, yes.
In the early days of this committee, a while back, General Sibia's testimony, we heard how the entire top brass of SAPS dropped everything to be at the ANC conference, right?
Yes.
And as I read your statement, that the entire SAPS, criminal intelligence, crime intelligence, and state security effectively mobilized state resources in order to not only influence the outcomes of a party conference, but to benefit a certain faction within the ANC, notably the CR17 Cyril Ramaphosa faction. What is your view on the implications of this, where everyone just flocks there and they get involved in political party factions and driving certain agendas?
Ma'am, my understanding of this matter specifically is that given that the minister was on the other side, so it was not to benefit on this particular matter. It was
What do you mean on the other side?
he was supporting the other candidate. Remember, there were two candidates.
Sorry, I know very little about what happens there. Please explain.
I think there were two candidates, and it's Mrs. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma and Mr. Ramaphosa. So, but you know, I mean, they were all good candidates, but the minister was on the other side. I mean, that is it's on record, you know. So I don't think this was meant to benefit Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa.
If I read your statement also, I read that the state security apparatus of this country was going to assist this ANC faction by procuring a precise location mobile unit, the phone grabber, for a company from a company in Israel. Again, what would be your view on the incredibly dangerous implications of this allegation?
No, what do you call this? The document is there, you know, the type of equipment, because I had a catalog of that equipment. I think it's with the IDEC. So the catalog is very clear where that thing comes from. And the gentleman, Mr. Inban Kishia, did say that the engineer comes from Israel. So it's not something that, you know, but it's there.
But it raises concern. You'd agree with me?
No, serious concerns, serious concerns. I mean, all these things raise serious concerns.
At the center of all of these, and it's really concerning for me because, you know, all the names that gets dropped here every other day when a witness appears here, it is names of people that we've dealt with, names of people that we reach out to when our communities are burning. And as you mentioned these names, I've almost dealt with almost 90% of them. It is really concerning to realize that they could be potentially corrupt.
You know, in my
especially in Gauteng.
In my experience as well, there are names that I dealt with, thinking that, you know, I'm talking to, you know, very honorable people, only to find that, no, they, you know, whatever you might be reporting about, they are deeply involved in that thing. So I always take precaution now. In fact, I don't even discuss anything with anybody anymore, you know, because
I quickly want to get to this. The Secret Service account,
Yes.
also at the center of all of these allegations, the cause of our unhappiness, the cause of why we find ourselves here, that's meant for gathering of information, meant for sources, meant for the handlers, right?
Yes.
How many sources are registered with SAPS?
I can't answer that, ma'am. I'm not allowed to answer that.
You're not allowed to
No.
answer that. What we see various amounts being drawn from this account. Can you take us through what's the process for a claim for a source? And how do you justify the various amounts? Because there are times we hear people were paid 100,000, 300,000, 5,000, 10,000. What is the regulation that guides the amounts that gets paid to these sources?
All I can say is that there is an internal policy, and each merit, each matter, it's determined on its own merit. Sometimes the evidence is, there are people who deserve such huge amounts.
What is the biggest, largest amount ever paid out to a source for information?
I'm not allowed to say that. I can't say.
Just an idea. Above 500?
Now, I'll be charged because this will be protection of information, Section 4 of the Protection of Information Act. I'm not allowed because it's outside of what I can discuss.
Are there certain requirements for handlers? And I'm asking this because clearly we need to look into how we make recommendations when it comes to this fund and who has access.
Yes, handlers need to be trained. You don't just wake up and become a handler. You must be trained. And there is a rigorous training that happens for you to be a handler.
So only handlers can put in claims to access money from this account.
I don't want to answer that directly. Let me just say intelligence operatives.
No, we need to know. We need to know who has access to this account because this account is at the center of corruption. So that we need to know if it's the handlers within crime intelligence that poses a risk or a threat or who it is exactly. And if all the handlers has received the necessary training to actually access this cash cow.
I'll answer it this way, ma'am. I'll say management, the broader management of the police as well as crime intelligence are the one who, and not all of them, are the ones who pose the biggest risk to.
And they are all handlers.
No, they are not. But you see, when you have somebody, maybe you are I'm friendly with you and you report to me, I can give you instruction, and there are IG reports on that. I give you instruction to say, go and take so much and apply for so much. And then that person applies, and then, I sign as the, signing authority, as the approving authority.
So someone just thumbsucks an amount, signs a claim, and the money comes.
No, in corrupt cases, yeah, I'm talking about when we discovered corruption, somebody will just instruct one of the subordinates to say, sign, go and get me this much, and then they sign, and then, make whatever motivation, and then I will then, as the approving authority, then approve, and we get the money, and yeah.
Sure. I want to move and refer to paragraph 10, for which you admit you were not qualified. Am I correct? You were not qualified
Yes,
for the post.
ma'am.
Okay,
Yes.
you spoke at length in your testimony about irregular appointments and the implications on SAPs when unqualified people occupy crucial positions. Why did you accept this post under those circumstances?
I actually did not accept. And you know what happened when I did not accept? I was suspended. There is, it's there. I'll send the information. I was suspended, and then, and the post did not even exist. So I could not impose myself on these people, because when the suspension ended, I went back to my position and I was chased away. And then I left. I went to stay at home, and while fighting while reporting to everybody, as I say, that I also reported to the president. So if you report to the president and nothing happens, then what more? Because, even the constitutional entities like the Public Service Commission, I do have evidence of such, where they also communicate back with me. So that is what happened, and there was nothing I could do, man.
My last question, I've read paragraphs 4 and 5 of your statement. You explained to the committee the purpose of providing your evidence to us here today. I want to pick up from that and ask what motivates your submission to this committee?
What motivates my into this committee is that, you know, even if, you know, I'm no longer there, even if I do not return to that environment or department, you know, I would like to see change like any other South African. I believe that it's about time that some of these matters are dealt with in open forums like this one. There are situations where you have a direct, clear case of corruption and fraud. And then, you know, the people that are supposed to investigate those matters, they just drag their feet or just throw the case away. And most of these people, like you heard yesterday when Mr. Cameron was questioning me to say General Jacobs' case was withdrawn for the grabbers as well as the PPE corruption. So it was withdrawn, but not because there's no evidence, because somebody decided that.
You keep going back. You say.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana, your time ends.
This
at,
is so brutal, Chair.
15:47.
Thank you.
It starts now.
Thank you,
Look
Chair.
at me and start questioning the witness. You don't have time, Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. And you want to say good afternoon to, or you still busy on the phone?
No, I'm sorry, sir. I was just looking for something for the honorable members. I'm sorry
Thank you.
about that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
IsiZulu uyasazi, isikhethu uyasazi.
Ngiyakhuluma here and there,
Okay.
but yeah.
Ya ngoba abantu bekhaya bafuna ukuzwa moya ukuthi uthini lapha.
Yebo baba.
Ukuthi mhlambe uzokulwa iziphi zakho ngoba mhlambe uhlaliswe ekhaya noma hayi na.
It depends how you want to see it, you know. You can say that, but you know, it's this thing is subjective.
Ngizokuthoma nje ngesikhethu ngithi kuwe. Uyakhumbula ukuthi siye saba no General Khumalo la.
Yes, sir.
Mina ngizozama ukuthi sibe sirage msinyane yabona singa I know ukuthi uma uphendula uthatha isikhathanyana.
Oh yeah.
Now uKhumalo waboshwa aqeda ukwehla lapha e-airport. Kwathiwa kunomuntu oqatshiweko udade omunye umrazana so.
Yeah.
Uyayazi indaba leyo?
I do know, sir. Maybe we can return to English so that I'm
Oh,
able
okay.
to answer
Thank you.
properly.
What I was saying to you is that Khumalo was arrested of being part of the panel which appointed a lady who I think she used to work for BMW. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Was it right for him to be arrested for if he was involved in employing that lady? In short, was it right or it was not right?
The Corruption Act also talks to issues of appointments. So I do not know the details, the gory details, except for the high level that I have. So it's up to the.
I want that high level which you have. In short,
my knowledge of this lady in question is that she was not a manager as it's being said. She had when she started out, she was in the BMW graduate development program. And then from then on, she became a specialist.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, because you know why I'm asking that?
Yes.
Because I believe you said you are not a police career person.
Yes,
within SAPS.
Yes, sir.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing wrong.
Now, what is your scope of work at SAPS? Because when I'm reading your submission, there's a lot of things which you've mentioned here. Are you an agent or are you a financial person within crime intelligence?
Within crime intelligence, you know, I was responsible for agent, not agent administration, but the salaries and whatnot. But informal administration was part of my responsibilities. You know, preparation of financial statements, budgets, where we were funding intelligence operations.
Okay.
Yeah, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, now, you mentioned that there's two cases in court where you say General Patlane is an accused person. Can you give me both?
No, I spoke of one, if I'm not mistaken. The one that I'm talking about is the one of iView. That is a crime intelligence, you know, matter. So,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Now, in that crime view, which I think yesterday I heard you very well, you will know that Mkhwanazi was part of that committee, am I right?
Which committee is that?
The one which signed.
No.
And the one which recommended on the 20th of the 12th, 2016.
Yeah.
In his capacity as a section head.
I was not part of
finance and administration.
I was not part of the committee. And this matter, Chairperson, if I may say, I'm a bit constrained because I'll be testifying on the matter, but it is not, I'm not responsible for supply chain management, for ensuring that the supply chain processes. And in that moment, I believed, if I may say, because when I got to crime intelligence, I was just, and I must say, I was just 3 months from there. 3 months appointed into the post. And I was told by the general at the time, the CFO, how things were done there, that, you know, because we are working in the intelligence environment.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
You know, I think you took us through.
Okay.
Now I'm going to ask you for your question, try to be short as you can.
Yes, sir.
My question, were you not part and parcel of that panel?
There was no panel. There was no panel, but I did indicate availability of funds because the funds were available. And I believed at the time that the purpose of the transaction was for the aims of crime intelligence until I did a review of the documents after the AG had raised an irregular expenditure. Then I had to review because then I discovered other things. And then that is when I reported the matter.
Let me put it to you, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Yes, sir.
You say you were not part and parcel of the iView integrated system panel. Sorry, I said to us.
There was no panel.
What was it? Okay, let me put it this way. Did you approve anything of that kind?
No, I didn't approve anything. The only thing that I did, if I may say, is that I indicated availability of funds to say there are funds that are available in this matter. And if you look at my statement, if you have it there.
No, I have it. Let me ask you once again. Hence, I'm saying you've been asked many times about these matters, and you've really tried to explain. But my question again is that you are distancing yourself from this, that you are not part and parcel of the people who have dealt with this matter, like Brigadier Chan Golam, Major General Nemutanzela, and Major General M.A. Makele. Do you know them? All of these people?
No, I know these people that you're talking about.
So it was in a public domain, remember? This matter was in a public domain.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and there were a journalist called Mariam Tham. I think you've mentioned her yesterday here.
Yes, I did mention
Thank you. Now, Let me put it to you. You are misleading this committee.
In what manner, sir?
You, when I'm saying you, I'm saying you as a brigadier,
Yes, sir.
which as well, unfortunately, as you said, I heard you are saying, no, we don't need a trained policeman to be the head. We can have everyone like Ria Piecha in other words.
Yes.
But I'm putting to you now that you, Brigadier, Section Head, Finance and Administrative Service, 2016-12, or on the 20th, you recommended that, I view. Do you agree with me?
I do agree, but you must understand this in context.
No.
No.
Remember, the context I have it here. I've read that. For you to repeat it again, it will be the waste of time. I'm saying to you, you have recommended that as well. You signed for it, and you said you've never signed for anything, you never participated there. That's what you said earlier.
No. I said there was no panel that dealt with this this particular matter. And my signature was to indicate availability of funds. Remember, I even stated here that when I stated my responsibilities, I'm talking to the budget. And there was a budget to proceed with this matter. And I must say as well, Chairperson, that it might happen that a transaction is done and members are not even aware of what exactly is happening beneath, because everything on the surface looked good. So there's nothing wrong with me having signed for something that on the surface looks good and proper.
Yeah, let me again through you, Chair, because otherwise we're going to go around the circle. But the fact of the matter is that your signature here in this matter of IVU, you recommended that there's money, as you said.
Yes,
am I right?
I agree.
And the other people have done what they had to, and the National Commissioner as well said subject to here. You was here, remember?
Yes.
That there's no deviations. And the compliance is top notch.
Yes.
Right. Now, let me put it to you. Following that committee consideration of the application which served before them, having realized that the amounts on the quotation exceeded the threshold, they approached the accounting officer with an application for deviation. Hence what I was saying to you now.
Yes,
that
yes.
when he put that signature, he was very clear that as long as there's no deviation, am I right?
Let me say something, Chairperson, if you can allow. This matter, I'm going to testify on it, I think in November. It's before the High Court.
Wait a second. Wait, before that. Are you not sure whether it's in November or do you have a court date?
No.
You don't have?
No, I know that there is a court date.
Yeah, you don't have as yet the date.
No, I'm saying that the matter is in the High Court. The people have been arrested. They are on bail now. I'm not one of those who are arrested, mind you. And if as you trying to imply that I'm hiding something.
I'm not implying.
Okay.
Please, I'm
Okay.
not implying.
So
I'm probing you. I just want to find out the truth.
No,
Yes.
fair enough. So if you can check my page 4, I'm talking about a building.
I've read that, yes.
Yes. And in this page 4, I do indicate that I signed on this particular day. You can sign for something like saying that funds are available, not knowing what is happening behind.
Yeah, but as a chartered accountant, you can't put your signature on something we are not sure about.
No, but here's the thing, sir. At the time, if I may remember, there were issues of fist must fall and all that.
Yeah,
You see?
irrespective.
No,
No, irrespective.
Let me finish.
But do you agree that you can't put your signature, which
I
something
fully agree.
we are not sure of?
I fully agree.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm.
Now, let me because of time, as you know,
Yeah.
my first question to you was, do you have any basic training as a policeman? You don't have.
No, I don't have. Yeah.
If so, when and which academy? No, in fact, if not so, in your view, I think you understand the ranks of
Yes,
SAPS, am
I
right?
do understand. Yes.
How many ranks are there at SAPS?
You know what? I know that the one at the bottom is a constable. The one at the
Okay, so
the general.
So it's 10.
Okay.
Right. Do you know how the criminal justice functions, the entire value chain in processing individuals within the system?
In doing what?
From SAPS. Do you know how the criminal justice functions?
Mm-hmm.
The entire value chain of processing an individual within the system for SAPS, NPA, courts, and the DCS?
I do know how things work, but obviously I'm not an expert on that.
Okay.
So
So in other words, you've never worked anywhere in the police before you become the head of.
no, I never went anywhere, and that is not even my responsibility. My responsibility.
Hence, I was asking you the scope of work. That it looks like you are entering into every criminal justice, SAPS. You know, you are not only focusing on the finances of crime intelligence. Am I right?
Look, here's the thing, Chairperson. Like issues of what do you call this? The PKTT. I mean, not the PKTT. Yes, PKTT. I'm talking to an issue of tactical intelligence, which, for instance, is must be, established in terms of the Constitution. You don't need to go do basic training for that.
Yeah, but it's debatable. Anyway, that's your view. Let me ask you again. Do you understand how the task team works in the police?
The task team works?
Yes.
Yeah, I do understand. Even General Masemola, if you are to allow to quote him.
No. What I'm asking, I understand that. My question, do you understand that?
No, I do understand.
Thank you. Do you know and understand Section 2053 of the Constitution?
Very, very well, yes.
When responding to Honorable Salts,
yes,
you agree and said that PKTT was operating unconstitutionally. What do you mean?
No, what I mean is that the National Strategic Intelligence Act, Section 2, subsection 3, if I'm not mistaken, talks about the functions of crime intelligence, what the functions of crime intelligence are.
Yes.
Yes. And then, and I explain it in detail to say.
I have it here.
Yes, you have it there.
But my question, because what section of the Constitution that was violated, and why?
Section 210 of the Constitution, 210, I think 210A, if I'm not mistaken, of the Constitution, which talks to, let me just quickly go there. It says, national legislation must regulate the objects, powers, and functions of intelligence services, including any intelligence division of defense or police service. You see? And then that national regulation is the National Strategic Intelligence Act.
So are you saying to the nation that PKTT was unconstitutional?
It was.
Now the minister as well, because if that's the case, it means the president himself and the entire justice system which were involved on the IMC have violated the Constitution.
The president appointed the IMC.
Yes.
Yes. And then the IMC gave a directive, as I understand it, to
Yes.
say, establish, you
The
know,
PKTT,
work
yes.
on something that will
No,
establish.
that was the PKT which was established. Yes,
That is
we
true.
know now. Yes.
That is true.
Yeah. Now,
And-
my question, Mkhwanazi,
Yes,
this
sir.
is my question to you.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying the entire PKTT, in your view, including the president, has involved himself in an unconstitutional body, the task team, the PKTT?
The president appointed an IMC and then he left it there to say, deal with the problem. And the IMC gave a directive to say, deal with the problem. And the PKTT was appointed. And then that part of intelligence, tactical intelligence from crime intelligence should have been reporting to a provincial head.
Yeah.
So that, no, let me, oh.
No, wait,
Oh,
wait,
sorry.
wait, sir.
Hmm.
I'm still going back. I said to you, the IMC was established by the president.
Yes,
And they were reporting to the president.
yes.
So all these people were not aware that it's unconstitutional.
I don't know.
No,
I don't-
we are saying so.
No, I don't know. No.
We are saying they violated, you agreed with Sauls. When he says
No.
that, was this unconstitutional? You said yes.
It was a violation of the
Yeah.
Constitution.
Hence I'm
The
saying,
reporting lines.
yeah,
Remember?
yeah, but wait, because I want us to move on.
Point of order.
In other ways, to today, no, there's no point of order here.
Point of
Please,
order,
Chair.
Chair.
Please, Chair, there's no point of order. We
Point-
never get
point of
involved
order,
when he
Chair.
was speaking. Now, because he was saying something, he must wait for me to finish
No.
and not disturb me.
Point of order, Chair.
Can I
Honorable,
continue?
Honorable Nomvalo, how did you handle matters like this one?
I was not entertaining them, Chair. Honorable Skozana must proceed.
No, it's a point of order, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Skosana, proceed.
Thank you.
Point of
Now,
order, Chair.
the IMC, as I said, it was
Yeah.
the body which was established by the president.
Chairperson, point of order. Point of order.
This is out of order, Chair.
Chair, a statement was made.
The point of order is not recognized. Can we proceed, honorable members, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, it has nothing to do with the witness. Honorable Skosana said
Chair, can you mute him, please?
the witness agreed with me. I did
Please.
not make any
But
statement.
We are out of order, Sauls.
So,
Honorable Sol.
if I ask
not
for a
disturb
point of
you.
order, it's
No
wrong.
one disturbed you.
I'm not disturbing.
And you were saying a lot of things we don't agree with.
I'm not disturbing.
No, don't disturb our speaker.
You can't
Don't do
mislead
that.
the
Don't
public
do
to
that.
say that the
We're trying
the
to
witness
grandstand
agreed with
during
me.
our
It's
time.
wrong.
Don't grandstand. This is our time. We
It
gave you
is
time
wrong.
and you fumbled.
You are not the chairperson
You
anymore.
fumbled during your time. You were
I
preaching
didn't
here,
fumble.
making
I'll preach to you
motivations. You were busy.
I'll preach to
You were
you too.
busy motivating a witness here.
Then
instead
don't
of
lie.
asking
Let me
questions.
preach to you. Do not
I'm
lie.
not going to interrupt our speaker here.
Do not. Your speaker must not
What the
lie
hell
about
do you
me.
think you are?
Your
What the hell do
speaker,
you think you are?
Honorable Ashley
You are
Toyke
not going to
the first.
disturb.
That's
You are not
who I
going
am.
to be disturbed by
You
you.
will
here.
not lie about me, and I must
You were
be quiet.
busy reading scriptures. You were busy
You
motivating
will not
people
lie
and
about
reading
me.
scriptures.
You will
We're
not
going
lie
to do
about
that
me.
to us. That to us.
I will not allow to
We're
be
not
lied
going to
about.
be disturbed by you, Sauls. You must behave here.
You
We
must
have
behave.
one chairperson.
Don't lie about me. And
We
I
have-
must
This
keep
is not
quiet.
a circus here.
Don't lie
This
about
is not
me.
a circus.
Don't lie about me. And the chair is protecting
No,
you.
no one is lying. You must keep quiet.
I will
We
not
allow
keep quiet.
you to speak
It's
a
my
lot of.
constitutional
We
right.
allowed you to speak a lot of nothing.
I will.
Kept quiet.
I will.
We allowed you to speak a lot of
Don't
nothing.
control me, sir.
Now we want to tamper with our time.
Lie in your time.
No, don't do that, man.
If you lie about me,
Don't
I'll
do
raise
that
my
to us,
voice.
please.
I'll raise my voice. If you lie about me,
Don't
to the
test us.
public, don't lie about me. And Chair, I'm very, very, very upset. You are protecting MK by lying about me. I have not given testimony here. For him to say that the witness agreed with me is to insinuate that I was leading the witness. I was dealing with his testimony.
Chair, can you please, it's my time. Can
Don't
you
lie
mute him?
about me. Don't lie
Because
about
he
my
was
name.
leading the witness and we kept him
You
quiet.
must
here.
lead the country.
Listening to him. He can't fathom what I'm asking the thing. The witness will here respond for himself. He does not need you at all.
Don't lie about
You
me.
know.
And you know we are here to protect criminals.
Don't lie about
That
me.
is why we are panicking.
You
Don't
lying
tamper
again.
with our time.
Now prove it. Prove that I'm here to protect.
We are here to
criminals.
protect criminals.
Prove it.
We know that you can't even hide.
Put me there.
Can't
Me
even
and that
hide.
stand.
Don't
me
tamper
there.
with our time,
I'll
please.
show you truth.
This is not a circus, man.
You are a liar.
It's not a circus run
Don't lie
by
about
Mackenzie.
me.
This is
Don't lie
parliament.
about me. Put me on the stand and test whether I'm protecting criminals. Put me there. Let's see. Put me there at that stand and I'll show you truth. I'm not a liar, so don't lie about me. And Chair, you cannot protect lies.
Chair is pointing fingers, an honorable member, and the language he's using.
Pointing
is wrong.
fingers to the roof. Are you on the roof?
No, we are not.
Are you on
We
the
are-
roof? I'm calling on my God.
No, you are lying. You are not pointing there. You were pointing here.
I'm doing this. You must look carefully. You're lying again. I will not sit here and be lied about.
We must go to church and preach, man. You know, Chair, can I have my time,
Please
please?
do. Go to church and speak the truth.
Please, Chair, can I have my time, please? Please, can I have my time? Thank you, Chair.
Let me tell you, honorable members, where the house which Parliament allocated me, I'm staying alone. It's only me and the television. So when I get entertained like this, I love it so much because it takes me away from the boredom of the house. So can I give you the next 30 minutes to restart from where you ended, and then we will continue with the meeting later? You can even come and stand here.
Yes, for my image, I will do so. Because you are procedurally wrong, Chair. I call a point of order.
No, he's continuing again.
I call a point
He's
of
like he's
order.
the chair here.
I like it when you stand
No.
here.
Yeah,
If you can
I
stand
call
here.
a point of order. You don't rule on the order. You didn't hear my order. You just decline my order. That's wrong. According to the rules, you must hear my order and then make a ruling. Why are you treating me unfairly? And then you allow them to lie about me and you protect them. I will not sit here and allow that. So you can say what you want, Chair. I'm sick of it. I always ask, I respect you. I call a point of order. You must allow me
Chair,
to
this
give my
man does not respect you. It's a fact now. Ever
I
since
do
this
not
morning,
care
he's
what you
continuing
say.
doing what.
Procedure requires you to hear my
He's
point of
the
order.
only person who knows the procedure here. We know the
Procedure-
procedure here. We know the procedure. He's not
I
the
raise the
only
point
one.
of order. It must be heard and then you make a ruling. I can't sit here every time and every other person gets opportunity to speak when they want. They can say what they want and I just must sit back.
There's no one who said any. You are the only person who has intervened here. You are the only
I will
person.
not allow it. When it comes to my name, I will not allow it. So I'm raising my voice like this because you have not followed procedure, Chair.
So you are the chair now. You are teaching the chair how to
Yes.
to run.
Based on procedure, based on the rules. If there's a point of order.
So you are the
rule
only
says-
person who knows the rules here.
No, study the rule. Am I wrong? Rule says if you raise a point of order, the chair must hear it and then make a rule.
Honorable.
The chair
members,
didn't
can
do
I
that.
crave your indulgence, please.
I will not allow it. I will not allow it.
May I make an appeal, Honorable Chairperson,
Yeah.
to our esteemed honorable members, to please consider the decorum of this house and this parliament, and also consider the task at hand that it is not our task, it is not for us, it is for the people of South Africa. And therefore, they are actually looking at us with that hope that indeed this process will come out with something that will save them in the predicament they find themselves in, insofar as crime is concerned in this country. So I just want to make an appeal to honorable members that for the sake of our people out there, can we actually focus on the task at hand? Well, political gymnasium, we actually can do that in the plenary of Parliament, and it's coming. But for the sake of this particular committee, can we actually do that? I'm just pleading, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Is there anyone who wants to speak on what Honorable Mngongo has said? Nobody wants to speak. But I still want to say it, honorable members, that the stage is open here. The stage is open. If members have the energy, you can come to the stage. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to check if there is anyone of you prepared to come to the stage.
Chair, I take exception to the fact that you're making this look like it's a performance. It's a true grievance. I raise the point of order, you ignore me. And every time I must accept it. So I maintain, and it's not a performance. I'm dead serious. It's wrong what you are doing.
Yeah, I can allow you to speak for the next 5 hours.
And again, you are treating what I'm raising, which is my constitutional right, as something frivolous. It's not. You are procedurally wrong. And stop doing it. Treat us all fairly. It's wrong what you're doing. And I maintain. And if I need to repeat it for 5 hours, I would. But I cannot take it anymore. I leave it. You show favor to MK, they can do whatever they want. And then I must keep quiet. Now it affects my name in the public to make it look like I'm leading the witness. I don't know that man. And I must keep quiet. It's wrong. And I will not allow it. And I'm raising a point of procedure, nothing personal. So I maintain.
Mr. Mkhwanazi,
Yes, Chairperson.
you are our witness, isn't it?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you were in conversation with Honorable Skosana.
Yes, sir.
Yes. There was nothing, Honorable Souls, that stopped you from allowing Honorable Skosana and Honorable Mkhwanazi to conclude their conversation. And then you raise your hand and the chair will accordingly recognize you. There was nothing.
Chair, how can you say that when you didn't hear the point of order? How can you say that there was nothing when you did not hear the point of order?
I'm saying that during these proceedings,
yes,
there are honorable members who raise hands, and I show them that they have been recognized. We allow the proceedings to flow, and at the right time, we give them time to speak.
But the rules say when you raise a point of order, which I did, based on what I heard the honorable member do, I raised the point of order.
Can we
then
please,
chairperson
can we
had to
please,
hear.
can we
You
please
ignored me.
save the proceedings from this kind of engagement?
But follow procedure, Chair. I didn't do anything that was wrong.
May we please save these proceedings from this kind of engagements?
When you should follow procedure. That's all I'm saying.
But can I say these proceedings are not about whether the chair is right or wrong? We have a witness here. That honorable members must be given opportunity, each one of them in rotation, to converse with the witness. Can we please respect that?
Indeed, but when I raise a point of order, you should hear the order, Chair. You did not. You blatantly ignored me. Now you're saying that
Because the honorable member was still in conversation
the
with
rules
with
allows
the
me
witness.
the rules allows me to call a point of order because at the point of what he
Yeah, but
said,
what I'm saying is, do we really have to argue on a point of order?
we weren't arguing. If you just followed procedure and
No,
allowed
no,
me to say my point of order, then make
No,
a
no, no,
ruling.
no.
You didn't do that. You ignored.
I
me.
find that to be very unreasonable, Honorable Son.
You were unreasonable, Chair, and I maintain you didn't follow the rules. It's wrong. I have a right.
It's me who is unreasonable.
Indeed. Yes, sir. It is you. When I raise a point of order, you blatantly ignored me and then state the witness shall continue.
Okay, can you suggest how must we proceed now from here? If you can give us a suggestion so that we don't waste our time.
Please be clear.
Arguing between you, how do you suggest we must proceed from here?
Be clear on the rules that I wasn't wrong in raising a point of order. You were not supposed to deny me the opportunity to hear my point of order and then make a ruling. You just decided you're not going to allow me. And I raised my point of order at the time when the honorable member did something out of order. That's all I'm saying. So
okay.
As I stop, Chair, you can continue, but don't make it look like it was a performance.
What time do you want the proceedings to resume?
The proceedings has not stopped. This is procedural, what we are doing. But I'm just saying, I've said what I wanted to say, and I'm not going to move away from the fact that you were wrong, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm not going to accept that I'm wrong. Are we ready, honorable members, to resume the proceedings?
I'm ready, Chair.
I'm also ready, Chair.
know where I was.
When we stopped, it was 15:35. And your time was going to expire at 15:47. So what it means is that you were left with 12 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
So your 12 minutes will expire at 5 minutes past 16 hours.
Thank you, Chair.
And I'm not going to allow any interruptions.
Thank you, Chair. When you responded to Saul about the operating unconstitutionally, how was your response?
I'm saying that the tactical intelligence unit should not have reported to the project leader, directly to the project leader. It should have reported how it's done to the provincial head of crime intelligence. And then the provincial head will then submit the intelligence to the project leader.
Yeah.
Yes, which is in line with the section but subsection 3 of the National Strategic Intelligence Act.
But with due respect, hence I was asking you that your responsibility as SAPS is heading the
financial services.
Yes.
Which
okay, thank you. No, I understand that. That's your job description.
Yes.
Now, let me ask again. Do you know all the generals in the police force?
I don't know all the generals in the police.
Do you know General Mkhwanazi?
Personally, I do not know him.
But you had obviously have a grievance which involved the CI, senior officers, of what you told us yesterday.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of things which involves you. You said there were 6 cases you were perhaps being suspended, and being charged for things which you believe.
Suspended 4 times, yeah.
That's right. Now, what facts do you have that Lieutenant Mkhwanazi did it wrong? Because my colleague Chongwe as well, Honorable Chongwe, asked you about the credibilities of almost, he quoted four generals.
Yeah,
We spoke about the 6th of July.
July, yes.
Yeah. Do you think there's anything wrong with that?
I do
Because we are here because of that. Remember that.
Yes.
Yeah, which means we are wrong as well to be here.
I do believe that, the manner in which it did it was wrong. And, but,
Okay, no, it's fine. You
Yes.
believe that it was wrong.
the manner,
But,
yes.
but what I'm saying that, it remind me of Nelson Mandela, that it doesn't matter the cat. Yeah. But be that as it may, Lieutenant General Jacobs remove you from the Secret Service account. And am I right?
Yes, it did.
It was not Kumalo who removed you.
Yes, it was Kumalo who denied me.
No. What I'm saying, the person who removed you was Lieutenant Jacobs, not Kumalo. Am I right?
I agree.
Thank you.
Uh,
Is it true that you were dismissed early in 2025 by the fitness board for failing to report for duty without any due cause or for an extended period? Am I right?
I did extended period. What does extended period mean?
It means that if you are on leave, you want to extend your leave, you can always write a letter as well to get an extended. Maybe you are sick. I don't know, but what I'm saying that the board, not necessarily anyone, found you wanting on that. Am I right?
I'll answer it this way, Chairperson.
Okay, what was the board wrong? Let me get a clear
Yes,
answer on that.
the board was wrong.
Yeah,
It
so-
was
so-
illegally constituted, and it never gave me even the reasons why, the
Yeah,
motivation.
it's a labor matter when it goes.
No,
to
no.
that. Am I right?
Maybe let me finish first. So what happened is, if you can check my statement, the investigating official, who is a junior employee, even refused, supported by the chairperson, even refused to show me his motivation for why I am not fit. So you cannot be asked to respond to why you're not fit while somebody does not put to you why you are not fit to be a police officer.
But with due respect, it's unfortunate that it means you have to call those, but they'll give us another version. So I'm saying with whatever you, because we can't say this is a gospel truth, what you submitted to us, because there's a lot of hearsays, because in other matters here, you are saying yourself, that is alleged. For instance, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
That if you are saying there's a bag and somebody told you there's 100,000, you can't prove that. Am I right?
There is an investigation going on.
No. I understand
into the matter.
Listen to me. Listen to my. Okay, let me ask you this question. Are you sure that there was 100,000 in that bag?
I trust the person
No.
who gave me the information.
Where's the evidence? Can we get that evidence that there was 100,000 inside the bag?
The matter is under investigation.
Yeah, but say you are saying that you trust the person. In other words, the person is telling you the truth. Whether it goes to court, even if the court says no, there was no money there, you still believe because you trust that person.
No, if the court says there was no money there, it means there would have been an investigation that claims that there was money there, and the matter is taken to court, and the court will then decide that no, actually there was no money there. But I have no reason
wait,
to not believe the person who told me.
My brother, if I tell you that no Nomvalo is a witch, if you trust me, you'll believe that.
I don't know you, Honorable.
No. When I'm
I
saying,
can't
no,
say I would
listen to
believe
me.
that because I don't know you.
No, if that person you trust say I'm a witch, you'll believe him because you trust him.
Context is very important.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Now, remember there was have you ever deposit money to any a person who was close to you, a brigadier? 50,000 rand into his personal account.
I spoke to this matter yesterday. That
yes.
Listen.
No, I listened to you yesterday. My question. Listen to me.
Yeah.
I want you to say yes or no now because of time. I'm saying to you, have you ever deposited 50,000 rand to somebody? No, let me put name, no, not somebody. Brigadier Pehle.
Brigadier
In her personal account.
Brigadier Pehle applied for an advance. You see, so you either
An
get
advance of what? Of
an advance for catering.
Now. You spoke about the PMFA, am I right?
Yes, sir.
PFMA.
Yes, sir.
Now, with the secret account, does that apply?
It does apply.
So this issue that the secret account, you guys, as you said yesterday, that we are using cash. Why are you using cash?
That's an intelligence environment, sir. I found them using cash.
Yes, yes. You can't change that. You're right.
Yes.
But let me come back to this advance payment we are talking about. I have the submission. My question I want you to answer. How much was spent on that 50,000 which which you deposited into a personal account? Why was it into a personal account? Because PMFA doesn't allow that.
Who says that?
No, I'm saying that.
Okay.
Too.
The National Treasury Regulations,
yes,
which is a regulation of the PFMA,
yes,
Regulation 15.12.2,
yes,
says that all payments above 10,000 rand
yes,
must be electronically transferred.
To who?
And failure to do so.
To who? You can transfer that to me into my personal account.
If you apply for a cash advance, yes, I will if you want it.
Yeah, but remember you said it's for catering. Why don't you pay the service provider?
In the environment, catering for everybody, for everyone. Catering, you will apply for an advance and then go buy whatever and come back and close the claim for everybody.
No, wait. No. Please.
Yes.
Respect us.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell me what you are telling me now. Let me give you. I know you're a chartered accountant.
Yes, sir.
We have. I'll give you an example. There was a state funeral. The state failed to pay the family.
Yes, sir.
On time. Then when they wanted to claim, because remember they must pay the service providers.
Yes, sir.
Not they won't give the money to that particular family. Then the DG says it's a post factor issue now because the funeral is gone. They don't want to pay the service providers.
Yeah.
So we are saying to me today that you as a head, if there's I'll give you an example. There's a conference. The caterer wants 400,000. You are going to deposit that money into me, not you aren't going to pay the caterer or the services on whatever you are trying to source.
Sir, the policy of the Secret Services account, when you do catering, you apply for an advance. It was not just Brigadier Pehle, everybody else. And I want to give you an...
No, I'm talking about this one, the 50,000 I'm talking about. And I want you to commit yourself on this one. Because it was found. Remember, there was a case on that.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
What was the verdict of that case?
I was acquitted.
You know why you were acquitted?
Why was I acquitted?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you. Do you know why you were acquitted?
No, you maybe tell me.
Yeah,
why
let me say this to you.
Sections 174, I was acquitted, even internally.
Yeah, listen to me.
I was acquitted.
Yeah,
yes.
I know why. The same thing which we are complaining about the board.
Yeah.
You know, that was that committee which acquitted you.
Yes.
Is still questionable today because it was found. Let me put it to you. That only 5,000 rand which was used for that, not 50,000. Do you agree?
I do not agree, sir.
No,
but,
do you have the receipts?
But here is the thing.
Wait a second.
I was not involved in the procurement.
No, listen to me.
As I said, that
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of
No, you said 7 minutes past, Chair.
It's now 5 minutes past.
You said 7 minutes past.
That is non-negotiable. We have come to the end of.
Okay, but 2 minutes of my time taken, Chair.
There is no 2 minutes of your time taken. I said to you that we stopped the watch at 16:35 when your time was supposed to end at 16:47. Thank you so much. Mr. Mkhwanazi,
Yes, sir. Yes, Chairperson.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you alleging that there are corrupt officials in the South African police services?
Plenty, Chairperson. That's what I allege. And maybe, Chairperson, I don't know if you may allow what Honorable Skosana was just talking about.
No, talk to me.
Yeah.
It's my time now. Talk to me.
Okay. Yeah, I felt this. Okay. Yeah, they are, Chairperson.
And it is also your allegation that some of them are occupying senior management positions in the SAPS,
Definitely, Chairperson.
and that some of them are currently serving in the SAPS,
Definitely, Chair.
and that part of the corrupt practices is the abuse of administrative authority that they have.
Definitely, Chairperson.
Are you alleging that there are corrupt judges in our judicial service?
I allege misconduct in the main. That is something that can be further probed when I, make my submission to the JSC and yourselves as well. You can take up that matter. But there is definitely misconduct, and for me, indeed, there are elements of corruption.
And it is your allegation that the SAPS is divided.
Very much divided. And a house divided cannot stand, Chairperson.
And these divisions are in the main or in part caused by the scramble to access the Secret Service account.
Definitely, Chairperson.
And then there are other officials whom, when you were asked about them, you said that you know them to be very good officials. Or maybe to say credible.
And I qualified that saying that based on their work, for me, I see them very credible because I see the results of their work in terms of people being put to jail. I mean,
Yeah.
being charged and going through trials.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I don't know if.
No, just answer
Yeah.
the question that I asked.
Okay, Chair.
Because it's what happened during the proceedings when members asked you about individual members
Yes.
of the SAPS, you said no. This is credible based on their work.
Yes, sir.
So, having listened to the evidence that has been presented before this committee about certain members that you would have rated them to be credible, has your view changed about them?
Chair, I'm still making up my mind about that. And the reason I'm saying this, credibility for me, I'm talking mainly when it comes to, corruption, fraud, and other. So I'm still making up my mind to say, but, for instance, salacious texts were read at some point in this house. And for me, that was, it's something that I'm still making up my mind about it to say. Did it affect the investigation and what was the issue? But as well, and I mentioned a general Pahlane to say, You know, I do have respect for him as an administrator, but there are other issues that are there in terms of allegations of corruption, you know. So it's quite complex, if I may say, because as an administrator, he was good. You know, he came with a strategy back to basics. And for me, it seemed like it was working until he was out. So, but there are serious allegations of corruption with prima facie evidence. So then,
Yeah, no, let's not talk to corruption allegations, because when I ask you the question whether there are corrupt officials in the SAPS, you said yes. Because you never said there are allegations of corruption. Allegations is what we are investigating. That's why you are a witness here, and you are a witness who volunteered to appear before us. So that is why when I ask you whether there are corrupt officials, you said yes. So do you know of those officials in the SAPS who would have benefited from corrupt means?
yeah, I do, Chairperson.
Mm.
I do, Chairperson, and during my work, I reported such for investigation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you are able to share that information with the committee of those corrupt officials that you know have benefited from corrupt means within the SAPS?
Chairperson, my affidavit, I think, you know, is detailed enough to give you the picture. I know for sure that there are other investigations that IDEC is busy with. So, yeah, we shall see from there.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but let's come back to that question which I asked. The evidence and where I stand, not if I misunderstood you. And maybe it's even a trend before this committee that witnesses from the SAPS, when they come here, you can conjecture. Conjecture is to form an opinion from incomplete grounds. I'm not saying
yes, sir.
that is a conclusion. You can conjecture that there are factions within the SAPS. And when a witness speaks here, speaks either for or against a particular faction. Do you agree with me?
I totally agree with you, Chairperson.
Yes. And so if there are factions, like you say, or divisions within the SAPS, are you as witnesses coming here to demonize the other faction, or to say to us that we are divided, this side is the good side and this side is the bad side?
Chair, I've already submitted in this committee that there is a battle for control of crime intelligence and,
Yes, yeah.
and the Secret Services account. So I did not come to say there is a good side or the bad side. And even when I was asked by Honorable James, I said the biggest risk is the management of both the police and crime intelligence.
Okay.
Yes.
Where you asked a question here about General Khumalo.
General Khumalo, yes. I was asked a question about General Khumalo, whether.
And where you asked a question here about Mr. McBride.
Yes, I was.
And the answers that you gave on either of the two are there similarities or dissimilarities in your answers?
There are no similarities, Chair, because as I say that I haven't seen or spoken to Mr. McBride in over 4 years. And in circumstances where I met him, it was a professional setting, and I even qualified that when it comes to his work, you know, the work that I've seen that has gone even to the courts, I find him very credible. You know, I was not asked about his personal life.
You said you found him to be credible.
Yes.
And when you were asked about General Kumalo, what was your response?
I said that I think I'm not sure if I was asked. I was asked if
You were asked,
yeah,
yes.
if I have an issue with General Kumal. I said no. But the credibility part, yes, is not credible because there are findings against him, even by the Inspector General of Intelligence, findings that are serious.
And that Inspector General, as we speak, is now suspended.
Yes.
For what?
My information, and it's limited because the information that I got is that he leaked this procurement of buildings, but that was
Those
all
are allegations of corruption.
of leakage of the buildings procurement.
The corrupt behavior.
It's an allegation, yes.
It's an allegation of a corrupt behavior.
Yes, that has not been
Okay,
investigated.
so if you come here as a witness, and then there are allegations against Honorable Lakhanyan, there are allegations against Honorable Ntuli,
Yes.
and there are allegations against Honorable Nomvalo. How judicious is it for you as a witness to say, in the case of Honorable Lakhanyan, I find him to be credible. And in the case of Honorable Ntuli and Honorable Nomvalo, I can't say they are credible.
That's a good question, Chairperson. What happened here is that in both cases, you know, I have knowledge of certain things. Like, let me give you an example of McBride, Mr. McBride, for instance. Mr. McBride went to, I worked with him, not worked with him per se, but I encountered him in our work. And then I found him to be credible because the issues that he investigated are before the courts now. And then there is no finding, as I know, against Mr. McBride.
So the other, where you say they're not credible, the issues that they have investigated are not before the courts.
They probably are before the courts, but I'm talking about findings against them.
Let's do like this. The allegations that have been made against General Kumalo,
Yes.
do you find them serious?
I found them very serious.
The allegations that have been made against General Patani, do you find them serious?
I do.
And the allegations that have been made against IPID under the stewardship of McBride, do you find them serious?
They are very serious, Chairperson. That is why I'm saying I'm still, you know, assessing these issues of the text conversations that were.
No, let's forget about the text conversations. There are allegations that IPID was captured by a private citizen
Yeah.
who would go there, act as a IPID officer, had letterheads of IPID, called meetings at IPID offices, and involved himself in IPID operations. For instance, if they come to your house as a suspect, the person will also be there. Do you regard such allegations to be serious?
They're extremely serious. In fact, I would even go further and say that there must be, a case before the courts.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now, if it is your view that the allegations, the three that I have presented before you as examples, there are many other allegations. I'm not saying the allegations are only against these three that I listed. It's just examples. I could have said A, B, and C. So if there are allegations about the three that we have sampled out, how justified are you to say this one is credible and this one is not credible?
Chairperson, I indicated that in my professional experience, the issue of credibility. Oh, yes. I indicated in my professional experience, and I also stated that I have not even.
No, let's forget professionalism.
Yeah.
We now talk to your morality and your moral judgments.
Yes.
Whether you have the helmet of integrity on your head and,
Yes.
and the badge of conscience.
Yes.
Because we must deal with problems that afflict society. You are a witness that out of his own volition says, I want to come and appear before a committee of parliament. Maybe I can help you with my testimony.
Yes, sir.
To unearth the truth.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, when you come here, what moral justifications do you have to say, in the case of this witness, I can't say he or she is credible. But in the cases of these other witnesses, I am saying they are credible. When you have agreed here or acceded here before the people of South Africa that the allegations made against these institutions that these people are leading, or allegations made against these people per se, are very, very serious allegations. Why do you still want to respond to Honorable Shongwe or any other honorable member here and say these people are credible?
Chairperson, I was asked, as I understood the question was in a professional format. And I did justify why I say they are credible. And
are you saying that it is professional for me to allow a person who is not part of my institution to come and give instructions?
I'll answer it this way, Chairperson, that when we spoke to let's say General Mkhwanazi, for instance, I said here that on a personal level, I believe that he's a very good person, So that is my moral judgment of him.
Let's leave it there.
Yes.
Is it difficult for you to say to this committee honorable members, where I stand, I am of the suspicion that there are very, very serious allegations that need to be investigated against senior members of the SAPS or even junior members of the SAPS across the board, across the divides. Yeah. Is it difficult for you to say that?
No, I've already said that, Chairperson, that both sides of the coin are in a brutal battle for the control of the
Yeah.
Secret Services account. That is my
The reason why I'm asking you this question is because the next question I want to come to you to say, are you convinced that it makes you a credible witness if you come before this committee against allegations, clearing allegations against individual members of the SAPS? Does it make you a credible witness to say Lakhanyane is credible and Ntuli is not? When all of us face this serious allegations, does it make you a credible witness?
Chairperson, when you spoke to the issue of somebody going into someone's house, like myself, the same thing that happened to General Pahlane was happening to me.
No.
no,
Yeah. Let's forget about that. We must move towards concluding. I have the last question to ask.
Yes, sir.
When you come here, you paint a picture that you have painted about the divisions. In fact, the cutthroat tussle and hassles that are there in the SAPS for the Secret Service account. And you also allude that the jostling is happening from either part of the divide.
Yes, sir.
Does it make you a credible witness to make moral judgments about who is credible and who is not credible?
I'll answer it this way, Chairperson, and I hope it's going to be acceptable. My understanding is that Mr. McBride, you gave example of Mr. McBride.
No, let's not mention names.
Okay, all right.
We have moved away from names.
Yeah.
We are on you now. Remember the picture which is here, painted here, it is by you. You are the one who is presenting evidence here. You are the one who is telling us that people are scrambling for the Secret Service account. And that is why there is this cutthroat, hustling and jostling. And so we are now asking you to say, Mr. Hlungwane,
Yes, sir.
having painted the picture that you did about the SAPS here,
Yes.
are you still convinced that this committee can find you to be a credible witness when you want to make moral judgments about these people who are involved?
Chairperson, I did not make a moral judgment.
You did.
No, my judgment was professional.
No. Look, you did. You have been asked here about the credibility of some.
Yes.
And you said here, no.
And I said, on a personal level, these are good people. So maybe let me.
But listen to me.
Yes, sir.
When you walked into this hall yesterday, you walked in here already knowing the allegations.
Yes.
And that those allegations are serious. You don't know now when I ask you. You knew even yesterday when you walked in. And that is why when I ask you about all these individual positions, you are very quick to respond to say, yes, these allegations are serious. Serious as they may be, you are still having the courage or the audacity to make moral judgments and say, despite allegations that you make about ABC, I can still say to you that A is credible and B and C are not. And that's why I'm asking you, are you still convinced that given the moral judgment you have made, that can still make you a credible witness before this committee?
My credibility, Chairperson, I would say, should be judged on my submission. And this submission, I'm referring to the contents of my affidavit. And I
Yeah,
was,
but what you orally present here must corroborate what is,
what is in the affidavit,
yeah.
yes.
You can't separate the two.
It is true. And I collaborated what is in the affidavit.
No, yeah, but you can't say your credibility must be judged on what is contained here.
Yes.
It must be judged in part on what is here and in total, what you say.
I agree. What I say in support of the affidavit, and that question that I was asked, I believe, because nothing about somebody being credible or not is contained in my affidavit. So I thought it was a sidebar to say, do you believe so and so is credible? But not that I was giving testimony to the credibility of so and so. I was only giving the testimony to
Okay,
what is contained in my
let's go to the
affidavit.
last question.
Yes, sir.
This part that you have included here about General Sibia and the city of Johannesburg. In summary, what do you want to tell this committee about General Sibia?
No, I didn't say anything about General Sibia and the city of Joburg. I think that is Mr. Mlandu's.
Oh, this is the affidavit
Yes,
of Mlandu.
yeah. So I don't know anything about what happened with General Sibia or,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh,
So,
we're still coming to
or
that one.
Joburg. Yes, you're still coming to that.
Okay. No, it's fine. I thought it was your affidavit.
No, sir.
Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah.
no, thank you so much. Let me check with Advocate Arens.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Mrs. Lungwani, you know, yesterday, when I had been asked to lead your evidence, there was just a short period within which to peruse your affidavit.
Yes.
But, you know, just upon reflection, what I find quite disappointing, you wrote to us, to the chair's PA, Ms. Venetia Williams, on the 27th of September last year. And it was a very short or relatively short letter, email, and we dealt with it yesterday because it concerned
Yes, sir.
almost entirely only General Jacobs. That is why when I said to the chair that I'm sorry that I had grossly underestimated the time I would spend with you and with Mr. Mlandu, I'll do it in an hour and then the committee can ask the questions.
Yeah.
And of course, you're still here.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I said that and you had agreed with me was that you said that you will only request, you're not requesting to be a witness. You do not want to be one, but I'm happy to appear before the commission to counter Jacob's testimony. And then when I pointed out to you that we do not intend to call General Jacobs, we won't be appearing. And I thought that would be the end of that. However, you submitted to us an affidavit, a lengthy affidavit, second only to General Patslani's length of affidavit, 161 pages, which you signed just the other day on the 25th of January, 2026.
Yes, sir.
And we were placed in possession of this affidavit yesterday morning. And the allegations, you know, speaker today have pointed out the far-reaching allegations you make. So what is disappointing about this is that the persons that you implicate in your affidavit include, of course, General Jacobs. There's two judges that you mentioned. I'm not mentioning their names. I haven't mentioned their names.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't think it's appropriate to mention them. And I'm looking at the contents of your affidavit, of course, General Satoli, um, um, General Kumalo, General Mkhwanazi, General Pashlani, and there's a host of people. Matlala, you mentioned in one paragraph, you actually don't say anything of note. And this is the disappointing part, because if these allegations, they're clearly not new,
Yes.
and they were within your knowledge already on the 27th of September when you sent us this short, or you sent the chair's, honorable chair's secretary this short email, which you copied to Mr. Cameron, I suppose, Mr. Jacobs, for them to look at. But you never placed it before us, for us as a team, as the evidence leaders, to perhaps suggest to the committee, honorable committee, that you be called as a witness because of the serious allegations you make.
Chairperson, the advocate, the senior counsel is right. At the beginning, you know, I was caught up in between whether to submit my my affidavit and experiences on the matter until I made the decision that I'm going to do so. And if I may state, it took a bit of time to really draft this long affidavit. And when it came to matters of submitting supporting documents, I have over 500 pages of documents that you know, I intended to submit, but I did not even have the resources to scan and submit the supporting documents. So hence, the affidavit came like this, and it has, you know, references, because I believed that I was going to bring with me my.
Well, Mrs. Lungwani, because of time, I also have to just ask you just to keep your answers as short as possible.
All right.
The fact is you didn't. The
Yes.
fact is none of the annexes you referred to in this document have been attached for us to scrutinize and for us to make an assessment even, or an evaluation of the value of your evidence, if any. The disappointing thing is that we've had these persons that I've mentioned to you, and especially General Kumalo, General Mkhwanazi, some key figures in this whole inquiry.
Yes.
They haven't had the opportunity of considering what you say. You had all these allegations. Let's leave them at that. By the 27th of September, I think we started on the 7th of October with a hearing. I'm sure you knew about it. You watched it probably.
and you saw
Most times.
these witnesses, yes, give evidence before us.
Mm.
And you sit there in the knowledge that in some cases, according to your version and from what you know, they may be misleading us or may not be telling the truth, or you know, your version should be addressed by them. But we went through this exercise. Now you come, we're at the tail end of this hearing, and you make these allegations against them.
My response to that, Chairperson, would be, if Parliament was not ready to, when I submitted this, I believe that Parliament would have said to me that, wait, you will have to engage the SC on this matter. So I was called to come as part of those who are going to be submitting public submissions.
Yes, but you were called on the basis of the email or letter you sent on the 27th of September, not on the basis of this thick affidavit.
I agree.
And the other thing is, we've been here, and I'm sure the parliamentary legal team had also advised members of the public. As evidence leaders, we are here to assist.
Mhm.
We don't have a client. We are here to assist. So if you had indicated to Mr. Romano or to Mr. Kenyano that you need legal assistance, we would have consulted with you. And in view of the serious allegations that you make, we would have assisted you with the annexes and so on. Anyway, at least we would have been aware of your allegations, and we could have put it to these persons that you implicate so seriously. And it's unacceptable that you have in effect ambushed us with an affidavit containing serious allegations. We must now make further inquiries. The only, and I've been since yesterday trying to find some corroboration, you know what it means, some evidence of allegations you make. They only relate to the two cases that General Pashlani are facing, one in a serious commercial crimes court and the other one in the High Court, in the Gauteng division. In that case, in both cases actually, General Pashlani is accused number 5. They are serious charges. And as mentioned or indicated by Honorable Skosana, in this case, the case involving the hearing listening equipment of fees must fall the students.
Yes.
That matter which you reference in your affidavit, you just find it. It's on page 13, paragraph 34. You say during the fees must fall campaign, which was organized by EFF, Lieutenant General Pashlani, who was the acting national commissioner at the time, Major General Nematanzela, as Chief Financial Officer of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant Colonel Godfrey Mkhwanazi, who was working in Secret Services Account IT Department, were in the year 2016 involved in fraud and corruption involving the procurement of social media monitoring tool and Daedalus, DAEDALUS mobile encryption amounting to a total amount of 54 million from a company called iView owned by one individual, Inban Tistia. Now that case is the one that's before the High Court. And in that case,
Advocate, can I check how much time do you have with the witness?
I'll be finished shortly, Chair. It's
okay.
And hopefully we won't get a long-winded answer from the witness.
Yeah, because
maybe I should do what honorable members do and say, you can answer, but not in my
We'll
time.
have another witness here to lead evidence.
So in that case, where the charges are some 193, 194. Kistia is an accused. General Pashlani, yeah, the accused are the names that you mentioned, Mkhwanazi, Kistia, accused 2, Nembatunzela 3, Naidu 4, Pashlani 5, Brainwave Projects, Makele. So those are the persons. So that's only really. But for the rest, it's been very difficult to track or to find other evidence or information that supports or corroborates or substantiates what you contend in the affidavit. I don't think it's going to serve any purpose for me to go through the details in the charge sheets and because these charge sheets, they are public knowledge. You might know, especially in the High Court and in the Commercial Crimes Court, the material facts alleged by the prosecution, of course, are set out there, and we'll make this available to members of the committee to look at them for themselves. But they are still facts. But the one issue that was raised by Honorable Skosana is that in the other cases, the blue lights case, this is the case of the listening devices. But in this case of the listening devices, it does record that you had approved these amounts in your capacity as the accounting.
Was legitimate. And then what happened afterwards is that there was discovered, as I say, that I discovered that the codes that were provided were actually cover codes. And then an investigation was instituted to substantiate such. And then there was, proof of prima facie evidence.
Because I can't contest or argue with what you're saying. Let me just read from the substantial facts. You're going to be a witness in that case, so you can explain that to the court. And this is what it says. I'm reading from the charge sheet. On 21 December 2016, accused 3 called Brigadier Shlungwane to his accused number 3's office. Accused 3 showed Shlungwane a procurement proposal compiled by accused 1. The procurement proposal was for the procurement of social media monitoring software. The social media monitoring software was meant to monitor and collect intelligence on individuals who were involved in the Fees Must Fall protests. The software intended for social media monitoring was called RIPJAR, R-I-P-J-A-R. Shlungwane recommended the procurement by indicating that funds were available for the procurement. Accused 3 approved the procurement proposal. That's what is alleged in the charge sheet and in the statement. And that must surely be based on a statement that you gave to the investigating officer, whoever was doing the investigation.
Yes.
And the prosecutor decided to proceed with the prosecution of the case.
Chairperson, it is true what the SC is saying. I was called in, like any other transaction that we normally conduct in the Secret Services account. all the transaction, in fact, all the major transaction, I have to determine whether there are funds available or not. And then in this case, there were funds available. And in this case, there were issues of fees must fall that was going on.
Okay, I think as I don't want to shut you down. You may ask the chair if you want to make further address, but I don't have any further questions. Chair.
Thank you so much. Chief Whip, do you have a video you want to play?
No, Chair, it's not it's not the video. I think it's the recording that
Oh, yes.
he was saying it's about 2 minutes, which I thought,
About 2 minutes.
with your permission, we can listen to it. Oh, maybe we should have arranged that it's with the parliamentary technical team there with sound, so that it can be heard loud and clear.
What recording is that, Mr. Tlongwana?
It's of the person who was that I found taking pictures of my car, Chairperson.
Oh,
Yeah, just quickly, Chairperson.
able to assist them.
I just want to quickly get the recording.
Yeah, the recording, we are going to use a part of your break time to play the recording.
Okay. Just quickly.
Because now, when we come after break, we must now give Mr. Mlandu his time. And thank you so much for your patience. You set the proceedings the whole day yesterday, and you set again the whole day today. If we were at a tournament, you would have seen many teams exiting the tournament from yesterday, and you are still here. No, the chief whip is. The chief whip is. I saw him wearing a jersey yesterday. Yeah, me, I'm a cricket fan. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a cricket fan, me. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Shong, I'm a cricket fan. Would you have a problem with that? Yeah? All these young South African cricketers, very enterprising. I watched them. There was a SA 20 between December. It ended last weekend. Very enterprising, spectacular tournament. Yeah. We must ask the advocate who will tell you that we saw many promising youngsters for South Africa, the future of South African cricket. So, are we
I'm struggling a bit.
Are we getting the recording ready? Yeah. And next week, Chief Whip, I'm going to request that you and Honorable Sol, you must swap your positions. You must sit in the extreme and he must come and sit here next to me. Yeah.
Okay. Can I,
What do you want to do?
oh, I found it.
You don't do it that way.
Okay,
We have a way to do it here.
okay.
Bonani, can you get closer to him and
Yeah,
and help him how we do it here?
I'm gonna share it with him. Can I share it with you, sir?
Yes. Because you can imagine if you put it next to the microphone, others may not hear it. Like you see, yesterday there was a point when you were in conversation with other honorable members, you speak to them looking this way, and the honorable members are at your back.
I thought I was supposed to look only at you, so sorry about that.
Why didn't you do that from the first minute when you were presenting your evidence?
Chairperson, I don't know, about the issues of evidence, whether I should, submit my evidence of the allegations that I've been making to,
Well, no, we have a legal team that you did consultations with. If you have any additional information, they will bring it to our attention when we do
okay,
discussion.
yeah. I'm talking the attachments because they are like this, so I don't know how they can
Yeah.
come to.
You will deal with them, they will tell you whether.
Okay, no, that's great.
Yeah. You have. Mhm. You have it now. Check with them. Are we succeeding IT?
Chief, hey, tell me, why are you taking pictures of my phone, of my car? Eh? Why are you taking pictures of my car? No, what are you doing? Let's see. No. Why are you taking pictures of my car? Huh? You're taking, no. Let me show you. You're taking pictures of my car. Why are you taking pictures of my car?
Mr.
Huh?
What's his name?
Why are you taking pictures of my car?
The one guy asked me to do it.
Who's that? Who asked you to take pictures of my car?
What's
No.
your name?
No.
That's
Who?
Mr. Eugene Petter.
It's Eugene Peter.
Yeah, he asked me to do it. So I just followed instructions. He said to me, there's a car CH. This is the registration number. I must take picture, I must send it to him. I don't know.
Send it to him.
Yeah.
Beat out.
Yeah, but I didn't send it to him yet. But you can see it.
So why are you taking pictures of my car? This is my car.
I don't know. He asked me, so I don't know. I'm just following instructions.
You're working on instruction.
Yeah, he asked me and so I done it.
I'm deleting now.
Okay, sorry sir, I didn't know.
You're taking pictures of my car, my man.
I don't know, sir.
Go to your delete. Go to your delete there. Go to your permanent delete there. Go to your permanent delete. I wanna see you delete the thingy. There's your bin. Why are you taking pictures of my car?
They asked me to do it, so I don't know. So I'm just.
Peter would ask you to do it.
Yeah. He said to me, go, there's a car, the registration, this
Uh-huh.
He said, Charlie, go and take a picture and send it to me. I don't know why, sir.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know who's
Okay, no, go now. Go tell him I found you. Go.
Are you happy, Chief Whip?
Yeah, just one or two questions because there's something not clear about it. The first one is that I thought in your statement, maybe I'm wrong, the person who was taking photos was one of the police officers. Am I right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Who did you say it was?
Captain Frank Potgieter.
Gitter.
Yes.
And he was taking them for
On behalf of Colonel Pitout, who was instructed by General Khumalo. Colonel Pitout, if I may say, just briefly, used to come to my home without, the way General Patlan is home, that is the way it was happening to me as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, okay, but I thought the recording we might hear where it is being said that I'm taking this for so and so, like you are saying in a statement.
Okay. So, Colonel Pitout was reporting under General Khumalo. And he was instructed by General Khumalo. Then, after that, he then tasked Captain Potgieter to take the pictures of my vehicle. It's something similar that happened when General Sibia, when General Khumalo was testifying at the Zondo, at the Matlanga Commission, where they took a picture of the car that General Sibia was traveling in, and they, then did a check or whatever, and they presented it there. But the car was mine, and yeah.
Oh, I get that, Chair. I wanted to I thought the recording is going to give us the details as you presented on the affidavit. Yes, I thought the recording was that's why I had an interest that we were going to hear you or whoever involved saying, yes, I'm taking these pictures on the basis of a directive from General Sibia General Khumalo, because he wanted to do certain things. So I can't find that on the recording. That's why I'm saying I mean, it was of great value to me on the basis that I was assuming is going to cover that conversation. But otherwise, on my part, Chair, thanks. I don't know with you.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end. We are releasing you, Mr. Tlongwane, Diane. Thank you so much for spending the 2 days with us. We are now going to take a break until 20 minutes past 5. When we come back from break, advocate, you are going to lead evidence until 6 o'clock. And then from there, members will start asking questions from 6 o'clock until 12 o'clock midnight. If we cannot finish tonight, we will start again at 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Thank you. May you stand up and leave the chambers for break. Are you good?
I'm okay, Chairperson, and how are you?
I'm going to, SC, can we confirm that Mr. Mlandu is the witness that we expected?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, yes, Honorable Chair, I can confirm this is
And then
Mr. Mlandu has been waiting patiently to give his testimony. Thank you.
are there any remarks you want to make before we administer oath on him?
The affidavit that he has submitted is also quite substantial. In discussion with Mr. Mlandu, we will try to reduce it as much as possible, so that he can highlight only the key features he wishes to do so. And we hope to do all that in, I think, in the half an hour that you've
Okay.
allocated. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mlandu, you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee which investigate allegations that have been made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. You have been invited here to provide information and help the committee in its oversight work as it investigates the following allegations: the alleged unlawful disbandment of the political killings task team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT. Number 2, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS, the South African Police Services. Number 3, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending this invitation to you, Mr. Mlandu, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. Mr. Mlandu, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. Mr. Mlandu, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before the House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Mr. Mlandu, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give shall be truthful. Which one do you elect?
Can take an oath, Chairperson.
You have elected to take an oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. May you please say aye and state your names in full.
I am Mr. Mlandu.
So that the evidence I shall give
So that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much, Advocate Arendse and Mr. Mlandu. Good luck in the presentation of evidence We shall meet again at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Ms. Nlandu, you are currently employed in the office of the city manager of the city of Johannesburg as a special projects advisor.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? You say that in relation to the matters mainly concerning General Sabia, that you're going to talk to us about. You became aware of this from whistleblowers, reading documents, analyzing information that you had gathered since you were employed as the executive director. Was that in the city of Mkhwanazi?
No, it was in the city of Johannesburg.
In city of Johannesburg itself.
Yes, sir.
From the period of 2018 November to August 2022.
Yes, sir.
And then you rejoined the city on the 1st of July 2023.
Yes, sir.
And you then say in your affidavit that since 12 July 2019 to date, you have been dealing with alleged rogue, clandestine, and unlawful activities of the former group head of Group Forensics and Investigation Services, Mr. Sabia, before they became of national security concern. The Mr. Sabia you referred to in your affidavit, is that the same General Sabia?
Yes, it is General Sabia.
Who's now in suspension. And then you here because you say you are mentioned in a statement and the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, both before the Matlanga Commission and before the ad hoc committee. And therefore you're a witness in these proceedings.
Yes, sir. When Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi appeared before the Matlanga Commission, in paragraph 259 up until to paragraph 266 of his statement, he addresses matters that pertains to me in relation to how I sought to prevent the re-employment of General Sabia by the South African Police Service. So he deals with that. He records reports that I would have submitted to the Minister of Police. But what he doesn't know, he only records one report, only to the Minister of Police. The same report was also sent to the Minister of Cocta, but there are two reports in all. There's another one of the 29th of July, which is a supplementary report. So, but he doesn't deal with that. So I will then, in my evidence, I'll be dealing with everything that I would have placed before the ministers, for the ministers to act.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. Do you want to address us and just give us some short background to the appointment, or before the appointment of General Sabia, before he was employed in the current position from which he's been suspended, of course, as Commissioner, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection on 1 July 2022.
Yes. So when I wrote to the ministers, in the main, I wanted to communicate a message that they are about to appoint someone who, in actual fact, should be charged criminally. And I say this because all the evidence that we have here, even long before I write to the ministers, on the 22nd of April, General Sabia himself had voluntarily placed this evidence in his High Court affidavit. So by the time I write to the ministers, I write to the ministers on evidence that he himself has placed out there publicly. So what does this evidence then say? And I capture this in paragraph 14 and 15 of my statement. As to the employment of General Sibia, the employment of General Sibia is a simple one. He applies to be a unit head in the city of Johannesburg. And the advert goes out in October 2016. Then the interviews run on the 7th of November, and General Sibia is appointed on the following day, and he becomes the unit head. That's basically the only appointment letter that General Sibia has. A unit head in the city of Johannesburg is a director.
Yeah.
All right, so that's happened in 2016 in November. In January 2017, General Sibia is masquerading as a head of department. In actual fact, there's a report that he signs. In this report, he signs this report as if he's a head of department. Even though he's appointed as a unit head, this report, he signs it through a title that nobody else knows, of a commissioner. So in that report, it says that General Sibia was appointed now as the head of chiefs. That's a report in January. So in the space of 2 months, you've got someone who comes in January, in November as a unit head. In January, this person is a group head. There is no recruitment process for the second appointment. Nobody knows how General Sibia becomes a head of department. So when you go to that report, the one that says he is now a head of department.
And who is responsible for that?
For that report?
Clearly unlawful appointment.
You
say there was no process that was.
According to the affidavit of General Sibia, he was appointed through a report that was signed by Mr. Mashaba. So, and when you go to that report, indeed, it have got a signature of Mr. Mashaba. But there's a list of officials.
And Mr. Machapi.
Mr. Mashaba.
Mashlaba.
Mashaba, the former mayor of Johannesburg, Mr. Mashaba.
Oh, Mashlaba.
Yes, Mashaba. So he says that in his own state affidavit before court that he was appointed through a report signed by Mr. Mashaba. If you've been in local government, there's no report of a mayor that can appoint anybody. The mayors don't have appointing powers.
Even executive mayors?
No, can't appoint an official. There are two institutions that appoint, authorities that appoint officials. It's the council, it appoints heads of departments. Then the next one is the city manager. So even if you had wanted to dream that there was an appointment done by Mr. Mashaba, that would have been a bogus appointment because in any event, he doesn't have any power to appoint. Two, there would not have been an appointment simply because there ought to have been a recruitment process before that. So that's January and November. The nice thing about it, SC, is that this plan to make Shadrack Sibia a head of department is hashed on the 4th of November, 3 days before he's appointed. A legal opinion is sought to check as to whether, even though he's applying to be a unit head, he's going to be interviewed for a unit position. A legal opinion is being sought as to whether he cannot be made a head of department. And the legal opinion says, no, you can't do that. And that legal opinion is dated the 8th of November 2016, a day after General Sibia had attended an interview. So it starts there, it gets hashed there. The legal opinion, the nice thing about it, again, it have got the same signatures. The same signatures of the very people who are going to say General Sibia is an HOD.
Can you take a breath? Take a breath. we are on a donkey cart and you are on a motorbike.
Okay, sorry, Chair.
The chronology that you give us here is very important. Don't be agitated. Just relax so that we are able to follow what you are saying. When was, you say the date of the 4th is the date on which the legal opinion was sought?
Is the 8th, my apologies, Chairperson, is the 8th.
No, the 8th is the date on which the legal opinion is received.
That's the date that I want to refer to because I would not know when exactly it would have been sought, but it would have been after the 4th.
When did you have sight of, sorry, Chair. When did you have sight of the legal opinion? And was it when you were in the city manager's office?
Yes, during the moment when I was in the city manager's office, remember in my statement I said to you, these things were brought to our attention by various whistleblowers in the city of Johannesburg. And that happens early in 2022, all of these documents and what had transpired here. So that happens early in 2022.
So when you take us back now to 2016 and his appointment then and the legal opinion, that's after you had now fact-checked
Yes.
the whistleblowers allegations that were made in 2022.
Yes, in early in 2022. But remember, I said to you, there's already his affidavit placing these documents, 80% of them on an affidavit at the High Court. So that's what we were dealing with here. So what the chairperson was.
And what was that application, the High Court application?
Okay.
We
know
of the one between him and the National Commissioner of Police. It's not that one.
It's not that one.
Yeah.
So what happens is this: once this information was brought to our attention in the office of the city manager, we then ask a firm, a legal firm, to give us a preliminary view. What are they saying from these documents? And that report is called the Zebediela report, and you shall find is Annexure MM2. It's on page 2 to page 72.
Sorry?
It's on page 2 of my affidavit. It's on page.
No, the report itself.
It's on page 31. My apologies. Page 31 to page 72. It's called a document review report. So we took all of this information. We gave it.
For ease of reference, the page numbers that you're going to refer to, especially annexures.
It's annexures, yes. It's annexure MM.
The numbers in Koki on the bottom right.
Yes, these annexures that are in Koki pen. So those are numbers in Koki pen. So everything in Koki pen. So on page 31 to page 72, these lawyers give us this. They say, look, and if in this report they say we advise you to launch a full-blown investigation. So they review all of these documents and then they say, we advise you to launch a full-blown investigation because there seems to be prima facie evidence that General Sibia was fraudulently employed or unlawfully employed. So all that this thing says, do a full-blown investigation.
So was this, I'm looking now at page 72. The recommendations start at page 70.
Yes, Chair.
And for example, then on page 71, 10.1.1, that the purported conversion of Mr. Sabia's employment, and conditions of service be rescinded in terms of the Systems Act, and that his contract of employment be treated as a 5-year fixed term contract as is provided for in the legislation. Then it refers to his substantive position as unit head.
Yes,
Was made
Chairperson.
redundant in 2017. That an independent investigator be appointed to investigate Mr. Sabia's appointment as unit head.
Yes,
And the
Chairperson.
subsequent irregular and unlawful conversion
Yes.
of his appointment.
Yes.
And that the council in 10.2 must take the following actions.
Yes.
They must authorize 10.2.1 on page 72.
Yes,
City the
Chairperson.
manager to appoint an independent investigator and should place Mr. Sabia on immediate suspension pending
Yes.
the outcome of such investigation.
Yes.
And then to appoint a senior counsel with experience in the field of intelligence to conduct an investigation
Yes.
into matters, and again, should place Mr. Sabia.
Yes.
So these recommendations, the report goes to the speaker, and to members of council, and also that the report be submitted to the public, the then public protector.
Yes.
And to the Inspector General at the time, Mr. Dintwe.
Yeah, reading on page 31.
So were those actions taken?
That's the point. Is that the moment the report, we hand it over to Mayor Palazzi and to Speaker Dagam. No, they blocked the report from entering council. This is when then it created an opportunity for General Sibia to launch this High Court application to set aside this report. I mean, how do you go to court and set aside what is clearly legal opinion? So he goes to court, he does that, but here's the benefit. When we were preparing to oppose him.
So it was all contrived.
Yes.
He knew that he goes to court, it's not going to be opposed.
Yes, so there was already a decision taken behind our backs. Remember, we are the ones who oppose the office of the city manager. Behind our backs that he's not going to be opposed. And that is why in his affidavit, he was honest enough to place all documents about his appointment, even though it's highly questionable and unlawful, because he knew he's going to get an unopposed order. And that's exactly what happened.
And then what do you, at the time, were you aware of this opinion and the recommendations?
Remember this report, this advisory report.
But then at the time you weren't aware, or when do you become aware of the?
You mean the advisory report?
Yeah.
From Zebediela Attorneys?
Yeah.
We commissioned that report because what happened is that once we got all of this information from the whistleblowers, we commissioned to say, advise us how to treat all of these things. But because at that time he knows he's going to be protected, so it gets stopped. It never reached council. And suddenly a high court application comes, decisions are taken, it must not be opposed to save General Sibi. The point that I'm raising, Chairperson, is that when he came here, the first thing that he told these members of parliament, he says I was cleared by a court. Doesn't tell you the story.
It was an unopposed application, court application.
He got it unopposed. The lawyers that we had appointed, there's an email that says, do not oppose. So that he comes into platforms like this and claim to have been cleared. The nice thing about it is that didn't save him. Because right somewhere in 2023, another report managed to enter council. Why? There was a shift of power early in January. Early in January, there's a shift of power.
In the city of Joburg.
In the city of Joburg.
How many shifts of power?
I don't know how many shifts,
No,
but I know about that one. So once the shift of power happens, then the administration moved away from the DA to the ANC, as you guys will know, it's public information, Chief Whip, to the ANC. So that is when the opportunity to go to council arises. And the speaker at that time is Speaker Colleen Mkhwanazi. So she opens up a space for these things to enter council. And that is why then, once it entered, that investigation that he thought he's going to avoid
where is Mr. or General Sibiya then?
is gone. He's gone to the South African Police Service at that time because he leaves end of June 2022. He leaves. And then
Was that shortly after he claims he was cleared by a court
exactly.
with his unopposed application?
Exactly. So he leaves. He goes and join the South African police because at that time he had won. I think he had won a case of reinstatement. So he was going to be reinstated as the component head for organized crime, if I still recall. So that's the 1st of July 2022. On this other side, all things are still blocked. Remember, he must be protected. All things are still blocked. But then there was a shift of power, as I say, but that shift of power becomes real in January 2023. And that's when then another report went to the council, and that's what you see on page 30, where council then says, on page 30 in an extra MM1,
30.
page 30.
Yeah.
No, the bold, the cookie pen, let's see. An extra MM1. On the 21st of June 2023, the council then decided that everything that was ever said about General Sibiya must be investigated. And that is why then you see here, there was a committee that was established by council to look into these matters. And that information is also important for the committee, that what I'm saying here is evidence that I've already given before this committee that you see on page 30. Everything that I'm saying here has been given there as evidence. It's public information because this committee was running public hearings. So my affidavit in that committee is there. It have got exactly the same things that I'm saying here.
Now, just pause at page 30. This is the terms of reference of the Special and Independent Investigation Committee.
Yes, sir.
The Speaker notifies the public that on 13th ordinary meeting on Wednesday, 21 June 2023, Council resolved to appoint a Special and Independent Investigation Committee. The committee is appointed to investigate the lawfulness or otherwise of the establishment of the Group Forensic and Investigation Services, as well as allegations of improper and unlawful conduct on the part of GIFS. So no specific mention is made of General Sibiya in these terms of reference.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
if you continue to read, it says the said complaints relate to allegations of fraud, corruption, maladministration, breach of law by GIFIS and others, and in particular to the establishment of GIFIS as a separate unit or department, its inherent powers without approval by the municipal council, and the appointment of the head of GIFIS. So there it is.
Oh, is that the reference to Sibiya?
Yes, without compliance with applicable recruitment process and even his own unlawful investigations that he was conducting. So it's quite a comprehensive scope.
But by now he's already out of the system.
But this is important because council take this decision, Chairperson, on the 21st of June 2023. A week later, General Sibiya is about to be promoted to be the Deputy National Commission. And that's very important for this commission. And he had come here saying, I was appointed and promoted because I was cleared. And I'm demonstrating to you that a week before, a comprehensive investigation is being launched by council. So had General Zele or General Masemula have done a proper vetting, they should have just called the city of Johannesburg and say, is there any things that are outstanding about this fellow? Because if you read the letter of appointment of General CB, he must give a certification that is a man of proper conduct. That's what is required of him. There's a certificate that he must file with Masemula. They did not do proper vetting. We would have told them that no, that fellow, as far as I and others are concerned, he's a fugitive from the law. He had not been cleared by the city of Johannesburg. And this is important for two reasons.
Well, it's not quite a fugitive from the law. Is if these allegations that were found to exist against him or to be believed, then he's not a man or a person of integrity to hold such a high position. And of course, his failure to disclose even the fact that there was such an investigation and that findings were made that his appointment there as group head was unlawful or irregular. He didn't make those disclosures.
No, he would not have, because he has told you here that as far as is concerned, he was cleared. Sorry?
He was cleared in court.
He said, when he appeared before you, said three things. He said, I was cleared by the court, I was cleared by the public protector, I was cleared by the SSA. And I've demonstrated to you in respect of one, or the fourth one was that he said he was cleared by the NPA. I've demonstrated in respect of the court one too, that it was an unopposed order. Favor was done. I will say to you, without even hearing it from me, there's a letter of the public protector, I think it was read here by Honorable Shongwe. The public protector says, no, I didn't know about the allegations of fraud around you. Did not investigate that. So the public protector can't clear you on something that she never investigated. She said, evidence was concealed from me. There's a letter in this record, and I will refer to it at some stage. So we know that the public protector did not clear him because evidence of his malfeasance in respect of his appointment and corruption was never placed for the public protector.
And you had brought this to the attention of the then Minister of Police, was that General Kele. Go to MM9.
MM9.
MM9 on page 114.
114.
Yeah. This is I'm not sure whether it's Mr. or Mrs. or what the title, but Mkhwanazi, Phokane, and Mkhwanazi is writing back to you.
Council, where are you?
On page 114, annexure MM9.
114. So if with your indulgence, Chairperson, we may want to start on page 88. That's where my report is to generals, the one of local government and the one where CBI is living.
MM6 is to the Cocta Minister, yes.
Yes, yeah. To the minister where he is going. And then on page 92, MM7.
And the annexure that I refer to, MM9 on 114, that is where your letter, it should be of June, not one, or it says 1 August.
Yeah, let me assist to council.
It's acknowledged by the minister.
Let me assist to council. On page 92, it's MM7. So when I wrote to the ministers, I would have attached the entire report about the conduct of Sebia it's on page 92. Right?
That is to the speaker.
Yes. So it's
to the public protector.
It's a report that the speaker was blocking from entering council. So it would have been my report that I started internally before I go external. So I attached that report to say, I've already satisfy the internal process. Then if you go on page 106, it's MM8. I then supplement my report both to the Minister of Police and the Minister of Cocta. So I supplement, because at this time, we have become aware that not only this General Sibia is fraudulently employed, we've discovered that he has also bought a spyware. A spyware. And there's a letter of the SSA that gives the name to this spyware at this time. And I'll take you to that letter at some stage. So,
What page is that, the reference to the spyware of this annexure?
it's on page 106,
Yeah.
where annexure MM8.
Yeah, I'm on page 106.
Yes, if you read the heading of the report, it says that a supplementary report to request action to be taken regarding the evidence of state security agents, which implicates the then fraudulently employed head of chiefs on crime intelligence related offenses. So this is where we discover that in 2019, he has been owning, since April 2019, he's been owning a spyware. And so I then supplement my report, right? And that report goes on up until to page 113. Now, I'm in the annexure where you were. So, page 114 is annexure MM9. Now you've got the minister's office. The only minister who responded to me is Minister Glen, and this is very material for this committee. He was here. What did he say? He said, I don't know who this Mesuli is. Who? Mesuli? Who? Mlandu? I don't know that person. 2, I've never received any report from Mlandu. And 3, who the hell he think he is that he can write to the minister? Those are the 3 things that he said here. Now, if you read...
You're quoting him.
No. Who does he think he is?
Strong, although we sometimes even stronger language.
Yes, who does he think he is? Can he write to the minister? And I just want to read the email to place him before you, that this is the email from the chief of staff. The chief of staff is Mkhwanazi, and it is dated the 4th of August, 2022. So Mkhwanazi,
Where are you now? Which page?
on page 114.
Oh, sorry.
On page 114.
Oh, Mkhwanazi.
So if you look at the heading of the email, it talks about my supplementary report. He says, and you look at it, it's addressed to so many people, not just me, even there's a DPSI, I don't know who are those people there. He says, good day, Mr. Mlandu. Your below email dated 1 August with the above subject matter and attached report is hereby well acknowledged by the Office of the Minister of Police. The contents of the report has been brought, not will be brought, has been brought to the attention of the minister, and the necessary feedback shall be submitted in due course. I trust the above is well in order. Here is a former national minister appearing on a platform that is as serious as this, ridiculing me, ridiculing my efforts to fight fraud and corruption, speaking as if I am nothing. He did not know that I've got an email sitting somewhere that I will introduce before this committee from his own office. And I will request that this committee pay attention to this. You can't afford to have such a senior figure in our public service coming here to tell lies. And if this committee is going to be a place where people can just come and speak and say things, ridicule executives. I mean, I was an executive in the city. I was not a junior official. In actual fact, I was an executive. He said here, he knew the chief of police and all of those people. A chief of police in the city of Johannesburg is junior to me. He knew my juniors, but he was busy here ridiculing me as if I'm junior. So all I'm saying to you is that here's the email. His office says my reports were brought to his attention. So I reported these things to both Minister Cele and Minister Ngadimik, and both of them never acted.
Yeah.
So by the time, because it's still August 2022, there's going to be a promotion of Sibia in July, of General Sibia in July 2023. So they knew about this. They knew about it. Thanks, Chair.
See, do you summarize what you call the incriminating evidence against General Sabia, where you reference 3.5 million rand of fraud, 7.9 million rand of crime intelligence, and 580 million of corruption relating to other offences?
Yes.
And you say that is substantiated?
Yes.
Or was that disclosed by him in his own affidavit in the High Court?
No. What General Sibia tells us, places all records of his appointment. And I think it's only fair, Chairperson, that at least I point you to these records so that we've got the same understanding as me. So what I will do, I'm just going to point you quickly to the appointment letter of General Sibia so that you can see where he's appointed as a unit head. Then I'm going to jump and go to a report of 4th of November, the legal opinion. And this report, this bogus report, that makes him a head of department. Can I just do that quickly?
Yes.
All right. On annex in annex MM18, it's on page 217. 217. So we are just going to note these documents so that I don't detain you longer than is usual. What you have in annexure MM18 on page 217,
Yeah.
you've got an appointment letter of General Shadrack Sibia.
But sorry,
Page
the
217.
got three.
217.
There's three bundles. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Nadu.
Yes, 217.
Yes.
Is the appointment letter of Mr. Sibia. It's dated the 8th of November 2016. So all of us now, we know he's appointed as a unit head. So in the city of Johannesburg, that will be a director, and it's going to earn the amount that appears there. I don't want to expose the general. But this document, again, was placed by him. It's publicly available in his court papers. So it's dated the 8th. Then if you go on page 218, it's signed by the previous city manager of the city of Johannesburg, Comrade Fowler. Then on page 219, is signed by General Sibia accepting the appointment.
Yeah.
So this is the only appointment letter that we have in the city of Johannesburg. It's in November. This is the only appointment letter that you are going to find in the court papers of Mr. Sibia. So now we know. Then I want us to go. So in page 217, if you look at the department that is appointed as a unit head for is called the Group Risk and Assurance Services. So he's going to be the unit head for Group Security and Investigation in the Group Risk and Assurance Services.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the department. Whilst this was happening, before this appointment, before this appointment, so the advert had gone out in October. Before this appointment, a decision is taken that actually that section of the investigation in the Group Risk and Assurance Department will be taken out and a new department will be formed. That is being done on the 4th of November 2016. So I will take you to that report. It's on MM20 on page 227. On page 227, MM20. So they decide to restructure a new department called the Group Forensic and Investigation Services. We know that his appointment letter says he's appointed at GIRAS But on the 4th, there's a new department that has been formed. Now, this report, if we go forward with me, so that we can see the signatures on this report, you shall find the signatures on page 232.
232.
232. So these are the signatures that includes the signature of Mr. Mashab. So they are restructuring on the 4th of November, a new department. And that department is going to be called GFIS. If you can just indulge me a little bit on page 229 so that I can make this distinction, because this report is material to my evidence. On page 229 of that report, I'm reading on paragraph 3.5, and the subheading there, the heading says summary of the changes and material changes proposed. So that's paragraph 3.5. I'm only interested in C, paragraph 3.5C. It says, the good practice for this type of position. Now we know that's a position as a head of GFIS. Mr. Sibia is appointed as a unit head in GIRAS. It says, C, the good practice for this type of position is that the contract of the incumbent is not renewed on the expiry to ensure continued independence of the function. Hence, the incumbent to be appointed on a 5-year fixed term contracts. So we know that whoever is going to be the head of this department shall be appointed on a fixed term contract. I want you to go on paragraph 3.7, where a distinction is being made. And I'm reading the first bullet. It says, the recruitment of the unit head. This is where General Sibia is. It says, the recruitment of the unit head for group security and investigations and Deputy Director Fraud and Investigation is currently in progress. So you can have a sense that there's going to be a head of the department who's going to be on a 5-year fixed term contract. But there's an acknowledgement that we have already advertised the unit head position. So this report is very important because this is where the confusion comes. You would think later that General Sibia is appointed to be the head of this department. No. That's what this report makes as a distinction. So that's the second document I want to place before you. And then the third document that I want to place before you is an MM21. So we know that his position is different from the position of the head. The head shall be on a 5-year contract. His position is advertised as a permanent position, and it's been recognized here that it shall be a unit head in this new department. If we then go to MM21.
But whose responsibility is this now legally? He's applied for a job. He gets appointed to the job, a job that appears to have also now been redesigned, refashioned, restructured. But is that any fault of his? Is he involved, or are you alleging some kind of a conspiracy between him and the decision makers?
Yeah, just
is this a purely legal technical point?
No, just indulge me a little bit. I'm going to the legal opinion because I need to establish for you on the document that are placed by him. So on the legal opinion. So what then happens when he's about to start as a unit head? That's MM21 on page 233. A legal opinion is sought. Page 233. A legal opinion is sought. And this legal opinion is provided by the legal department of the city of Johannesburg. And again, it runs from page 223 to page 237. I wanted to go to page 237. You must again see that the legal opinion is signed by the city manager, the head of legal, and again, Mr. Mashab. All right? Now, I I want to draw your attention to this legal opinion on page 234. On page 234, and that will answer your question, Counsel. And under the application of Section 56 of the Systems Act, Section 56 of the Systems Act is a section that regulates the appointments of heads of departments. So now they are clarifying, they say, the role in its current form, which is the unit head role in its current form, is not a senior manager. And thus, Section 56 and the regulations applicable to senior managers is not applicable, and they're correct. It's a unit head, and the other one is going to be the fixed term contract. And then they say, however, in the event that this role reports directly to the city manager, then Section 56 will apply if the candidate is appointed into this role at this time. It may mean that the city would have to retrench the incumbent. If you appoint him now, you may want to retrench the incumbent by virtue of the current position becoming redundant. He would have to reapply for the role in accordance with the requirements of Section 56 and the relevant regulations. There would be no guarantee of his suitability for the role as a Section 56. It must be borne in mind that the duty to consult the employee who could be affected by the restructure kicks in as soon as the employer contemplates the restructure, which could potentially lead to the incumbency suicide. So this is the legal opinion. So you begin to see here, the legal department advises everybody else that if you want, it's the 8th of November, if you want this fellow to be the head of department, then the certain things must happen. You will have to re-advertise. He will have to apply. But if you allow him to remain as a unit head, there's no problem. That's what this legal opinion says. And you can see that that legal opinion was signed for by Mr. Mashaba. So everybody else accepted the legal opinion. I want to draw your attention to the next document. Then I'm going to go to the last report. Then we are done on this subject.
We need to conclude, yeah.
Yes. So the next, on page 238, MM22. On page 238 is the competency assessment of Mr. Sibiya for the position that he would have applied for. I know that Honorable Songwe went into this document. I'm not going to bother you about it, and we know the answers. This is dated the 22nd of November. Remember, the appointment of letter of General Sibiya is dated what? The 8th. This fellow was appointed before a competency assessment was concluded, and he failed it. So what should have happened is that his appointment should have been reversed because he did not fulfill, he did not pass the competency requirements. In actual fact, there ought not to have been an appointment without knowing if he's competent or not. So that is one last, I'm going to just go to the last report, the one that now suddenly in January, he becomes the head of department. So you've got a fellow who failed a competency assessment for a junior position only in November. They've been told by a legal opinion, you can't make him an HOD, he must apply. And then there's a report of 4th of November that tells him, for this position, it's going to be a contractual position. It's not the same as his position. Now, let's go to the report of January 2017. It's on page 220, it's annexure MM19. Page 220, annexure MM19. So I'm answering your question, Counsel. Now, with that background in mind, with everybody else knowing, you cannot make this fellow an HOD. In actual fact, he ought not to have been a unit 8 in the very first place. So here's the report. This report now, it updates the report of the 4th. You remember there was a restructuring. So this report is an updated report of the report of the 4th of November. What I want to draw your attention about this report under introduction on page 220, under introduction. I'm reading the first paragraph under introduction. right? It says, I want to read the entire paragraph if you can. The structure of JIRAS was approved by the mayor in August 2013. Further changes were made to the structure to move the security investigation functions.
Maybe a bit too close to the microphone there.
Sorry?
Okay.
So I'm reading the first paragraph under introduction, because this is how CBI becomes the head of department. He becomes the head of department by declaration. Somebody just declares head of department, it becomes one. So he says, this report says, so it gives a history of this restructuring. It says further changes were made to the structure to move the security and investigation function to report to the group internal audit on the 5. A decision was made to establish this unit as a separate business unit, which was approved on the 4th of November. We've been to the report of the 4th of November. Read the next sentence. Since the approval of the report reflected in Annexure C, that's a report of the 4th of November. The official responsible for this function has been appointed by the city. That is false. That is false. So this is, and they say this official has his inputs and requirement now motivates the refinement and the amendment of the structure. I want us to go to the signatures of this report. Then I'm done, Chairperson. If you go to the signatures of this report, you find them on page 225. I want you to look at who signs this report on page 225. General Sibia signs this report under a bogus title of a commissioner. General Sibia was never appointed as a commissioner. I've just shown you his appointment letter. So what you begin to see a general who becomes part of a scheme to claim a position that is not his. He uses a bogus title to be the commissioner. And look at the signatures. The very people who knew what the legal opinion was saying, who signed the legal opinion on the 8th of November, are the same signatures, even more here. So it goes on to the next page and is signed by Mr. Mashaba on the 11th of January 2017. So you can't make this stuff up. You just can't. These documents were placed by...
You haven't made it up.
Sorry?
You haven't made it up.
No. The documents speak for themselves. So this is how General Sibia becomes the head of department. I know that when he appears here, Honorable Song asked, how did you then move? Remember his salary there was 1.2 to 1.8. I'm not going to go to those documents at this stage. So I just wanted to show you. This is how General Sibia becomes a head of department. The one thing that you will never do in local government, you can't escape compliance.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Landu, yeah. Okay.
So you were asking me, SC.
Oh, he's not.
Yeah. No, I think is there anything you want to say in conclusion, Mr. Mlando? I think you've outlined.
You were running very fast. I tried to plead with you that don't be agitated. Tell us what you want to tell us.
So I was being asked, Mesuli, did you form up this thing of a fraud of 3.5 million? And I'm saying just check in the 5 years that he's there, he earns a salary of a head of department. Here's the problem. In our environment, an appointment of a head of department and the conditions of a head of department must be approved by the council. And that's section 30, subsection 5C of the Municipal Structures Act. There's no other way. It says must. For the 5 years that he was there, none of that ever saw the light of day in council. So you've got a bogus head of department operating in the city of Johannesburg for 5 years. That's the salary part to it. Now, if you are a bogus head of department, then you get financial responsibilities, financial management responsibilities. You can't manage public funds. That is why then in the 5 years that he was there, he was responsible to manage a budget of 580 million. That is already irregular expenditure by virtue of the fact that he had no authority or license to manage public funds. In actual fact, he had no license to exist in the city of Johannesburg.
But it seems to have been condoned all the time by the council, whoever was in charge or in control.
Well, I can't speak for who would have done what. All I was just reflecting on was the document. So when you hear me talking about this 3.5 million is what you would have earned. And this is important because we know that in PRASA, Daniel Mtimkul is in jail today because he said he had a PhD and he got more salary. He's in jail today, serving 15 years, but not Shadrack Sibiya. We can't have that. General Khumalo today is going to court. General Khumalo. All that he did was to sit in a recruitment process. If you agree with me, this is worse. This is worse. But none of these people have been charged. None. And the NPA can't come and tell me here that there's nothing wrong about this. So if General Sibiya, if the NPA says it could not prosecute, there was no evidence. I've just showed it to you. And I have not even attached to this where General Sibiya admits to these documents in his own affidavit. He says, I've killed a man, here's the weapon. The NPA says, can't prosecute. It's not possible.
And you say in the letter that you addressed to us originally, or to the chair, honorable chair of the committee, that these have been brought to the attention of the MPA and the National Commissioner, your affidavit.
So proactively, because I do not want to delay this committee. Anybody who have got a sense of justice, I took this thing, I gave it to Shamila Batoy, it's there. And we even made further representations to say, look at this. This is indefensible. And we gave a copy of my affidavit to General Masemula. We gave a copy of my affidavit to the MEC of local government in Gauteng, the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. None of them have made a move. And if you look at the signatures that you see on these documents, you should know why. It have got serious political implications. There's no doubt about it. So I've just dealt with the 580. Just one last thing, if I may, if your indulgence, Chair. The spyware, just the spyware. If I can just take you on 3 documents about the spyware, then I'm done. So the spyware, we know that the spyware, if you go on M32, on page 329 to 336.
229.
329.
329.
329 to 329 to 336.
Yep.
Thanks, Chairperson. 329 to 336. Just the spyware. This is the report to procure this spyware. It's a report to procure this spyware. So this spyware was procured as part of the tools that Shadrack Sibiya was procuring in the city of Johannesburg. He told you when he says, you know what? I want to see what is happening in the city. He said, I want to stay in my office and just see. That was his reason. So this is the report, it's called the War Room that he was referring to. And I want just quickly to take to the signatures. So on page 334, this is the report that bought the spyware. And you shall see there it says it is recommended that the acting commissioner for Group Forensics and Investigation Services approves the implementation and procurement of the War Room project tools, office, War Room furniture, and technical surveillance countermeasures. Total estimated 18 million. So these were the officials that were were involved here. And if I may, if you go on page 337, that's the invoice that would have been served in respect of that spyware. And then on page 339, that's the proof of payment. On page 125, that's a letter of the state security agents.
125.
125. It's annexure MM14. So having done all of these things, having bought what he bought, he then says 125. He then says, no, I bought these things because I was authorized by the state security agents. Here is the letter of the state security agency dated the 22nd of July, right? And this letter is addressed to Dr. Palatse. So the state security agency was invited to conduct an inspection of these tools. So then on paragraph 3.1, it tells us that there is a technical surveillance tools. It says that it's used for identification of eavesdropping devices and cannot be repurposed to perform any other offensive or collection functions. So we know that there's one equipment that they found. They say this one, no, is not threatening. If you go to paragraph 4.
But which is also you now the state security agency.
Yes.
They obviously are responding to a
request.
letter of 16 April, this letter of complaint.
Yes.
In paragraph 5 on page 126, the ambassador, the DG of SSA says, in light of the above, the SSA would like to conclude that there was no contravention of its governing legislation as alleged in
Indulge me a little bit, go to paragraph 4. These are two equipments that are found. The spyware is on paragraph 4. So it says the other equipment of interest that was found in CO0 during the inspection is the digital forensic equipment. And then they tell you what a digital forensic is: the science of acquiring, preserving, retrieving, and presenting data that has been processed electronically. So the only thing that they say here, they say it's governed by the ECTA, and it does not fall within the domain of intelligence services laws. It's normally utilized during criminal investigations. So we know that the SSA says it doesn't belong to their intelligence, what you call to their family of laws, of intelligence laws. So for you to know that there is a problem here about this spyware, you then have to go to the government gazette that was issued by the Minister of Justice in 2005. In that government gazette, any equipment that is capable of doing this, you can only procure it on authorization by the Minister of Justice. That's section 44 of RICA. If you do not have that authorization, then, and you procure this, then in terms of section 45, subsection 1, you have committed a crime of unlawful procurement and an unlawful possession. And if you're found with this type of equipment, then in terms of section 51, that's a criminal offense that carries a fine of 2 million rands or 10 years in jail. So this is an equipment that the SSA says we found, but the only problem is that it doesn't belong to our family. It's not the type of equipment that belongs to our family. So it's only, and then it tells you which legislation that is governed by. When you follow that legislation, then you shall land into RIC. This is where you need authorization from the Minister of Justice. And I know that the previous witness who was here before me did not deal with the law that is applicable to these things when you're dealing with the grabbers. Even if you're going to buy the grabber, that's why you need an authorization from the Minister of Justice. He didn't have this. So what does this then mean? We have spent 7.9 million on something that we can't use. So when you hear me then talking about And this thing we don't know because it was procured in 2019. We don't know who else was sneaked with this thing, whose cell phones, laptops, or servers were entered into, because we only discovered this thing in 2022. So when you hear me accusing this fellow of engaging into some crime intelligence offenses, is because of this equipment that he had in possession, because the Act, Section 45, subsection 1, prohibits the procurement, the deployment, and the possession. Here's our problem, is that if then it's prohibited to possess, it means this is a continuing crime, because that means those things are still in the city of Johannesburg. Somebody's possessing them. It's a continuing crime up until this fellow is taken to court, is tried, and the judge pronounces what must happen to this equipment. So that's basically, those are the three things that we were bringing to the attention of General Bheki. We brought it to the attention of the Minister of Kokta. We brought to the attention of the NPA. You can't deny these documents. You just can't. So if the NPA was able to charge Ivan Pillay at SARS for unlawful interception in terms of Section 49, why are we having General Sibia walking in the streets when there's a clear violation of Section 45? So that's basically it. So I'm here before you to say both the NPA and the ministers were alerted to this. They did not act. What was the consequence? The consequence is that on the 1st of July 2023, we had someone being promoted to be the second in charge of our police service. It can be when you're confronted by this.
Thank you, Mr. Mo. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members.
Honorable Noval.
Yeah, no, I think I will ask.
Can I let you know that there is none of you who is going to have more than 20 minutes?
Yeah, no, that's okay for me. I'll be very short because I'm rushing to the airport. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, so were all these allegations brought to the attention of the council?
Remember, the council then only in June 2023, where it decides to investigate. So we were participating in that investigation.
Yes.
The only thing that I lacked, because nobody was confronting me, nobody's appearing to challenge me on this thing. Mr. Mashaba has not, Mr. Sibia has not, nobody. So it's still in the investigation by council. That's why then once I was sure that I'm not being challenged, nobody's challenging me, that's when I took this affidavit. I gave it to the speaker in November to say, here is undisputable evidence. Take it to the council. It has not gone through.
Yeah, because what I want to establish here is whether the council ventilated these matters or not. And if it did, then what was the resolution in respect of all of these allegations? Because if I can list them, it's a 580 million allegation, the 7.9 million allegation, and the 3.5 million allegation.
Yes.
Yeah. So all of them, were they brought to the attention of the council?
I'm saying
because the reason why I'm asking, because the buck stopped with the council as well.
Yes, I'm saying.
Yeah, so we need to establish where the responsibility was overlooked.
Yes, there's 2 points though. The first point is, I told you what was happening. They were blocking things up until this council, this ANC-led council, decided to investigate. So my affidavit, the affidavit that I filed here, when I realized that I'm sure nobody's opposing me, that's when I gave the copy to the Minister of Kokta and to the Speaker to act. And I gave it to Samela Batoi as well as to Masemula to act. Now that I am sure I'm not being opposed in those environments. So I'm waiting. We wrote to the Speaker with my attorney, Ms. Tubaza. We wrote to her to say, why are you not taking What is clearly an undisputable piece of evidence to the council?
You know why I'm asking? I'm asking because in some instances, when allegations of this nature are brought to the council maybe will take a resolution that let's subject them to a 106 investigation, or maybe let's write to the MEC rather to consider subjecting them to a 106 investigation. Because I'm trying to ask myself here, why were they not, why did the council not take a firm stand? Because these allegations are serious, they involve serious monies.
Yes, I'm answering you. I'm saying the investigation was launched. So we
What
participated.
kind of investigation?
The one is on page 30, the investigation committee. So the investigation.
Yeah, but I'm asking what kind? Was it internal or external? Was it a forensic or internal?
An internal investigation conducted by external lawyers.
By external lawyers?
Yes.
Who appointed them? Is it the council,
It's the
or
council.
the MEC?
It's the council.
Okay,
Yes.
so the MEC never acted.
So I gave the MEC and the speaker now that my evidence before that committee of these lawyers that are investigating has not been opposed, nobody has applied to cross-examine me, then I prepared this affidavit for this committee, for the Madlanga Commission, and then I gave the copy to the speaker to say, here is undisputable evidence. Go of fraud and corruption. Go and report to the council. But that's the first thing. The second thing, Honorable Nomvale, which is important here, which that's what brings me here. General Mkhwanazi says, if what Mesuli is saying is correct, then General Sibiya should not have been appointed to the DNC. And I'm here to say, General Mkhwanazi, here is evidence. All I need an authority that have got the gut to deal with this thing once and for all. And have this fellow and his associate charged once and for all, like everybody else, like Abo Kumalu are being charged. Like Abo Tim Kulu are being charged. That's all that I'm requiring for at this stage. The evidence is here. So,
yeah,
if I can conclude.
I understand, I really understand your frustration. But here, I really want to get to issues one by one.
Sure.
Maybe we'll get to the point that you are raising now. So, these were reported to the council, reported to the NPA, reported to IDEC, reported to the MEC for Kokta, but there was no action.
Yeah, not IDEC, NPA, General Masemula, the MEC for Kokta, and the speaker.
They were reported.
I gave them this affidavit, yes.
You gave them this affidavit,
yes.
And you've attached the letters that you wrote to them. Yeah, nah?
Everything, like the one that you have is exactly what they have.
So they never acted, they failed to act. It means they failed to act if they did not help you with anything.
Yeah, no, look, I think they are still considering acting. I'll just, but I gave them in November. So it was December, the last month is January now. So I just have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay. And then I want you to summarize the role that Mr. Sibiya, General Sibiya played directly in all these allegations. Just make a summary, please. The allegation of 7.9, the allegation of 3.5, and the allegation of 580.
The person who...
The individual role.
Yes, the person who signed the report to procure the spyware is General Sibiya. Me and you, we can be confused about what the law says about spywares. He can't. He was the Major General of the Hawks. So the other report is signed by him. And he was here. And I don't if you remember, he lied here. He said that Mrs. Brink, my sister Chantel, signed this thing. He lied here. And yet the report was signed by him. It was addressed to him. Yep. So if you want to then to locate this wastage of public funds on spyware, it must go to General Sibiya. If you want to know who must be charged for this unlawful possession without the authorization of the minister, it is him. You come to the other allegations, the one of 3.5 million rands, where they were just defrauding the city. So again there, in that report of January, who signs using a title, a bogus title of a commission? It is him. So the people who appear in these documents must answer. Honorable Nomvale, I don't know who will be much more guilty than the other, but they are signed by people who exist. So the last one that I was just saying to you is that if your appointment and the conditions of services or delegations never saw the light of day in council, somebody then, that is what is called corruption in terms of Section 10 of BRAC. That's corruption in terms of Section 10. Somebody must answer for that. So all of these people that appear here, they must answer because it's their signatures.
So your conclusion is that had these allegations been acted upon, Spear would not have qualified. General Spear would not have qualified to be the National Deputy Commissioner. That is your conclusion.
Exactly. In actual fact, you can't afford to have, and this is the language that I've used when I was speaking to the SC. In my view, this is a prima facie fugitive from the law. Somebody must just go and grab him by the jacket and present him before a judge and say, and whoever did this within a space of 3 months.
Hey, Bladu, we're a constitutional state. You know this thing of you just grabbing a person by the jacket and
yeah. Well, are you done answering?
Presenting him before, no, you will have your time. Presenting him before a judge.
No, Chair, I'm running out of time. Man.
Yes. So,
oh, by the way, you are chasing a plane.
My apologies, Chair. So all I'm saying is that if these guys had taken the time, they were served with my affidavit by the Special Investigation Committee. Everybody was served when I was appearing before the Special Investigation Committee. They were invited to oppose me, to dispute this, but they cannot dispute it. Why? There's already an affidavit of CBI at High Court that confirms all of these documents.
Okay. Now, with regards to the NPA, you wrote directly to the NDPP, right? To the former NDPP.
So what happened to the NPA was, there was a case that was opened by Councillor Gwamanda on the spyware, and then there was a case that was opened by Dr. Brink on the appointment. So I supported both of them with a supporting statement at that time, because I was trying to make sense as well. Look what the hell is going on here, you know? So when the NPA says it is not going to prosecute, by the time then I managed to get this thing into a picture that is understandable, that's when then me and my attorney here, we then approached the NPA.
So the NPA said they are not going to prosecute.
We heard that from General Sibe when he appeared here, that's what the NPA said.
Well, that was for the first time you're hearing about it.
I think there was also an article, an article of sorts.
So since you were one of the complainants, there was no response given to you.
No.
On whether prosecution will be done or not.
No.
Was that before the public protector's report?
Which one?
The public protector's report in relation to the appointment of General Spear. Was it before or after?
You mean the letter where the public protector says, I did not investigate?
I mean, the decision not to prosecute, when was it taken?
It would have been after the letter of the public protector and the letter of the SSA.
Okay, so didn't you try to pursue it again after the public protector's report?
Look, you only wait, because this thing is, if I had not researched this thing properly for myself, we're not going to be able to explain this because it's just too graphic. So I say these things and they're just so unbelievable. So I took my time when this opportunity came of this committee to say, let me just, particularly when General Mkhwanazi engaged me publicly, I then said, let me then place this thing. So the NPA said to us, we must make submissions with my lawyer. We then made a full file again. After they've received this file, they requested further submissions. We have made further submissions that these people who are appearing in these documents must have their day in court.
Okay. So the evidence you are tendering before this committee is that General Sibiya is not a credible person to be considered or to be called the Deputy National Commissioner.
I'm saying more than that. I'm saying it was a breach of national security.
Okay.
When someone is being investigated, a decision to investigate him last week is taken, you make him a DNC. That's a serious breach of national security. Secondly, it's a breach of national security, especially when two ministers are sitting.
No, I think you have made that point.
Yes.
Yeah. On page 3, you are listing the terms of reference, and I think you are trying to put to context your affidavit and complaints thereof that you have forwarded to this committee. So
Yes.
we are trying to explain
Yes.
how your complaints are relevant to
Yes.
our terms of reference.
Yes, Chairman.
Now, my last question is, are your complaints only in the context of Sibia being an employee of the city of Joburg? So you don't have any other issues that you raise or allegations post that when Sibia is now in the police?
No, they are.
So they are only related to him being an employee of the city of Joburg.
No, they are. Once he realized that I've reported them to the ministers,
Yes.
of the WhatsApp screens here where I'm being threatened. He's the police is threatening a member of the public. Where is threatening me? Once he realized that I've reported him to the ministers, these WhatsApps are here where he issues threats against me.
Did you attach them here?
No, they are here.
Okay.
And then when he realized that I'm not flinching, I don't know why he thinks that I will flinch because it's at SAPS. I did not flinch. Then he sent a lawyer's letter to threaten me, to gag me. Me and my lawyers said, no, bring it on. Then when he realized that I am not flinching again, he sent to me the Hawks. Suddenly, the Hawks were knocking at my door, right? The Hawks were knocking at my door. And the reason why I know that it is him who sent these Hawks is because the case, if you look into this document, is somewhere here, there's a letter from the Hawks where the Hawks are making inquiries about me being part of a tender. I met the investigating officer, said, what tender? He says, no, there was a tender of cell phones. When was it awarded? He says in January 2019. I said, well, you are looking for a wrong person. Go and find people who deal with tenders. I knew that it was an intimidation because he had already threatened me with WhatsApps, threatened me with legal action. Then the next thing, there comes the Hawks knocking to my house. So this is the second part I'm raising, Honorable Nomvalo, and we just don't have the time. You've got what I refer to a prima facie fugitive from the law. Then you've got a prima facie serial lawbreaker, someone, when you are asking him to account for his conduct, he's prepared to threaten you and abuse state position to get you to silence you. Okay. That's what we're dealing with here. So what am I saying? He ought not to have been appointed. And the second thing is this, is that if the former Premier of Free State is charged for not acting on corruption, I'm asking a question from this committee. Why is Minister Cele and Mr. Ngadibeng not being charged? Because they were presented with evidence of fraud and corruption.
Okay. No, thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
And have a nice weekend. Honorable Shongwe, 20 minutes.
Oh, oh yeah, so no value.
Honorable Shongwe, 20 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Sawubona Bamlando. Bamlando sacela amanzi. Uyaphila?
Siyaphila baba Shongwe.
I hope now awufuna amanzi. Wonke umuntu uphuza amanzi makhuluma mina. Anto why?
Yeah, look, I think it's the stress of the moment.
No, I think for me, you've stated out a lot. Ngokuya ngami nje ngabe ngithi asuseni le Roman dash law njengamanje. Iyona esivimbayo ukuthi bopha abantu. Because clearly we are delaying time and ziningi izinto ezikhona la. Question is, how do we find ourselves here according to you? Who should have stopped Loba to Sibia in the first place?
The nature of corruption and fraud happens in corners, happens in dark corners. It's the people who are doing it. The signatures that you see here, there's only one, and I must give him credit. There's a guy called, in the report of January 27, Mr. Kachwa. Mr. Kachwa refused. He signed there. He says, no, I don't agree. This is one official who stood up and he paid the price for it. He lost his job in the city of Johannesburg. So everybody who's a signature here, Honorable Shong, must answer. That's the first thing. But secondly, If me and you, to be employed, you must pass a competency assessment. Who are these people who appointed General CBI without a competency assessment? And assuming that then you've appointed him, now you discover that he has failed. Why don't terminate?
Let's talk about this because in page 226, the people who signed, the first person who signs there is Christo Marias, who was the Organizational Development Director. Page 226.
Yes.
He signed, he agreed to this must happen.
Yes.
Who about General Shetlak Sibia, Commissioner of Forensic Investigation, Sibia, signs.
Using a bogus title.
Yes. Commissioner.
Yes.
Ruda Mbulelo, Group Head, Legal and Contracts. Way lawyer and Baba.
Yes.
Law Sanela.
Yes.
Okay. Now there is Reggie, can't see this Reggie Roko or who? What is that?
Yes. So he says he approves the structure subject to final. So he is clear what he approves.
What's the name first there?
It's Reggie Khoko.
Reggie Khoko.
Yes, he says.
So,
yes.
So he approves, but subjected to approval of budget.
Yeah, he approves the structure. And let's give him benefit for that. It's very specific what he approves.
So you uthanda imali, ufuna ukuthi makunemali futhi approve mase kunemali.
We approve the organogram,
Yeah.
subject to the budget. So
I want to understand that, yeah.
Yes, it's important when people say I only approve this. We know that that's what he approves. But this report is saying something else. So he's distancing himself deliberately from all other things that are happening in this report. He says I only approve the structure subject to the budget.
Was the budget approved?
Of course, the structure was approved.
Therefore, Reggie Khoko approved this, agreed with them as well.
Approved the structure, yes.
All right. Now, there's no signature kuzodwa Manase, Chairperson Group Audit Committee. And there's a statement I balayo with her pen there. What is it? Can you read it for me?
No, this is not him who's writing. So that person did not sign anything. Chances are he may not have been available. So the person who signed is the Mr. Kuchwan. He says he doesn't agree.
Okay, before you continue, so are you saying the empty space there, Saga Zodwa Manase?
Yeah, no
may have
person
not
signed.
been available.
You know, chances are I was not there. Chances are this person was not available. That's why she would not have signed.
So this handwriting is for Umolwadi Khotsane. Umolwadi Khotsane.
Yes. Mulwadi Kuchwan, he says he doesn't agree with what is being said. This thing of changing.
Can you read it as it is? Because somewhere I can't see. It says, I do not agree with the underwriting.
I don't know of the post name of head of forensic, but he's just not. He's look.
Distancing himself again.
He's distancing himself to what is happening.
So he was sober. This one.
Yes, he was sober. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Ndivoni Swani Lukhuwareni. Secretary.
So this is a city manager. So he was only employed on the 1st of January 2017. Honorable Songa, just to assist you. So when you think about who to hold responsible in the report of January 2017, you must go back to those who would have signed the report of 4 November and the legal opinion. So Dr. Lukwarini was not an employee of the city of Jos. He doesn't know what preceded this.
But why did he sign? He's responsible.
Yes, I get that. I'm just saying to you that at this time he comes in as a city manager 1st of January. He only signs, and this is very important. He only signs on the 8th of February. The report has already been signed by the mayor on an earlier date. So if I were to come today in the city of Johannesburg, a report has been signed by everybody, including the mayor before me. Why would I doubt its veracity? And I spoke to him about this. I did call him to say, bro, were you aware what was going on? He says, look, the report came to me signed. I had no reason. The head of legal signed, everybody else signed, and it just comes to me in February. I've only started in January. Then I pen my signature. So that's what that is him.
So the last signature there was then Councillor Herman Mashaba, executive mayor.
Ordinarily, he should not have signed when the city manager is not signed. But if you look at it, he signed on the 11th of January, 2017. The city manager signed only in February 2017. So when you think about this, you must always link it back to the events of November, because without those events, you know, this picture, it doesn't show. Why are we having a commissioner in January? Somebody was just appointed about a month ago as a unit head.
Mr. Mlando, are you telling me ukuthi South Africa today is in this mess because DA and Herman Mashaba stood firm for General Sbiya onganayo competence?
My answer to you is, how do I sigh behind you calling yourself something that you are not? How do I even allow you? How do I join a document, Honorable Chief Whip, where you are calling yourself a president? Because you are trying to occupy something that is not yours. You are a unit head, put, and that's what you are employed. That's what you have applied for. That's what your appointment letter says. So,
okay,
that's my answer to you.
So
this baffles the mind.
So you're saying to me, DA and the mayor, Herman Mashab, they also got this legal advice from the legal department, but
Yes.
they still ignored it.
They accepted it with their own signatures. And I don't want to give you my theory about this. Maybe let me.
I would also like your theory.
Yes, my theory is simple. Is that when the legal advice came, there was no problem. Everybody has accepted it is the true fact.
And what does it say?
The one that says, if you can't make this guy automatically the head of department,
Re-advertised.
you will have to re-advertise, make him redundant, retrench him, and he will have to apply like everybody else. That was accepted. Remember the report of the 4th of November, it says, the person to be appointed shall be on a contract, the head will be on a contract, but the unit head will. So that's a report of November. The legal opinion says, you can't move him from the unit head to be the head of department, advertise and all of that. Everybody else is comfortable. My sense, and this is my theory, and I could be wrong, Honorable Skosan, is that I think this scheme was only tied up when they realized that their fellow is not appointable. When they realized that he failed the competency assessment. Even if now you wanted to make him a head of department, even if you wanted to follow the legal opinion, it was already clear that it's a lost cause. He's not going to make it. That's the only theory that I have about this. So what then do we do? Let's go and update our report of the 4th. Say things that are not true. Let this fellow sign it.
The report of the 4th.
The report of the 4th of November.
So it was updated
It was updated in January. Updated in January 2017 to cover up this thing. That's why this fellow signs in January 2017 as a commission. What I like about it, he attached this report and placed it publicly in High Court. So the documents that we have here, Mr. Sibia says, I was appointed through a report of January 2017, I attached it.
So Babu Sbiya is giving because asiqale la uqale wathi i-report yaka public protector Mkhwanazi Busiwe Mkhwanazi iyamcleana. It says uclean. And he came here and used that report. I recall asking him, where's the second letter from the public protector? He was looking for that document till today. He's still paging his pages. So what was the first, in your knowledge, the first report from public protector saying, and the second one that came, and where they challenged Bano Herman Mashaba, the report of the public protector?
So in the first report of the public protector, the allegations were there was an irregular appointment. The way it was done, they said, no, we regraded the position of the unit head.
Okay.
And it became, after we regraded it, it became a head of. So in other words, this was your position. We subjected to the grading, Chief Whip. Then it became, they lied to the public protector. That's not what happened. I've just showed what happened.
Now they're lying to the public protector now.
When we and Mr. Brink, Dr. Brink, decided to ask the lawyers to give us an opinion here, that's why we then took that advisory report to the public protector. That's when the public protector said, yeah, we did not know about these things. She even says, I did not even know that he failed the competence assessment. I did not even know that his job description was only decided months after he purported to be an HOD. Already. And that is written by Advocate Mkoba on a piece of paper. That's the first one. The second one is a letter of the SSA. The one that says, yeah, this fellow has got some equipment of interest. Right there.
What to say. So that's the question I'm asking, ukuthi uyabona leli gondwana lisiqalelele kude la gubha la gubha la gubha la dlishize mase libuya seliyasiqeda ngapha. So are you trying to tell me, actually my mind is thinking ukuthi had it been not uHerman Mashaba and DA appointing uSibiya ngama document afihliwe, we wouldn't be here. Because when you look at this thing of PKTT today, it dominates Sibiya. La ku wrong khona konke unoSibiya. La ku wrong khona konke kunoSibiya. So are you telling me ukuthi our leaders then that led Joburg failed in South Africa?
Yes.
According to what you are giving us here.
Yes. So when I began to ask questions about this appointment, that was me in 2019, because I say that in my statement that I've started to deal with this thing in July 2019. Then when this fellow realized that I'm behind his heels and I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on, the next thing that he did, he sent people to the Eastern Cape to do an undercover operation to find a debt on me. There's a report, it's here.
How did he send you?
He sent people to the Eastern Cape
to
conduct an undercover operation to find debt on Mesul, because he wanted to destroy me before I come closer to this truth.
And who are these people? State resources were used?
You know, he sent 2 of his officials.
State resources were used.
Yes, they booked hotels, hired cars. What you must understand, and this is not what people don't talk, this is what people do not talk about. When General CBI came in this department, he brought these guys that he was working with from the Hawks to work as investigators he brought former policemen to work with him. So these guys are used to follow orders. When they were told, go to the Eastern Cape, spend 3 days, find whatever debt that you can find on Mesul, bring it here, let's destroy him. They went. But fortunately, somebody told me about them. Then I immediately informed Herman Mashaba to say, look, Mr. Mashaba, this is what is happening. Go and open up a case against these people, because in our country, in terms of our National Strategic Intelligence Act, only crime intelligence officials, only SAPS officials could go and do an undercover operation. Here is a civil, but this is a civil right now. He's conducting undercover operations, trying to destroy.
What did
Amen.
Mashaba say to you?
Look, a meeting was called, and and it became a management meeting. But my letters, where I'm writing to him, signed by his office, are here, where I'm saying to him, get this guy arrested.
I don't think that was going to happen, because Herman Mashaba says, he praises Usibiya and says this is a competent person. That's from Babu Herman Mashaba. I don't think that was going to happen. I want to find out ukuthi abobani abavimba le nkinga ngoba le nkinga iyasihlupha manje. Yabona? Page 92, you speak of his speaker blocking the report. Which speaker was that?
Our preliminary report was blocked by Councillor Dagama and Mayor Mpopalat.
The speaker, you spoke of a speaker there as well. Who was the speaker?
Speaker Councillor Dagama.
Or Dagama?
Yes.
So naye uyivalile lento. Oh, I thought it was Mkhwanazi as well.
No. Remember what we only managed to get this thing, a decision to investigate, once Colin came in.
So Colin Mkhwanazi allowed this corruption to be probed.
That's when then we were able to take reports to council.
So politically it was blocked.
Seriously blocked. That's why CBI is given an opportunity to go and challenge us in court and still be given an opportunity to Chief Whip, not to be opposed. Because we must be silenced. Shut up. Shut up. And immediately after that, that's when me and Brink becomes targets. I mean, I had to resign on the spot, running away from this. Because once CBI went to the police, I realized that I can't be in the environment. Otherwise, it's going to destroy me.
Yeah.
Because the entire network, his network from the Hawks, was still in the city of Johannesburg. So I resigned in August and I stayed outside.
Before ngikhohlwa ubaba ucele ukuphikile ndoda uthi akakwazi. Yabona nami sengikhuluma fast njengawe manje. No, ku wrong. Ngihlehle. Ubaba ucele ukuphikile. Wathi akakwazi wena. Ayikho nento futhi ombhalele yona. Did you get any response from him or his office?
Yeah, but I read the email from the chief of staff, page 114, where the chief of staff says, we've brought these things. Look, I do think that he was denying me, and I mean, I remember it was Honorable Sokanyile The guy was even panting the way he was denying me. And why? Is because right now nobody wants to be associated with Shadrack's V. That's why he had to deny me in the manner so aggressively, the way he was doing it on TV towards Honorable Sokanyile. If you wish you could run the video and see it for yourself, because he knows what he didn't understand was I've got an email from his chief of staff. That's the first thing. But the second thing is that the law allows me to write to the ministers. So he came here, he says, where do I get the title? I've got an answer for him. He must go and read Section 7 and Section 8 of the Protected Disclosures Act. He will find there that I've got a title to approach him. You can't have ministers ridicule executives, man, simply because they failed to do their job. And that's why I'm saying to you, Honorable Song, if the former Premier of Free State, one of his charges is a Section 34 of PRECA, he failed to act on evidence and allegations of fraud. Ace Makhashule called this thing an oversight charge when he ridicules it.
Yeah.
Why are we having these ministers coming here to mislead this house?
I think iphutha lethu on record I want to put this. Umele ubaba Herman Mashaba semvulele icala. Because now somewhere you state ukuthi uSibiya uacte kwiposition engase yakhe anganikezwa ngayona. Now there's a salary adjustment there. And you once said he also upgraded. I also found information somewhere as well. Ukuthi uzikhuphulile wangena from 1.2 to 1.8 salary adjustment. Were you there when that happened? Were you still working there?
No, I came in on the 1st of November 2018. So it was hardly 6 months when this guy began to launch undercover operations against me. Because I was starting to ask look, when I came in, General Sibe was a feared person.
Whether why bobuza le mbuzo na bongeno yini?
Sorry?
Why umgijimisa kangaka bekwenzakale?
Look, if you grew up in Mdanzane, you will know that there were certain police guys
Yes.
who were notorious.
Yes.
One of them was Mamo. When Mamo comes, we'll drive on a 60 zone by 180, and all of us will run. I hated them since then.
Yeah.
So I come in the city of Johannesburg, I find a major general, everybody else is tiptoeing around him.
Bamsaba.
Yes. When I began to ask questions, he launched an undercover operation. He went to manufacture allegations against me through an anonymous Google mail. And he accused me of all sorts of things. But the nice thing about it, and this is in the report, all his allegations were investigated by independent law firms. They are found to be baseless, have been intended only to harm and to hurt. And that's the Deputy National Commissioner that you have, is someone who thinks that when he's confronted by the truth, he must react clandestinely in a rogue fashion so as to harm and to destroy. We can't have him there.
But he's allowed by people. I just feel bad that my Honorable James has been out for
Thank you so
this time.
much. Thank you, Honorable Shong.
Thank you.
Honorable Sokanyile. Your 20 minutes start now. Next is Honorable Matthys at past.
Less than that. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mandibuli Setatumland.
Goes, ma'am.
Looking at the procurement of this spyware equipment, what was it purchased for?
He was here, he says, I want to see. I want to get into my office and see. You see, he came with a mentality that he is free to do what he wants to do. So he wanted to conduct unlawful investigations because only the South African Police Service are allowed by law to be in possession of that equipment.
So he bought that in 2017?
2019, April.
2019, okay. Then looking at the price that was requested for the spyware in page, I think it's 334. it's 18 million.
That's the budget.
Plus the estimated cost that was requested.
Yeah, for the entire war room. So you must know there was an entire war room, but then there was this spy equipment, the one of 7.9 million.
Or meaning that the 7.9 million was the correct price. It was not inflated. We
don't know. Remember, these things are not things that me and you can buy. I mean, we were hearing here, there was going to be a grab of 10 million. I don't know how these things, what's the price of these things. But what we do know is that 7.9 million was paid.
Who assisted in facilitation that this spyware? You must get it, Mr. Spear.
Honorable Sokanye, Amanda oath here. So what I can tell you is I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know where this equipment are being bought from, but what I do know is that they are not necessarily brought inside the country. That I do know.
Otherwise, Mr. Mashaba assisted in the post that Mr. Spear is promoted in January when he was appointed to the correct post of being a unit manager.
Yes.
In November. Then in January, he's
the group head.
Yeah, a group head.
Mm.
He assisted on that one.
The signatures speak for themselves.
Then he didn't assist in that war room. It must have the equipment now that they've put a person.
Look, Honorable Sokanye, I would think that I don't know. I mean, General Sibe was here. He says, I want to see what the hell is going on in the city. So I want to see, stay in my office, check things out. All I'm placing before you is that in terms of the SAPS Act, Section 64, municipalities do not have powers to investigate crime. We only have got powers to prevent crime. And those powers are the powers of the metropolis, not even his powers. So you had somebody here who was clothing himself with policing, with crime investigation powers. Unlawfully. So if General Masemula is watching, right now they should be bringing General Sibe to come and answer, why did you impersonate us as police when you are still on the other side? Because municipalities do not have powers to investigate crime. And that is why the SSA says this type of equipment is used for criminal investigation. And me and you, we can afford not to know that. A major general should know what equipment he ought to procure, to possess, and to deploy. I may not know. He can't afford not to know. He was a former head of the Hawks in Gauteng.
When Sibia was here in that chair where you are sitting at, when we asked him about you, that you were challenging his appointment in the city of Johannesburg, now that he was with SAPS, he gave a report that says in fact, he knows you.
Yes.
He knows that you are a person who has been dismissed from one area to another.
Yes.
You were dismissed in Eastern Cape in 2008, is that so?
No. You see, it is this thing that whenever this fellow is asked to account, he must gaslight. I've attached here a report of the public protector in Buffalo City. It says, the former mayor of Buffalo City, Comrade Kolapagat, went to submit a report to the council. In his report, he says, there's no allegation, there's no evidence, none whatsoever that implicates him, the GM in the office of the city manager. There is no evidence that implicates the city manager. It is here in the bundle, just that I'm tired, so I can't really pick it up. So already there's a report of the public protector reflecting on the report of a mayor of Buffalo City. That's one report. Here in this bundle, there is a report of the city manager of Ekurhuleni written to me and to Honorable Waters, who was the deputy chief whip of the DA at the time, where the city manager says, we have found evidence that what you and Mesulu were saying about Ekurhuleni is true. My settlement agreement, that report is here. So this is a fellow. That fellow loses it when he thinks about me. He really loses it. Because I'm the only person in the city of Johannesburg who just stood up to him and started to ask questions. So that's why he must gaslight. The last thing that he said here, which I expect this committee to go and charge him for lying. He said, hey, that Mesul employed somebody at HR who had a health qualification. Do you know what degree is that? He says, I've employed somebody at HR who have got a health qualification. This person that I've employed have got a degree in organizational and industrial psychology. Is that a health qualification? No. But because he must come here when he's being asked to account, he must tell lies. It has been his modus operandi. I've survived this fellow for 5 years, doing all sorts of things, lying about me. But the nice thing about it, all his allegations were investigated and the investigation reports are here. That's Chief Whip, the Deputy National Commissioner, somebody who manufactures things as he goes. I am not shocked of the allegations that are being made about General CB. I am not shocked. I expected them because it is his modus operandi.
So are you talking about, is this Andile Kwababa?
Yes. Yes, if I may be assisted as to where her qualification is. Because he came here and he said, I employed somebody who have got a what to call a health qualification. And I've requested her graciously to say, look, can I have the copy of your degree? Because the committee would want to see this health qualification. Can I be assisted so that at least you can see where it is? You know? But it is here.
No, really, when former Minister Cele was here, he said, you didn't write any letter. In fact, how can you write a letter to him being a junior official? He doesn't take letters to junior officials. Then meaning that himself and the PA or the chief of staff in the office, they're not talking about the correspondence that are there.
No. I think that the chief of staff was honest enough to say to me, Minister Cele has been given the reports. The only problem right now, nobody wants to associate themselves with General CB. So even if I was Mr. Cele, chances are I was going to come here and lie. I was not going to say.
He's afraid of Mr. Smear.
No, because he's afraid of the consequences of having failed to act when he was given evidence of improper and unlawful conduct of General CB in the city of Johannesburg, because he was supposed to have acted. He didn't act. Instead, he allowed him to be promoted to be a deputy national commissioner. So even if I was him, given the climate and the negative attention that comes to be associated with General CB, perhaps I was going to lie myself and be like General Cele. Here is the problem. Maybe I can afford to lie, but I doubt if somebody was occupying such a serious position in our state can come here and gaslight this committee. I doubt. Because then if it's allowed at the level of former ministers, then you can't complain when people like us come here and give you lies. So the qualifications on page 456, that's the qualification of Ms. Kwababa. As you can see, it's a degree in organizational psychology and industrial psychology. He calls this a health qualification in HR.
Yeah. Okay. Then when Smear went from the city of Johannesburg, leaving that war room that he has set up, do you think he left some of his people there who were giving him information about what was happening, because if it's a spyware, it is used to spy on other people. I'm taking from the name being a spyware.
Yeah, it's an electronic spyware. So what it does, it reads computers, it reads servers without you knowing.
It will take information from
It will.
computers
And
of
your
the
cell
people.
phones.
Then don't you think it's taking that information if it was installed by him leaving the people who were operating there? Because maybe some of Amatole work are still there within the office. Don't you think so?
What I do know is that when he came in the city of Johannesburg, he brought his former police guys. So I don't know how strong his network is. I don't know. But by the time he was living in Dunedin, we had already exposed this thing. So we doubt if somebody else was still operating it. That's one answer to it. But even if you are not operating it, the law says you can't possess it. That's section 45, subsection 1 of RECA. You can't even possess it. So whoever is keeping this thing there is incriminating himself. And the reason why now we are forced to keep this thing is because the NPA is not charging. Now we are sitting with an equipment that just possessing it is a crime, but there's nothing we can do about it because the authority that is supposed to charge him is running rings around evidence.
I can see that you're very much frustrated for reporting corruption and fraud done by a person who's being the deputy national commissioner, put at the head or at the helm of the SAPS. Then we became very much frustrated, and being given the opportunity of presenting yourself to the ad hoc committee when we called public and civil society. At least you saw that as a relief, not so.
Yes, I think I'm thankful to General Mkhwanazi because he called my name. He called my name because I had already given up on this thing to say maybe nothing will come from this thing. So I'm thankful to General Mkhwanazi. But behind me is young people who acted as whistleblowers to give us this information. I came in the city in 2018. It's people who's whistleblowers who trusted me and Dr. Brink enough to give us this information. Behind me, there's other people. Behind me is a journalist who was working for Daily Maverick, who exposed this story, is Queenine Muswabi. Behind me is other people who exposed this thing. I might be the mouthpiece of it. I might be the one who was confrontational enough about it, but I'm not alone here. I'm representing voices of men and women who are sick and tired of this thing, of being bullied, being chased like rabbits by somebody who have failed the competence assessment, who's not supposed even to be there in the very first place. So that's what I'm carrying behind me. I'm carrying hopes of many people.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Finished.
Your 20 minutes start now, Honorable Matthys. It's ending at 19. It's ending at 19:45.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna go as quick as possible. I like yes and no answers, and I can see you have lots of explanations, but let's just try and go. I think you've given us a lot of explanations. Let's start off with, you're the one who took the steps to report Mr. Sibia, Lieutenant General Sibia. Why not the actual city manager? Why did you lodge the report?
Which city manager, MP?
The acting city manager, was it Brink? When you wrote the letter to make a complaint to the ministers?
No.
You were,
yeah.
What? Okay, explain that. Were you not the
Remember,
executive director in the city manager's office?
Remember, me and Mr. Brink, we commissioned a preliminary invest in the advisory report. Brink signed off on that advisory report.
No,
No.
that's not what I'm asking. The letter that you sent, right, to the ministers, right? Especially, particularly Minister Tele, it was from you,
Yes.
right? I'm asking, why wasn't it from the city manager or acting city manager in particular?
Oh, you are asking why I became the source?
Yeah,
No, there are no rules.
I beg your pardon?
There are no rules.
There's no?
There are no rules.
No rules.
Yes.
No, I'm not asking about the rules. I'm just saying, was he not in support of you lodging the complaint?
No. At that time, Mr. Brink is pushed out. He's on suspension, Dr.
Okay,
Brink.
so who was acting in the position at the time?
It was a guy, if I still remember, called T.N. Alice.
And he was not in support of
He's-
lodging?
He's the one who was told.
Just yes or no, like, let's
No,
just try to.
Can- You are asking me about T.N. Alice, and I'm saying to you that it is the same guy who was told not to oppose CBI in court.
Okay.
So he was asking him to go and report
He did
CBI.
not support it. That's all you have to
No,
say.
he was under clear political instructions by Mpopalazi, period.
Okay, and I need us to have a nice engagement because I don't want you to be on the defensive. I'm asking.
No,
these
no, I'm not on the
questions.
defensive,
No,
Pastor Matheus.
a little bit. Let's go. Okay, so that's all I wanted to make sense of. Okay, so let's go to, he was appointed under the city manager of Trevor Fowler. Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, were you in the city, at the COJ at that time?
No.
No, you weren't. Okay, no problem. When did Fowler leave?
I would think that because Dr. Lukwani started on the 1st of January 2017, he must have left in December 2016.
Okay.
I would think so.
Was it, was it around the time of the new government? Because we had elections in 2016.
Yes,
when he
remember,
was-
yes, it would have been at that time because Councillor Mashaba takes over, I think at that time,
Yeah.
in November 2016.
Okay, so it was because of the DA coming in that Trevor Fowler left. They wanted a new city manager.
Remember, we work on 5-year contracts, so I would think
Oh, his
that
contract was over.
I would think so because I was not there.
Oh, okay. No, if it's fine that you don't know. Okay, and but they had an option of extending his contract if they liked.
I'm not sure about that.
That's fine. Let's go to the report. You submitted the TZN attorneys
Yes.
report. How did it come about that they were appointed to do an investigation? How did it come about?
We got this dossier from whistleblowers, me and Dr. Brink. My advice to him was, there's just too much information. Let's give it over to lawyers to review these documents and give us an advisory report.
Okay. So was this supported by the mayor and the speaker?
No, it was us in the office of the
Okay,
city manager.
okay, it had nothing. But did they know that you were doing an investigation or you appointed TZ attorneys?
We're not doing an investigation, we're seeking an advisory report.
Okay, all right, right, okay. Did they know about it?
No, if you protect whistleblowers, you don't, up until you clear what the investigation, what the documents are saying, to protect the whistleblowers, so we don't disclose certain things prematurely like that. That's why we only, once we hear the advisory report, then we produce it to them.
Okay, and then how?
We submitted it to them, sorry. So I was just saying we submitted the report to them once it was there, the advisory report.
Let's breathe a little bit. Okay, and then when you got the report, because the report is very detailed and I think it pretty much covers your entire testimony. How was the report processed internally?
As I indicated in my evidence, the report was blocked. Nothing happened. We saved the copy to the speaker, Tagama, and the copy to Councillor Palazzi. They sat on it.
Councillor who?
Mpopalazi. So they both sat on the report.
But it was submitted.
Instead, we gave it to Councillor Palazzi. What Councillor Palazzi then did, instead of submitting a report to the council, he went to get a legal opinion from Weber Wenzaki.
In that report, I want you to go to it, and it's on page 42. Because it explains what happened with the public protector, because Sabia was here and he said the public protector found no wrongdoing in his appointment, and I think my colleagues have touched on it. But I think it's important for you to read paragraphs 3.12 and 3.13.
Page?
It's on page 42, pagination 42.
Okay.
But it starts on 43, I think what I would like you to read, MM2.
On page 43?
Yeah.
Yes.
You see paragraphs 3.12 and 3.13. Can you read that?
Yes, it is noted that some of the allegations regarding Mr. Sibia's employment were in 2018 to the Office of the Public Protector. It found no wrongdoing with the appointment of Mr. Sibia and with the establishment of JFIS. What we have noted is that the Public Protector did not take into consideration that the position of the unit head and the group head were two separate positions and were regulated by different employment laws and policy requirements.
And then 3.13?
Needless to say that the above allegations of conversion of Mr. Sibia's appointment and an alleged unlawful operation of his department were not part of the complaint considered by the Public Protector. We also noted that the evidence supplied to us by the whistleblower was not provided to the city by the city to the Public Protector. This is evident from the attached response from the city to the Public Protector and the extract from the report of the Public Protector, which are attached here too, as Annexure COJ 8 and COJ 9.
Okay, so he wasn't necessarily cleared, as he said, of wrongdoing. It was based on a different report. Let's go to his appointment letter.
If I may add, MP, there's also a letter of the Public Protector herself saying that. So it's not just only the TZTs.
Yeah, because you mentioned that with one of the other. I
Yes.
just wanted to show that it was connecting.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
So he was never cleared.
That's where I was going. Thank you. The appointment letter also says that it was subject to him obtaining top secret security clearance. Did he get it while he was in the appointment?
We only saw a copy. He was supposed to have gotten it in 2016, 2017. We only saw a copy when we asked for it in 2022.
And it had which date on it? Is it part of your bundle? I didn't see.
No, it's not part of my bundle. It was only, in actual fact, it was dated 2022. So he only got it somewhere March, April 2022.
So he served almost 5 years. Was it 5?
He served 5 years without one.
Page 226, and my colleague also went through that on the
226.
who didn't sign the structure. There was the revised structure. 226, page 226.
Yes.
So there was the chairperson of the group audit committee didn't sign. Do you know why?
No. I don't know. MP Mateus. I don't know because I was not in the. It's 226.
226, yeah.
Yes, I was not in the city at the time.
All right.
And we just focused on the ones that signed, literally.
Okay. Sibia told us that he did not procure any tools or instruments that were classified as counterintelligence. Let's go to, there's a list, and it's also on page 44 of the TZ report.
Page
So there's
44.
a list of, page 44. So there's a list of 10 tools. I want you to also go to page 51 in particular and state the laws that prohibit the purchase of these tools. Page 51.
Yeah, on page 51. So our reading of these laws even in the report, they're just being mentioned.
Yeah.
So if I were to advise in this regard, they get settled by the letter of the SSA. So The attorneys that we're writing here are not necessarily people who are trained in this, yes.
Just to mention them, you don't have to read them in detail.
The laws
Yeah.
is the Cyber Crimes Act, is the local government regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers, the Cyber Crimes Act number 19 of 2020. Then there's RICA, the Regulation on Interception of Communications and Provisions of Communications Related Information Act, number 70 of 2002. And then the next page is the National Strategic Intelligence Act, number 39 of 994, followed by the Municipal Structures Act, number 17 of 1998.
Okay, so there's quite a few.
There's
And
quite
they-
a few, yes.
Yeah.
And I dealt with them briefly when I was presenting earlier to say your appointment, your conditions of service, your delegations must make it to the council for you to be an HOD.
But I wanted you to deal specifically with the purchase of the spyware,
Sure,
but
sure.
I get that. State Security Agency, when they did their inspection, who initiated it?
So once we got the advisory report, we served it to Councillor Palazzi and Councillor Dagama, and then we served one to the State Security Agency, to the Public Protector, I think to the IOG, Inspector General of Intelligence. So once that was done, then Councillor Palazzi wrote to the State Security Agency to say they must come and do inspection.
So was that something that would be a normal procedure, or was it because there was an alert that, okay, this equipment might not be what the COJ should be procuring?
Look, I don't know what would have motivated Councillor Palazzi, but what was clear to us was that she was hoping to have something that is going to clear this allegation that the city of Johannesburg have got a spyware. I'm saying this because once the letter of the SSA came, Councillor Palazzi organized a press briefing next to the Hillbrow Police Station. He read the letter. He did not read the paragraph that says there's a digital forensic equipment in the city of Johannesburg, and then he told the media that we're cleared.
So when you went through that process, we missed a lot of it, right? When you explained about the inspection of the State Security
Yes.
Agency, right? And the evidence leader read you through and you explained, but you went very quick and we missed a lot.
Yes.
So I want you to explain their report. Or the State Security Agency, what did they say? Like, and just take your time in explaining it because you went very fast.
Okay.
And you were very passionate about it. I don't know if my colleagues got it, but I didn't quite understand which part you were saying that the state security didn't deal with.
All
Whether
right.
the state security agreed that the equipment was fine or what's
Sure.
the story. So take us through just.
It's on page 126.
Yeah.
It's a letter written by the Director General of the State Security Agency. And then the heading is there, referral to the State Security Agency of possible offenses. It says your letter dated 16 April requesting the State Security Agency to investigate the procurement of alleged intelligence gathering equipment by GFIS, and any possible violation of the SSA mandate serves as a reference. Please be informed that the SSA did conduct an inspection, analysis and test of the equipment that was procured by GFIS in order to determine whether it is defensive or offensive. 3, in light of the above inspection analysis of the instruments and equipment which the GFIS is in possession, as per the invoices and receipts from suppliers, the SSA can confirm the following. The instruments in questions are technical surveillance countermeasures equipment. TSCM equipment is utilized for identification of eavesdropping devices and cannot be repurposed to perform any other offensive function or collective function. It is not intelligence gathering equipment as alleged. So that's the TSCM. And then I turn the page. Then they say a private company conducted the training of the COJ functionaries in the utilization of the equipment independently without any sanctioning or involvement of the SSA. And this is important because General Sibia says he was authorized by the SSA. Then the last one, it says the SSA did not provide the manual referred to in the letter. The manuals are documents that are freely available on the internet and can be accessed by any individual at the following website. So they deny authorizing him, they deny even training him. Here's the second equipment on paragraph 4. The other equipment of interest that was found in the COJ war room during the inspection is a digital forensic equipment. It's a DFE, which is the science of acquiring, preserving, retrieving, and presenting data that has been processed electronically and stored on a computer media and is governed by Electronic and Communications Transactions Act 25 of 2002, and does not fall within the domain of intelligence laws. It is normally utilized during crime investigations. So that's the second equipment. So these are the two equipments. But they say this one doesn't fall within the domain of intelligence laws. It falls under the communications laws, basically. And then it says, in light of the above, the SSA would like to conclude there was no contravention of its governing legislation, which is intelligence laws, and as alleged in the letter. So in other words, the SSA says, it is not true that our laws that are governing us, that are governing our environment, were contravened. This particular equipment belongs to another regime of legislation. So it tells you that it's the ECTA. The ECTA, you read it together with RICA, because the one was passed just the ECTA was passed first and then the RICA was passed after. It is in section 44 where it says, this type of equipment, for you to procure it, you have to get authorization from the Minister of Justice, and it's only allowed to be in possession of the South African Police, our Vodacom, our Telecom, and I can't remember the third one. And that is in the government gazette notice. It's not something that I say. And I think it's attached here, that government gazette notice.
Yeah, you have. All right.
Sorry that I did not, I was not fair enough in that regard. If I may.
Quite fast and passionately, and it went over our heads.
Yeah,
a
it's
little
on,
bit, but
the government gazette is on MM15, paragraph 127 to 129. That's what the government gazette tells you. So if it's not there, if you want to procure this thing, you need authorization from the Minister of Justice.
So who saw that letter? And there was no action, you're saying again, from the city, even the State Security Agency DG who wrote the letter did not act on it. They just wrote the letter and just left it.
That's the point. Exactly the point.
So we must note that in
Exactly the point.
our legal team, so we can at least write, I mean, we don't have necessarily to have them as witnesses, but to explain after they wrote that letter, what action did they take after that? Because where is this equipment now?
Thank you. Mkhwanazi.
Ah, it can't be 20 million.
No, you can count from 25 minutes past to.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
It's up until 5 minutes past 8.
I don't think that I will take that much, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Honorable Nanu.
Yeah, good evening, MP.
Well, I was actually looking at the covering letter written by your lawyer there on paragraph 3.
I don't have it.
And I asked myself whether it was just by coincidence or by design that your statement that you requested the MK party to actually ensure the delivery of this statement to Parliament. Was it actually by coincidence or design?
No, it was intentional. We wanted to make sure that it is delivered. It is hand delivered because we were concerned, given what it says, that the intelligence community might.
You not have asked any other party?
Sorry?
Would you have asked any other party if it
No,
was available?
No, I wouldn't. You would have heard me in my evidence in chief that chief whip was a speaker in the city of Johannesburg. So I know her personally.
Okay, thank you. Well, the findings of the SIIC, which was a structure created by the speaker to investigate in terms, I mean, that's your 9.23 paragraph 9.23. I mean, what happened to the findings of the SICs? What is it? SIIC.
SIIC.
Yes.
Paragraph?
I mean, its findings. What happened to the findings of the investigation?
Paragraph 9.2.
It's 9.2, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I said, MP, was that that committee is experiencing challenges. One, there's a question of budget. Two, there's just mainly it's a question of budget. So the city is unable to continue funding this investigation so that it gets to finality because of financial challenges that the city is having. So they have not yet released their report, but I was informed that they might release an interim report, but that has not yet happened.
At the point of Mr. Sbia's reappointment by SARS, was this information actually available to the National Commissioner, or was the National Commissioner aware of all these things that are actually being alleged in your statement?
No, I served my reports to the Office of the Minister of Police as the executive authority. So I don't know, because he was here, he even denied receiving my report, so I don't know what he did about them.
It is possible that at the point when Sbia was reappointed, the hierarchy of the police were already unaware of this.
I wouldn't speak for them, MP, for a simple reason, is that the minister was here. He even denied knowing about them. So if the very person that I wrote to began to ridicule me and to ridicule my reports, so I won't even know what else he would have done in his campaign to ridicule everything.
There's a TLR report on your paragraph 11. You served that report was served also to Honorable Tele, Minister Tele, and Minister Nkadime. But I'm not too sure what actually happened.
No. The Zebedila report was not served on them to Minister Nkadime because it was an advisory report. Because at this time, that advisory report, remember, General CBI at this time have got an order setting it aside. So we were not going to serve it. So we had to, I had on my side to formulate a summary report of what the issues are and place it before the ministers. Because had I attached that report, the first thing what was he going to say to the minister? No, I've been cleared by the court. It has been set aside. And he was not going to tell the minister. That was not an investigation report. That was an advisory report, legal advice.
Were you already in COJ employ when all of these things actually happened?
No,
Some of them actually predates your employment.
Yes, I joined in November 2018. So you could say that it's a spy equipment that was bought in 2019. And as I was saying to you, there are whistleblowers that comes to the office of the city manager who brought these things to our attention.
On paragraph 12.3, my colleague actually has also alluded to that, where the public protector of South Africa found that Mr. Spear was lawfully appointed on the basis of the information that was provided to the public protector. However, in her letter to Mr. Ellis on paragraph, I think paragraph 3, she concedes that she actually had not been given all the information by COJ. And she made an undertaking that she would actually, that is paragraph 9 of that letter,
Yes.
that she would actually take the matter to subs. Has that happened?
Yes. So in paragraph 9, she says two things. She says, we are at liberty to confirm that the information revealed by Mr. Bring above, in particular the competency assessment report and the non-approval by council of the conditions of service, were not disclosed to the investigation team. So she then says she's going to lay a criminal case with the South African police. There was a criminal case registered, NP Mwangu, but we've got this problem with the NPA. The NPA doesn't see the things that me and you and it sees. Again, here we're told, regardless of what the public protector says here, we're told that the NPA decided not to prosecute. And we don't have anything in writing. So how can a head of a chapter 9 institution telling the NPA that I was misled, then the NPA says, well, if you were misled is your problem, we're not going to prosecute. And yet misleading the public protector is a crime. That's what we're dealing with here.
Information of some irregularities that were actually involved in the appointment of Mr. Spear. Now, what is her finding?
I'm glad
the
that
status of her finding now.
I'm glad that you asked this question, because there's a perversion of the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court on this subject. Because when General Sibea was here, he said the public protector have got no power to review her finding. That's nonsense. The public protector have got no power to review findings on matters she has investigated. If the public protector investigate oranges, and then it discovers that you also stole apples, you can't say because she investigated and found you clean on oranges, she can't investigate for apples. That is nonsense. So what should have happened here is that another investigation should have been initiated. And I think she trusted, in my view, the fact that she reported to the NPA for this conduct to be dealt with. So that's the only theory that I can bring in this regard.
Understood. The mayor, Mr. Mashaba, or the former mayor, the mayor at the time, takes the matter on review. That is the public protector's report, if I'm not mistaken.
In respect of findings made against him, not in respect of findings made against any other person.
So where is that review now? Has it been decided upon or not?
Yeah, it has been decided. So it was not on this. It was not on the case of General Sibia. It was on something else. I just can't remember what were those findings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. Can we take a break, honorable members, and come back at 8:30? We take the last lap. Honorable Skosana, are you ready? No, I'm just checking if you, I'm not saying it's your time to speak. I'm just checking if you are ready. Honorable Sols, are you ready?
Yes, Chair, I am.
Yeah. There is no way. The witness has displayed a lot of energy. I don't think he will run away. Bonani, where is our witness? Okay. No, the witness will join us shortly. Are you ready, Honorable James? Chief Whip? Okay. So the four of you are the difference between us and tomorrow. The difference between us and tomorrow is the four of you. Honorable Sols, Honorable James, Honorable Skosana, Chief Whip.
Chair, can we confirm my time, please?
Yeah, it's 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You see, today, because I'm very happy, and the Chief Whip knows why, I'm giving you 20 minutes, all of you. Today, there is no alternate, there is no full member. You are members of my committee, all of you. Yeah, you are all my people. Yeah. Mr. Mlandu, welcome. Honorable Sols, your time will end at 20:54.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mlando, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
Chair, I think it's very important for the record. I wish to proactively disclose that I served as the member of the mayoral committee during the tenure of former executive mayor, Dr. Mkhwanazi. And whilst the witness statement provided by Mr. Mlando does not specifically name me, it makes serious allegations of concealment and administrative irregularity against the administration under Mayor Mkhwanazi and the mayoral committee as a collective body during that period. He does so by citing a resolution that uses the terms together with the mayoral committee. Because I believe that public trust is non-negotiable, I want to clarify my position. And I'm not here to hide behind collective anonymity. If this committee or the witness requires further clarity on the executive decisions made during my tenure, I am fully prepared to take the witness stand and testify under oath. I hold myself to the same standard of accountability that I demand of any other public official implicated in such a testimony. In terms of our terms of reference and scripture that says, do unto others what you would want to have them do unto you. It is vital for the public to note that the most severe financial allegations including the 3.5 million fraud and the alleged 580 million irregular expenditures stem from administrative actions and reports dated January 2017. These events occurred years before I or my party joined the mayoral committee. The record shows that when matters concerning Mr. Sibia were brought to the mayoral committee, they were accompanied by reports from the city's human capital and legal departments. These official documents certified that all processes were in compliance with all city policies and legislation. As political heads, we are required to rely on the professional advice of the accounting officer and technical experts. I'm committed to uncovering the truth. I will not allow my presence here to be used as a shield for anyone, nor will I leave room for potential deceptive narratives about my astute party and myself as a person. I look forward to the witness's testimony, and if this House so requires for me to testify, I'll do so, and I will continue to perform my oversight duties with the neutrality and the rigor that the public deserves. So, Honorable Chair, you will provide guidance.
No, you can proceed.
Is it?
You can proceed to have conversation with the witness, Honorable. I don't think there is anything that impedes you, unless if the witness has reservations.
Not at all, Chairperson. I'll be glad to engage with Honorable Source.
Thank you, Mr.
You are my
Which
MMC.
which party were you representing at the time, Honorable Source?
The fastest growing party in this country, led by the most astute leader, His Excellency Gayton Mackenzie, the Patriotic Alliance on Baizani. And by the way, we are the 6th largest party in this country.
Yeah, no, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Mr. Blanda, your evidence in paragraph 8.2 and the accompanying documents point to the foundation of what you call the bogus structure being laid in reports dated January 2017, signed by the former mayor and the group head of legal. Can you confirm for the record that the individuals and parties serving on the mayoral committee in 2022, such as myself, had absolutely no hand in the creation, the signing, or the initial approval of these 2017 documents?
Chairperson, thank you, and thanks to the members of the committee. Indeed, by 2022, this illegality was done and dusted, especially around making General CBI a bogus head of department in the city of Johannesburg. And I must also confirm that when me and Dr. Brink facilitated the production of the advisory report, the advisory report was given to Councillor Takama and Councillor Mkhwanazi. We are aware that that report was suppressed through a legal opinion that was sought by Councillor Palazzi. So that I can confirm that Honorable Souls, there's nothing that comes close to him in this regard.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mlando. You know, as a leader that champions whistleblowers, that's what it seems like in your report. Do you consider yourself a whistleblower?
No, I'm a voice of many women and many men who are behind me, who trusted me and Dr. Brink enough to tell us what the hell was going on. So I'm just their voice. I'm the voice of the journalists who exposed this, and I must repeat, Queen Maswabi from Daily Maverick then. She took a risk to expose this thing, and she paid the price for it. But we're here nonetheless.
You're a very brave man. I'm going to ask you a direct question that I have asked many before you. Because your submission to us is centered around General Sibia, Mr. Mlando, is General Sibia corrupt?
The documents that are before us, Honorable Souls, indicates that he employed a bogus title, survived through a bogus title, benefited through a bogus title, and 3.5 million through a bogus title, and the status of an HOD through a bogus title. So everything about him is bogus. He was a bogus HOD. And if somebody who's a bogus HOD ending fraudulently in the city is not corrupt, then we don't know what corruption is.
I would think that you know what corruption is. So I repeat, is General Sibia corrupt?
Any person who misrepresents himself to benefit, that person is corrupt.
Is that a yes?
It's a yes. He was appointed as a unit head. That's his appointment.
Mr. Mlando, the National Commissioner, General Masamula, has a legal and constitutional duty to ensure the integrity of the SAPS. Given that your evidence regarding the spyware crimes and the failed competency assessments has been in the public domain, how is it possible that the National Commissioner proceeded with Mr. Sibia's appointment? Does this represent a deliberate oversight or a total collapse of the SAPS vetting system, or both?
I would think that is the latter. I would say that they did not do a vetting. I accept there are two appointments of General Sibia, by the way, at SAPS. There's a one that is imposed by the court when he goes back to be a component head. I take no issues with that because the court had made a determination. I do have a serious issue with the second one as a Deputy National Commissioner, because there what was required was for General Masimula to do a vetting. The Council of the City of Johannesburg on the 21st of June 2023 decides that it's going to investigate General Sibia for fraud, for corruption and maladministration. 9 days later, on the 1st of July, he's promoted to be a Deputy National Commissioner. What that indicates is a National Commissioner who did not do proper vetting.
And what do you say about that?
Well, I'm very careful, Honorable Soros, in the language that I use in my statement. I call this a national security breach, a clear national security breach, because it's important that the man who's going to be second in charge of our policy must be beyond reproach.
So, General Sibia, based on your testimony, General Sibia is corrupt. And based on your testimony, General Masamula is guilty of a clear national security breach.
Yes, both him and General Bekele and the former Minister of Cokt. Because the obligation, once I placed these matters before them, they had a duty to act, and that's a constitutional duty. It's confirmed by the Constitutional Court in the Kumalo judgment. It's part of my affidavit. It's paragraph 35 and 36 of that judgment. People who are in positions of authority, once they are notified of an illegality in the administration, the Concord says they've got three obligations. One, they must investigate. Two, they must correct. Three, they must remedy. It is no longer the public protector. It is no longer the Auditor General. It is no longer the SIU. That obligation is shared amongst all public authorities. That's the first thing. But the second thing is this, is that Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act imposes an obligation on all public authorities when we are alerted to evidence and allegations of fraud and corruption, that we must bring them to the attention of law enforcement agencies. The question is, did Minister Ngadimeng, did Minister Cele, did those two ministers comply with their obligations in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the law? I don't know. But what I do know is that a former minister was here ridiculing me. That I do know. As to whether he complied with his obligations, it's clear from the ridicule, from the agenda, from the campaign of ridiculing me, that he did not. And I'm asking this committee, If the former Premier of Free State is charged for contravening Section 34, why is the NPA choosing who to charge and not to charge?
Do you have an answer to that question?
That's why I'm also accusing in my statement that the NPA is as guilty of committing a national security breach, because what they have done by not charging General Sibi, they have created a situation where he got elevated and got promoted to be the second in charge in our policing, system.
Is your testimony then that the NPA is also corrupt?
At this stage, I'm restricting myself to say they've committed a national security breach. You would think, if you are a prosecuting authority, you would think that when you get allegations and evidence of this nature, this is graphic, you would think that prosecuting authority would act. Let me place it differently. That prosecuting authority arrested General Khumalo at the airport for sitting on an interview. Here I'm giving you records of somebody who positioned himself through a bogus title to earn fraudulently in the seat. That NPA said it refuses to prosecute. We can't have that. If this constitutional state is to survive, there must be consistency in the application of the rule of law.
You say that you were threatened by General Sibia.
Yes.
In WhatsApps. Can we quickly go through those WhatsApps? What was the specific threats? I must admit, I can't find MM1 in the bundle. I could only find on page 440 a WhatsApp by General Sibia. Could you point me to the...
It's 440 and it's 441.
Is that the only one?
There are two.
There are two.
Yes. The second one is threatening.
Yeah, let's read
more than the other.
Let's read that one.
441.
Well, if there's other WhatsApps, you can point me to it. But as I said,
it's 441.
The index says there are others at MM1 from page 12 and so on, but I can't find that. And then
there are two.
Then there are 440.
It's 440 and 441.
All right, I'm there. Let's read what you call a threat to you.
I'm saying you have to read them, both of them. The first one comes in, and again, it was not sent to me.
Yeah.
Whistleblowers bring these things to my attention. He says, this guy is malfunctioning. And the context, before I read the text, what you see underneath that text is the report that I would have given to the minister. He attaches my report to the minister first. Then he writes on top of it that this guy is malfunctioning, is currently shortlisted in 2 positions. I don't know why the city is not able to deal with this boy. Now, you see, you can call Xhosa men boys if you want to, but he knows that is insulting me. You don't do that. So he's obsessed with me. I can't be obsessed with another man. I've placed evidence before you. It's not obsession, it's documents that he himself has placed before court. Then on the next one, so you can see that what bothers him are my reports to the ministers. Again, on the next one, look at it. He attaches my report again to the minister beneath. Then he writes and says, this boy is malfunctioning and so obsessed with me. He's not normal at all. There is no way a normal person can behave like this. He's just overwhelming. I want you to tell me, I think there's a typo there, that he should try and focus on his career and stop chasing after people. I'm not interested in him. He should stop now. The state security are investigating for as long as the state security hasn't produced a report. No one will be able to assist him. He's a brilliant young man who's destroying his career by trying to bring other people down. His kind of obsession is very worrying. He needs help and must consider seeing a psychologist. Please go and tell there's a missing him. What I'm saying, before he knows it, the whole country will be knowing about him. What does that mean?
What exactly is the threat? Point me to the threat.
Yeah, the reference that...
And remember, Okay, it's how you perceive it. So I'm not
Yes.
questioning. So what exactly is threatening to you?
Yes, the reference that before I know it, the whole country will be knowing about me.
Is that the threat?
This is, yes, because the person who writes this is not like me and you, is a person who have got state capacity. He's a head, component head of organized crime in our national police at this point in time. I don't take, when a senior police official writes something like this, it's not something that you can take light, because at this time, he's a major general, back again the major general in the South African police.
Is there any other WhatsApps that has more serious threats? Not that in your view is not a threat. I take it from you how you perceive it. Is there any other WhatsApps you want to read to us that specifically threatens your life or?
No, what he then did, he asked a friend of mine to speak to me. He says, once I meet him, he wants to talk to me, he's not fighting, and all of that. And I said to him, go and tell Shadrach that if he wants a meeting with me, I know him during the Mashaba time. Let him and Mashaba be the one who's going to facilitate the meeting between me and him. And there was a reason for that. Because when he went to do an undercover operation about me for 3 days in the Eastern Cape, I reported him to him and Mashaba. So
I have to, because my time is almost up. My last question, Mr. Mlam, and I apologize for interjecting.
Sure, no problem.
But just so that you are able to close on this one.
Sure.
What do you want to happen to General Sibia?
Yeah, if I were to
terms of the
close,
law.
if I were to close, Honorable, suppose we were asking, is there another threat? So when I refused to see him, he told my friend that he's going to fight.
He's gonna?
He's going to fight me.
He's gonna fight you?
Yes.
All right.
So your next question, what do I want to see happening to General Sibia? Is that the question?
Yes, sir.
No.
Given, I mean legally now, I'm not talking about personally. I'm talking about you are testifying he's corrupt. You are testifying he's in the, well, we know that he's in the senior brass of the SAPS, and there has been a breach of national security, and that puts South Africans at risk. What, according to the law, based on what you know and what you can prove, must happen to General Sibia?
Your question is poised, but misdirected, because I don't need to do anything. I must look at what happened to General Khumalo. I must look at what happened to Daniel Mtimkulu. I must look at what happened to Ivan Pillay. If those people were charged for similar crimes, I expect the state authorities to do exactly what they have done to others.
Yes, I was not saying you should do something, Mr. Mkhwanazi. I was trying to understand, what do you want our system to do for you, who has been working so hard to deal with this since 2019? You must now have an expectation to say the system thus far has clearly not assisted you.
Yeah.
So what must the system do for you to feel assisted? How must the system deal with? Be direct about it.
Thank you so much.
Deal with General Sibia.
Honorable James.
You missed your opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Chair. Okay.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to start by asking you, are you aware of the fact that since the establishment of the Special Independent Investigating Unit, which you reference in page 5, paragraph 9.2, can we just quickly go there?
Of my affidavit, right?
Yeah. Let's first go there.
Page.
Page 5, 9.2.
Okay.
Appointment of the SIIC to
Yeah.
investigate. What has been their findings since their appointment?
As I indicated in my evidence, and to my answer when I was answering Honorable Mwango, the committee is continuing with the investigation. It's being constrained. The lawyers are unable to work because there's no budget to pay them. So it's a start and go, start and go, start and go.
Okay.
So they were about, as I understand it, there was going to be an interim report that they're going to issue, either next month or a month after that. But that's what I know.
When were they established?
They would have been established. The resolution is a 2003 resolution, so they would have been established late in 2003.
2003.
Yes, because
And when were they given the responsibility to investigate General Sibiya's appointment?
Sorry?
When were they given the responsibility to investigate?
So there were initial terms of reference that were signed, right? So they started the work, and whilst they were busy with that work, then there was a new speaker who came from Action SA who stopped the investigation for 6 months. Then when that speaker was booted out, then the new speaker, Councillor Margaret Daniels, came in and then restarted the process, I think a month or two later. So there was a start and go because of budget issues, but also because of political changes that have taken between now and then.
I put it to you, sir, that they were working for 2 years. They had a budget of 12 million and they couldn't produce a single report, not even half a page.
So what is the question?
And they further wanted, you said earlier on, budget constraints. What could they show for 12 million? They further wanted 40 million. And you saying budget constraints when they couldn't produce a single report for the work done. There was no value for money.
Can I say something, Chairperson, because and I need your guidance here. I am not here to represent the work of the committee. That's not my evidence. So I expect.
But sir, you could respond earlier on and you said that there was no budget, but now that I question you.
Can I make a submission? Can I finish making the submission?
You
Can I make the submission? Then you will speak. Can I make the submission?
This is during my time.
Yes, can I make the submission?
You need to answer what I'm asking.
The next thing that's going to happen is that I'm going to keep quiet and then we'll talk. Can I make the submission?
Sure.
I'm saying, Chairperson, now I'm being asked, what did this committee produce? All I've said to you in my evidence is that the way I understand it, because it doesn't account to me, they account to the speaker. I said, the way I understand it is that there were budget issues. As to whether 12 million was spent, that's not my evidence here. So I expect to be engaged on the basis of my evidence. And those are the rules, Chairperson, of giving evidence and of being cross-examined. Otherwise, then I could just throw anything here. And I'm not here for that.
But sir, you cannot also come here with half information.
No, it's not my evidence.
When you reference.
It is your evidence that committee is.
There was an establishment of an investigation and they were meant to investigate the appointment. I'm asking you, you could clearly state why they couldn't have a report.
It is your evidence.
That there was budget constraints.
It is your evidence that they have spent 12 million. It's not my evidence. So you can't expect me to answer to your evidence. That's not how rules of evidence work, Honorable James. You can't place a fact here and you want me to speak on it. It's your fact. You can come and sit this side there and place your own evidence.
9.2, it's part of your testimony.
But I have not said anything about 12 million spent. I haven't said that comes from you.
You responded to my colleague next to me when he asked you about the work they've done, why there hasn't been a report, why there hasn't been progress. You responded to him earlier on to say that there were budget constraints. So I am clarifying it to you now, saying that they were funded 12 million already and they did not produce.
And you are a witness. That's your evidence. It's not mine.
Yes, so I'm putting it
you are a witness, and I'm not going to assist you to be a witness into my evidence. My evidence is the budget constraints. Cross-examine me on that. But you can't come here and introduce a figure that they've been given 12 million, they have spent, they've got nothing to show. Now you are turning yourself into a witness. Please, these are rules of evidence.
Please, sir, answer my question.
No, I'm not going to answer that. It's your evidence. Answer your own evidence.
You reference it in your testimony.
No, I have not.
You
Don't accuse me.
To it earlier.
Don't accuse me of things that I have not done.
On your earlier response.
No. You are not going to. No, you're not going to do that.
You are not aware
Don't accuse
that
me.
million on an investigation has not produced so
You're not
much
gonna accuse-
as a single page of a preliminary report, not
don't-
a single page of
That's
a
your
report.
evidence.
I put it to you.
It's your evidence.
Right. I got my point across.
No, it's your evidence.
With regards to competency tests, right, in the city of Joburg, has there ever been any irregularities in terms of where appointments were made without competency assessments, or was there ever a stage when a service provider was not appointed to conduct these tests in the city of Joburg?
Whose evidence is that?
Ai, Here, ek
It's your evidence again.
Meneer,
You are asking me about things that I have not testified about.
I am asking you.
You are asking me about things that I have not testified about.
To the fact that General Sibia, yes, he is allegedly corrupt, I know that, but you have highlighted and you have told this committee that he did not undergo this assessment.
No, I haven't said that. Again, you're putting evidence.
You said that. You
Hold
said
on.
He was
I said there's a
out going through this assessment.
Honorable
That's
James,
what you said.
Honorable James and
I-
Mr. Mlan. This is a committee of parliament. This
Yes, but that was after the appointment.
committee, the ad hoc committee, is a committee of parliament. May you please, the two of you, conduct yourselves in a manner that is consistent with the decorum of the House of Parliament and the integrity of Parliament as an institution of the people. Thank you.
Can I try that again? When did General Sibia undergo his competency test? After his appointment?
on the 14th of November, 2022.
And when was he appointed?
Appointed on the 8th of November, not 2016.
And he failed his test, right?
He got an appointment before undergoing a competency assessment and he failed the assessment.
So all I'm asking you is, with regards to these competency tests in the city of Joburg, right? As COJ, has there ever been any irregularities in terms of where appointments were made without competency assessments?
I'm here testifying only about one competency assessment of General CB. I don't know anything about any other. It's your evidence again.
Was there ever a stage when a service provider was not appointed to conduct these tests in the city of Joburg? And has there ever been any instances whereby employees start working and only complete a competency test months or even years later?
Here to
We are
testify.
rooting out corruption in the city.
I'm here to testify about the competency assessment that
I'm
General
asking you
CB.
these questions. You
Yes.
can either say yes or no.
No, my testimony is on the competency assessment of General CB. I know nothing else about any other competency assessment.
So you weren't focused on rooting out corruption in the city. It's more about General Sibia.
Not at all. Again, here.
Because I'm asking you, as an executive in the city, I'm asking you to answer my questions and you refuse. You are only focused on General Sibia.
No, you're mistaken. I'm not here by my own invitation. I am here to support an evidence that is already on record here by General Mkhwanazi about CB. If I was coming here to,
And we agree
can
with
I
that
can I
evidence.
make the submission?
We agree with that.
Can I make the
evidence.
submission and finish? If I was here about talking about corruption, you'll be shocked what else I've done in the city of Johannesburg. But I'm not here for that. I'm a secondary witness. The primary witness is General Mkhwanazi. I come behind him to corroborate his evidence. So I'm not here to place my evidence. I'm here to corroborate evidence that is already on record. These are rules of evidence, Honorable James. I could have said anything here, but I've restricted myself to what I was called to do by General Mkhwanazi.
You are restricting yourself to what you want to answer.
No. You don't understand the
Not
rules of
we
evidence.
want.
That's what the problem
Let's
is.
move on. Let's move on. You gave testimony earlier on. You referenced all these reports. Why is it that you didn't reference the Public Protector's report? Why did you not speak to it?
Amen. So, I've spoken to it. And I said the Public Protector has written and confirmed that what she made findings about was a particular set of evidence. There's a set of evidence that was not placed before her that I've testified about. Maybe you did not hear me.
I want to say to you, you testified in the affidavit that the former mayor of the city of Joburg, Herman Mashaba, signed off on the establishment of the group investigation service, right? And the appointment of General Sibia and its executive head was unlawful, according to you. So I want to start by asking if you have read the report in full.
Madam, you have to be very specific. Which paragraph of my affidavit are you referring to? So that I know what you're talking about. Because I've
you were
structured this
selective
evidence.
in leaving out certain things.
So which paragraph of my statement are you referring to?
Are you aware that the public protector went on to find that she could not find facts to fault the process followed by the city in the appointment?
We've got a letter of the public protector as part of my evidence. And I'm really trying to figure out which aspect of my evidence we are dealing with, which paragraph.
I'm reading you all her findings. Are you aware that she also found that the appointment was not improper as envisioned in section 182, 1A of the Constitution of Maladministration, in section 64AI of the Public Protector Act?
Well, either I'm aware or not, there's a letter of the public protector here that has not been contested, where she says, I've said all of that because evidence was concealed from me. That's what the public protector is saying.
Did you challenge this report?
Amen. The public protector herself is on record.
Sir, can you stop
No,
being
no.
sarcastic?
No.
Can you stop being sarcastic?
No, I'm not gonna.
Amen. We're not in church here.
No,
Respond to my questions. Don't get stroppy with me.
No.
Not today.
You are not gonna treat me like that.
You
Let's
are
forget.
gonna make a
You will not. You will not.
Been calm and asking
No, you will
questions.
not. You will not. You are placing your own evidence as if it's mine.
I've been
And I'm not going to allow you to do that.
You haven't answered a single question.
Point to a paragraph of my statement
May you stop speaking?
so that I can answer.
May you stop speaking at once, all of you, and take a breath. I don't have.
Chairperson, I'm as calm as ever, questioning the gentleman. He's as arrogant, speeding, refusing to answer questions. I mean, it's not fair.
The problem is that both of you want to speak at the same time. And there is at no stage where in my procedure I should say to you, this is the time for so-and-so to speak, and now this is the time for so-and-so to respond. I can't do that. Where you are sitting at a close range to each other. When the other speaker is on the platform, the next person should be listening and respond and allow a question to be fielded and respond. That's how it will happen. But if you want to speak, I know Honorable James and Mr. Mlando that the then executive mayor of Joburg is now the leader of Action SA. But there is always a better way to deal with this matter than to have a heated exchange the way you want to have it. Can we do better?
Yes, we can, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Chair, can you please just prompt the witness to answer my questions?
Are you able to answer the questions that the honorable member has asked?
Yes, Chairperson, and I'm answering them. It's just that she's not happy with the response.
Yeah, no, what is needed is for you to give answers.
I want to ask, are you aware that Chief's investigations under the leadership of Mr. Herman Mashaba uncovered about 6,000 cases of fraud and corruption involving transactions of about 35 billion in the city of Joburg, and that full reports with prosecutable cases were handed over to the NPA. I don't see you referencing or mentioning any of this.
Because it's not my evidence, that's why. If I was here to give evidence about that, I would have done so.
Because in your evidence, you taint and you try to create the impression that Mr. Herman Mashaba was corrupt and he benefited and he was guilty of fraud.
No, I'm saying, let the
Because that's what
document.
you've said.
Can I speak? I'm saying, look who signed what document. The people who signed the documents are the people who are liable for those documents, for the very documents that they've signed. If those documents happens to be fraudulent, you can't sign it and then say you're not liable for it because you came here to fight corruption. That's not how evidence works. Evidence is what it is. The records are there, the signatures are there. What were they signing?
Why did you not mention that he uncovered 35 billion rands worth of fraud in the city of Joburg?
That's not my evidence before the committee. If I was coming here to speak about how glorious he was and what else he did, then that would have been my evidence here. But unfortunately, that's not my evidence here. My evidence here is in respect of the paragraphs that I've stated in Mkhwanazi's statement. I'm here to corroborate those paragraphs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The witness was very selective in what he has put in his testimony and what
Honorable
questions he
Scosan.
wanted to answer to. Thank you.
I have called you Honorable Scosan. The time ends at 20:32.
I got to ambusha, Chair. I thought I'm the last one again, but thank you. Baba, nisavukile?
Siyaqhuba. I'm tired.
Ngithanda ukulotshisa man, ngithi chebe. Ngesikhethu sithi hayi siyaxolisa man ukuthi sikubeka amalanga amabili la.
Yeah, I'm tired.
From izolo azange kuhambe kuhle ukuthi sizenze zombili. Bara ngifuna ukukuthokoza ukuthi uthethe lendlela zokuthi uzositshela ke ngendaba kaSibiya ngoba in particular what you submitted to before us here is more about the irregularities of the appointment of General Sibiya. Am I right?
Yes, and also both at COJ and also as a Deputy National Commission.
Yeah. No ke. Yazi sisekingeni la. Isizulu yasazi. Mina ngikhuluma isiNdebele hle.
Ngiyakuzwa baba.
Hawa ngiyathokoza mongizwa ngizoyibamba net lapho. Qala musi silange ukuthi ngezi6 zango February.
Yes.
uGeneral Mkhwanazi waya lapha watshela ababiki bendaba ukuthi kunomraro lapha esipoliseni nesole Africa into azikhambi kuhle ngoba weza la ku portfolio committee yethu esipoliseni wasibikela mara ke sakhamba kancane okwenza ukuthi sifike la sikhona namhlanje. Mina ngifuna ukukuthokoza nje ukuthi kunama signatures lana esiwabonileko. Ngizokumixa kancane ngoba fanele basilandele nesikhethu isi. Fanele basilandele. Ukuthi uthe mawufaka izinto la. Wabeka ukuthi kunento eziningi ezisayinweko lapha. Engicabanga ukuthi angeke sakhona ukuphikisa. Bengibone nenye la i-signature omunye wabhala mhlambe wakhohlwa ukufaka i-date. Ngokwakho ukwazi ngoba uberegile noSibiya if ngikakubuza uGeneral Sibiya. Ubereke naye eCity of Johannesburg.
Yes, since when I arrived in 2018 November up until I left end of June 2022. So 4.5 years or so.
So makafika ko into le abayibiza ngokuthi i-competency test. Honorable Shongo wambuza la ngicabanga ukuthi mhlambe wayibona. Wena ngokwazi kwakho into zakhamba kuhle kusho ukuthi kwalandelelwa indlela ekwenziwa ngayo i-competency test le. And ukubuza mhlambe direct question. Why pass le competency test according to nina manithola i-respond from SSA because ngiba abantu engicabanga ukuthi bane competence yokuqala abantu masifika endweni leyo.
No. He received a negative result on the competency assessment. And there's a jurisprudence in this regard. A High Court in Grahamstown, 2 judgments of the High Court are clear in the case of Morane versus Buffalo City, 2 judgments of the High Court. If you get the type of result.
Just a moment, the hand of Honorable Solis is up.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I please have someone to sit next to me and interpret? I'd like to understand the questions that are being posed. I made the request before. There's still no interpreters. May you kindly make provision, Chair. I would like to understand what my honorable astute colleague is asking. Thank you.
Yeah, the people responsible for those services are not here today. I think they were, let me tell you, the last time the matter was raised, I got confirmation that they were made available. They came, they spent a week with us. There was no need for them. And no, I'm honest. Yeah, look, you honorable members, it depends on you. If you decide to speak in vernacular one week and the other week because they were there last week after the matter was raised. I got the 2 names which were confirmed that the people were available. For sure, you would know, even in one of the sessions, you would have overheard in the system that those services were being provided. Yeah, and then the next thing, we go for the whole week without anybody speaking vernacular. There is no person who can come to hang like clothes in a washing line. So maybe, and even this morning, since we started, there was never any necessity for. Can we proceed the way we proceeded in the morning and conclude this last part of the proceedings as a belief?
Ngiyathokoza mgcini isihlalo. Ngiza ukuthi ke nje ke ngibethe ngesikhuwa ngoba ngathi kunenkinga mara ke akuthwengi. Let me, but I'll mix because ngifuna nabantu bekhaya abanye.
Honorable Solis, can I interpret the part that he has said?
Honorable Chair, I shall rather just leave it because it's not because I'm trying to be funny. I want to participate in the proceedings. And so I understand the dilemma, but then it is very wrong to then not be consistent with speaking in vernac. It's a waste of resources. So if there was consistently spoken in English all the other times, then it should continue now also, not because English is important.
Yeah,
but just so
no,
for
yeah,
understand.
the debate about languages cannot be overemphasized, but most interpreters, when they start, they say, him is saying. Him is saying that he thanks Mr. Mlandu, and then he will switch to English.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue? Ngizangixa Chair ukuthi bakhona ukubamba nalabo abamba khona.
Or you can
Now,
proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Let me ask again, I'm not disrupted once again by this file. All our problems started with the DA and Herman Machaba. Do you agree on that? At the city of Johannesburg, when they were still I mean, Mashaba was the mayor during that time, am I right?
Look, in respect of my evidence, I think much of it started by wanting to have one person employed by all means necessary. So once you get desperate, if you want to employ Mesuli and you really go out of your own way to get Mesuli, even if Mesuli fails a competency assessment and you of a unit head, then you want to promote him to a group head. So
Now-
it's desperation. In respect of my evidence, I wouldn't want to speak broadly because I was also brought in the city of Johannesburg by that administration. So I came in through the Mashaba administration myself.
Now, why, in your view, why the DA and Herman Mashaba in the city of Johannesburg wanted Sibia by all means necessary?
I will be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know if he was really advised about this because I don't think he was really advised of what was happening. But yeah, I was not there. I don't know.
Do you think Mashaba and Sibia were friends?
Not that I know of, Honorable Skosan, because when Sibia went to conduct an undercover operation against me for 3 days in the Eastern Cape, Herman Mashaba was really hurt and distraught about that because he didn't see it coming. So, and I remember in a meeting that we had, he was the first to reprimand Shadrach Sibi. The only thing that he ought to have done is to call the police to arrest Shadrach Sibi, and that he did not do.
Now, in paragraph, page 229, paragraph, no, I'll say C. Let's go to C. You spoke about the 5-year term fixed contract.
Page 22?
229, M229, page 3 of 6, but 229.
Yes.
The group corporate and shared services.
Report, yes.
Yes. C, you said that the good practice for this type of position is that the contract of the incumbent is not renewed or expired to ensure the continued independence of the function, hence the incumbent to be appointed on 5-year fixed term contract.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
So they say the incumbent to be appointed, so it's futuristic, to be appointed would be on a 5-year, what to call, 5-year fixed term contract. The head of this department, remember they were forming a new department. So they were saying that then the head of this department would be appointed on a 5-year fixed term contract to secure the independence of the position. And that's why then if you go on paragraph 3.7, the first bullet, it tells you that the recruitment of the unit head, that's where General CBS was, that one was underway. So they were separating these two positions so that you are clear that the head of department will be on a 5-year contract, but there's going to be a unit head who's being recruited.
Earlier, you said that you've submitted your complaints to the MEC and you've submitted to the, if I remember well,
Speaker,
and to, you've spoken about who?
Shamila Batwe and Fani Masemola.
Yes, and in fact, I'm not sure whether I said in the office, the former NPA, NDPP, am I right?
Yes, so I shared the same statement that you have here. I've provided it to them because I consider that the evidence is complete for action to be taken.
Now, you didn't get help.
Well, Honorable Skosan, I will say because it was end of November, then there was December, Elal month, maybe the help is coming in January. Because normally December and January is a flat month in government. So I want to give them a benefit of the doubt.
So in your testimony, you said that General Sibia was appointed before. In fact, he was appointed. Let me put it like that. You said that with what you presented to us here, the position which he ended up being, it didn't exist before, am I right?
Yes, there was he was recruited for a unit head under a GIRAS department. Whilst the recruitment process was ongoing, then they restructured GIRAS to form a new department called GIFIS.
Yes.
So by the time the recruitment process is concluded, then there's a new department where he should belong. But he's still going to go in as a unit head because the head of that department will be on a 5-year fixed-term contract. And Sibia was appointed permanently as a unit head.
Now, that position was not advertised.
No. No, what happens is that in the report of January 2017, suddenly Sibia is signing using a bogus title of a commission. So he's calling himself, calling himself the head of this department.
Before he was appointed into that position.
That's how he becomes. He declares himself one. I mean, that's crazy. You declare yourself something and then you become. Where have we ever had something like that?
No, ngesikhathi leso umeya bekungubani? Umpophalathe bekungubani umeya leso sikhathi?
It was Mayor Herman Mashaba.
And leso sikhathi bekasathwala ikepisi le DA, am I right?
I can't recall. I think he was still part of the administration of the DA.
Hey, yathusa man. Umuntu uthola iposo anikelwe. Kuthi ukuthi ngamanye amagama wenzelwe yona leyo nto ibinga advertised next.
Yes, remember in my evidence I said, it's my theory and I could be wrong. The legal opinion was accepted. The report of 4 November was signed, accepted. The legal opinion was accepted. The only problem here is that the guy failed the competence assessment. So he was not going to cut it if the position was advertised, period. Because he failed the competence assessment of a junior position. How was he going to pass a competence assessment of an HOD where we are all tested?
Now, was there a salary on that declaration? Because if I remember well, the salary which he was earning was 1.2 million. It ended up being 1.8 million.
So, but at the time when he declares himself as the head of department, who is a commissioner, there's no salary. The salary comes in September. Once the job description was graded and it was found to be a job description of a head of department at 1.8 million, then it was implemented retrospectively for General CB. So this is a fellow that comes in, earn 1.2 million, declare himself as the head of department, sits, signs a job description of a head of department, it goes and graded, then he gets the salary. And it gets retrospectively 1st of July 2017. So this is a guy who's at home.
Now, I'm going to take you, I think I've exhausted that. I'm going to take you to page 71, paragraph 10.2. In the respect of the above review findings and conclusions in relation to the alleged irregular and unlawful functioning and the intelligence gathering operation of Mr. Sibia, which is General Sibia, I guess.
Yes.
We recommended that the municipal council must take the following actions.
Yes.
That in line with Mr. Sibia prima facie status as section 56 and 57, employee, the municipal council must authorize the city manager to appoint an independent investigator to investigate the continued employment of Mr. Sibia without a top secret security clearance and should place Mr. Sibia on immediate suspension pending the outcome of such investigation.
Yes.
What happened after this, I think a legal advice from the TZ attorneys?
So what happened is this, it doesn't get placed before council. Instead, Weber Wenzel are employed to come and counter. This is just an legal advice. This is a legal advice, an advisory report. You go and get another legal opinion to counter this legal opinion. That's the first thing that happens. The second thing that happens, they then get another lawyer, Moody and Robinson, to write another report criticizing this advisory report. How can you spend public funds on 2 lawyers to criticize the legal advice? Sure. And then again, Sibia must go to court and try and stop what is clearly legal advice. That he must be investigated, he must be suspended. What was he scared of?
Now, in your view, Herman Mashaba and the executives who signed here committed fraud. Am I right?
if I'm going to declare you something that you are not, I know you are a unit head. I know I'm told there's a legal opinion that says I can't make you a group head, but I am prepared to allow you to sign a report together with us, pretending to be a group head of a commissioner.
Now,
you can't deny that we are all of us co-perpetrating fraud and corruption.
So, in other words, you are encouraging us to open a case against Herman Mashaba as well for fraud, like we did with General Sibia.
No, the evidence is encouraging you. All I'm doing here is to place before you records with signatures of people, and I'm telling you what those records are saying. And what is nice about it, Honorable Skosan, these records were placed in the public domain by General Sibia himself when he went to the High Court. They are there. So all I'm doing is that I'm a canvas, a canvas on a ship. I'm just pointing to a direction. What you do about that is up to this committee, Honorable Chairperson, and its members.
Ngiyakuthokoza ukuthi mhlambe ke kwenza abantu ababhalako, because we were told many times sitshelwe kaningi ukuthi then former mayor was at Johannesburg was against corruption, but what you submitted to us here is contrary to all these allegations of praising Herman Mashaba as the corruption buster. Uthi kade silelwa amala la. Uthi kade sitshelwa amanga ngamanye amagama ngesiZulu. Sitshelwa amala iminyaka eminingi engikhulu. Nje-ke ngifuna ukukuthokoza begodi ngicolise ukuthi sihlelisa isikhathi njengoba ngikhe ngatsho ekuthomeni ukuthi lokhu ke kuzokwenza masprobe these matters zase-City of Johannesburg, in particular uSibiya ke inamathela no Herman Mashaba nabanye abakhona la. Mara njengathi ke la sizokuzama ukuthi njengoba sikhe senza naphambilini iDA sayenza iDA sekubonakele ukuthi i-corruption into yabo. Ngiyakuthokoza no Herman Mashaba bebakhamba bonke. Ngamanye amagama ngithi man sithokoza kakhulu ukuthi usinikele into emnandi kangaka. Ngiyakuthokoza.
Yeah, if I may, as a last point, Chairperson.
No, his time has ended. Him says. Chief Whip, you are the last speaker to have conversation with
Oh, thanks, Chair. And I think I have very few questions. I think the first one is that somewhere in your document, I think it's paragraph 11.3, I'm just going to state it, you will remember the facts. You are making references to how the mayor threatened witnesses and pressurized investigation. What do you think was or could have been the reason for that?
So, if I may, Chief Whip, once the State Security Agency issues this letter, I showed you there were two equipments. The mayor calls the press briefing. That's the mayor, Dr. Palaz, to cover up this thing. He calls the press briefing next to Hilbert Road Station. You will think that nothing has happened. He says there's no spy equipment in the city of Johannesburg. The SSA has written a report to me. He reads all other paragraphs. He leaves paragraph 4. She leaves paragraph 4. So if you were in that press briefing, you would have left thinking that the SSA has cleared the city of Johannesburg. That's what the media was told. So after that, when I submitted my supplementary report, because it's exactly why I ended up submitting a supplementary report to both Minister of Court and the Minister of Police. When that happened, then they began to manufacture a report that I must be suspended in the mayoral committee. That report was supposed to have served in a council meeting of the 10th of August. But for some reason, there was a fight within the caucus of the political parties. It did not serve. That's why I resigned on the 12th. immediately and effectively, and I disappear because there was a plan to deal with me. Now, you have to have this in context. Now it's August. If you remember, there were 2 WhatsApp screens by CBI. What did he say in the first one? I don't know why the city is not dealing with this board. So I was going to be dealt with in August. CBI complains on a WhatsApp in July. So I realized that that was on bid. It didn't make a So I'm outside. Because at that time, Dr. Brink is out of the city, and I decided, let me pull out and be on the outside. So I watch these things as they happen. So it's the mayor who fast-tracked a report about me in the mayoral committee to serve in council on the 10th of August.
Do you know, maybe did you check who are the directors of the company that benefited with the 7-meter tender?
No, Chief Whip, I did not. There are theories, but I did not. I think the councillors of Al Jamaa have represented this thing publicly, that this machine was bought from Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you will remember when the other witness was here, the same language came of grabbers from Israel. So it looks like there's a market of this thing somewhere.
In Israel.
Yeah.
You know, I'm asking that question because I'm trying to ascertain this level of determination on the part of the mayor at the time. And I mean, and for instance, the decision that was also taken at the same time not to challenge, because I think it was the same leadership, not to challenge the case in court, as a consequence of which General Sbiya.
Yes, an unopposed order.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was on an unopposed order, and then he won, and that is now being circulated as a.
It's being cleared.
As a confirmation that the man is cleared.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand what was happening. Who are these players, and what motives essentially drives them? I mean, if you have not looked at the directors of the company, it might not be easy for you
Yes.
to put a very firm interconnectedness between the players that were involved. The other issue that I wanted to check is that because again, one is wondering because why does General Sbiya appears to be a very powerful man? I mean, look at the sequence of what you presented to us in terms of how his position was handled, including himself signing as a commissioner, no consequences, court cases, no consequences. Very determined to buy an equipment that does not necessarily have to be used by the municipality, no consequences. So essentially that must be a very powerful man in the country. And then it troubles my mind because we have listened from other generals who came before us. And one of the contentions they've made somehow links him with a cartel of criminals in the country. Now, I'm troubled in my mind. Of course, that has not been yet proven beyond reasonable doubt if we were to use what our jurisprudence requires. But it troubles my mind that such a person coincidentally so powerful again in the city of Johannesburg, and he does things according to his own will and survive. So I would imagine that is an issue that we need to pay attention to, unless if you want to make a comment.
Look, I don't know, Honorable Chief Whip, because when I came in, I found a man who's everybody else was tiptoeing around him. And it just didn't sit well with me. It just was just something wrong about him. And when I began to probe, I stopped him. He was about to investigate the head of governance and the COO at that time. It was Dr. Brink. I stopped him on his tracks. I said, no, man, you don't have powers to investigate executive. You're a junior official as far as I know. And that irritated the booze out of him. So there's an email here where, if you've got the time, read that email exchange between me and Shadrach Sibi. It's about 5 pages, where I decided one day, no, man, this can't continue. That one person runs the show here. So you shall see how he answers me. He says, no, I can investigate anybody. I've been investigating anybody. I said, no, but that was before I arrived. There are laws in our republic. All of us, we must comply with them. So it's there, you'll find just I'm tired right now. I can't even point to where this thing is, but it's in the bundle. Thanks.
No, it's understandable. I mean, there's been a long day. It's understandable. I think my last point, I want to make, obviously you can also comment on if you want to, is that I would imagine that the nation will be very interested to know what happened during the rise of Lieutenant General Spear from the role he was playing in Johannesburg. I know he came from Hawks to Johannesburg and back to be a Deputy National Commissioner. I think it will be very interesting to know what was happening during that rise, as a consequence of which people at a very senior level, including our National Commissioner, could not pick up at all that the man is bringing closer to him is followed by such a negative history. Whether that history is accurate or not accurate, but the fact that so many things, as we have uncovered, have happened which are negative, and in my own view, to a larger extent, do leave a stain on the reputation of our second in command, because a Deputy National Commissioner is equivalent to a second in command in the context of the police. So what is bothering me is what message does it communicate about the systems, processes, and the security alertness when decisions are made to appoint people at that senior level?
Yes.
That's what frightens me, because it suggests that if anything we've heard about Lieutenant General Spear were to be confirmed to be true tomorrow, it therefore means that unless something drastically, very drastic is done, we may wake up one day as a country having a national commissioner who is the convener of national criminals in the country. That's the observation one is making. If anything we've heard about the man is anything to go by, from General Mkhwanazi, from you, from Khumalo, and others, it worries me. I don't know if you want to make a comment, and that's my last comment. Thanks.
Yeah, look, the one thing that I can say, and I said this to the evidence leader, there are two allegations that I'm making about General Spear. One, I'm saying he's a prima facie fugitive from the law. That's the first allegation I'm making. The second one, when you look into what my reports were saying to the ministers, the second one is that he's a serial lawbreaker. Corner that fellow. You cornered him here. What did he do? He lied. No, Mesule appointed somebody with a health qualification in HR. Unprovoked. He lies. No, that fellow was fired somewhere. He's too corrupt. That's how he does things. Had I not discovered, Honorable Chief Whip, that there are people who are digging data about me in the Eastern Cape, you would have seen an article from a newspaper saying that there's this corrupt official in the city of Johannesburg. He plays dirty. So that's the Deputy National Commissioner that General Masemula appointed. And this thing of a National Commissioner who sits somewhere and decides who's going to be the Deputy National Commissioner on his own, that's in a criminal justice system. That's a huge, huge risk without an advert, without a recruitment process. He decides how many is going to need, who are they going to be. You can't have that. That is dangerous. You can imagine if I go there today and I become a national commissioner, I can employ the chairperson as a deputy because I make the calls. You can't have power centralized in that fashion. So this issue of appointments without recruitment, and it works better for Shadrack Savia because, and I'm even wondering if there's a competency assessment in the police. Do they really write a competency assessment? I even wonder, because if there was one, he was going to fail. He would not have made it even on that position. So these are risks that are before us. There's the last point that I want to say. And I want this committee to ponder as to whether General Masemula did not fail. How come that the city of Johannesburg a week before decides to investigate? General Masemula the next week promotes. He did not do what he was supposed to do. That's the first thing. There's a second thing that I would want you to be bothered about as this committee, is that if General Sibiya by 2017 is earning 1.8 million, by the time he leaves, let's say as an example, he would be earning, what, 2.2 million annual increases and stuff like that. I wanted to check when he went back to SAPS, he had a drop of about 6 to 700,000. 6 to 700,000. The question is, if we are used to this salary, how are you going to fund the gap? And I want you to think about that. Look at the letter of his appointment. He was going to earn 1.4 million when he was going back. It's part of his statement before this commission. Look at it. Then ask yourself, if now I'm 2.2, I'm going to earn where I'm going, 1.4. How am I going to fund the gap? Maybe the answer lies there. Thank you.
Are this the salary packages that you get at local government? I qualify. I've gone to school. Mr. Mlandu,
Chairperson.
if you were to appoint me, will it be a problem? I'm qualified.
You can give yourself a title if you want to.
Tell me, are you, where you are sitting, are you convinced that the evidence that you have presented here can help us to make a determination whether General Sibiya lied under oath?
Both him and General Tel, they lied here under oath, and I've provided you with that evidence. That's supposed.
What I want is the adequacy of the evidence that you presented here. Are you convinced that it is adequate for the committee to determine that some of the witnesses that were here lied under oath?
Yes, Chairperson, this is adequate.
Oh, okay.
Yes, because if you say I employed somebody with a health qualification and I produce a degree, then that's a clear lie.
Oh. And then in your opening statement, you said that the evidence you present shows that the appointment was fraudulent. How fraudulent was, besides going to,
yes,
to the, was the post advertised?
No. The one of the head of department, no.
There was no advert.
This was by declaration. I am a commissioner and you become.
And then you say the interviews happened today and the appointment letter was issued out the following day.
On the junior position of unit head, yes, the interviews were today. The appointment letter issued the following day. Then a week later, you go for competence assessment. A week later, you fail it.
So the competency assessment happened after the appointment letter has been issued.
Exactly.
And then from there, 2 months later, he was a group head.
Exactly. And then a month later, he gets the delegations of a group head. So the powers to operate as a group head in March.
In March.
Yeah. Then in July, he creates his own job description, he creates it, and then in September, he gets a salary of a group head.
Okay. No, it's fine. Is your hand up? Oh, okay. Okay. It's fine. All the honorable members have had time to have a conversation with you. Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Chair, I'm going to defer to my senior, and whatever she doesn't cover, I'll cover.
Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair. I actually just have one question that I want to ask. the witness. I think Honorable Souls referred earlier to a WhatsApp exchange between General Zibia and a colleague where he called you obsessed. And part of your documents, there's a memorandum, an internal memorandum that suggests that there was an investigation that was done against you for the employment of a deputy director. And it said that this employment was irregular. And General Zibia suggests that your obsession with him has something to do with the fact that there was this internal investigation against you. So my question is there any merit to the allegation made by General Zibia? And I'd also like to know what the outcome of that investigation was against you.
On page 415 to page 420, that's the findings that were made against me. Remember, I've been subjected to 2, not 1, false investigations, sort of false allegations. So, Annexure M59, page 415 to page 420. The lawyers are clear. These allegations were manufactured so as to harm the reputation of Mr. Mlando. Then I refer you on M63 on page 438 to page 439. We could not find anything that Mlando has done. And that's basically it in the city of Johannesburg. And I think I've referred to some in the Coroland Post. Ever since I've arrived in the city of Johannesburg, there's no day where General Zibia was not investigating me. One day I've employed my cousin, the other day I have not finished my qualification. I was even investigated by Zibia for not having matric. So they change every month because they need to get something about Mesut. So the findings are here, they speak for themselves. Advocate Mkhwanazi, so it's before you.
Thank you, Chair. I only had one question.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question for you, but I would like to place your documents in a chronological order so that we understand them as you reported them.
Sure.
Just in terms of, it's 2 main things. So the one, I'll do the sequence for General Zibia's appointment up until the point at which you reported, and then the steps that were taken by you. So I'll just run through them. On the 4th of November, 2016, there is a restructuring document, which is at MM20, that speaks about the new role that needs to be accommodated, which is separate from the unit head. On the 8th of November, General Zibia is appointed. There's a letter of appointment at MM18, page 217. And he is appointed as the unit head, Group Security and Investigations, Group Risk and Assurance Services. On the 9th of November, the next day, he signs the offer letter. And the offer letter reads, he's the unit head in the department I've just mentioned above. And that's at page 219. Yes.
Yeah, the legal opinion on the 8th of November.
Yes, but this is just the appointment aspect. And then I've got the assessment report that he failed on the 22nd of November 2016, after he signed the offer letter and he's started in his role. On the 3rd of January 2017, there's an updated report that speaks to the role that was to be taken. I think that is, that speaks to the new role. I think that's at page 226. And that new role was forensic and investigations, basically dealing with the new proposed structure. There's an updated version of that
Yes,
That's just in terms of the role as the documents sit.
yes.
And that's the sequence of events in terms of chronologically in terms of dates. And then the steps that you took,
Yeah, you have not added the
Yes.
legal opinion on the 8th of November.
that would be a step taken, I think.
No, on the records of
Okay, so 8 November, there is a,
legal opinion, the one that says you can't, is a unit head. If you want to make him a group head, you must re-advertise.
okay,
That's the 8th of November. And then the
So-
last document that I had not, I spoke about, but I did not present is MM24.
Okay.
Is the delegations. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
The delegations,
But
oh,
when-
it's MM36,
and it comes, what's the date?
8th of March. So
20?
2017.
Okay, that comes a bit
Yeah.
later. Yeah. And then the steps that you took from the time that you found out about this from the whistleblowers, on the 7th of April, 2022, there's a report, which is at page 31.
Yes.
That's the Zebediela report.
Yes.
And then on the 8th of May, 2022, is a response from the public protector
Yes.
at page 124.
Yes.
And then on the 13th of June, 2022, is a letter to the speaker as well as the public protector from you,
Yes.
authored by you.
Yes.
And that can be found at MM5, page 92. And then on the 20th of June, you wrote an urgent report for the attention of the Minister of Police to intervene, as well as to COCTA.
Yes.
This,
Mr.
it's stamped on the face of the document as received by both institutions.
Yes, on the
Yes.
20th.
Precisely.
Yes.
And then on the 22nd of July, you got a response regarding spyware.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the mayor's,
That's
to
the
the
mayor,
mayor. Yes.
precisely. And then on the 29th of July, you wrote another letter to the Minister of Police, to the Minister of COCTA, to the
Yes.
Speaker and the councillors, and that is at page 106. So there were two letters. The first one was a report in June. The second one was the 29th of July. It was a supplementary report.
Supplementary report.
Include,
I was
yeah.
including now the SSA, because remember, Councillor Palaz is concealing the truth that
Yes.
there's a spyware in the city of Johannesburg. So I'm
Exactly.
asking these ministers to go and arrest her as well.
And that was confirmed as received on the 4th of August 2022 by the Chief of Staff in at the Minister of Police's office,
Yeah.
Ms. N.H. Pogani.
Yes.
That is at page 114.
Yes.
And she confirms that the minister will look into the
Yes.
matter and has looked into the matter, and you will provide a response.
Yeah.
On the 5th of August 2022, you reported the matter to the Hawks and you wrote a statement.
Yes.
I see that there's a Hillbrow police station case number.
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms,
There's two statements. I can't remember the date.
yeah, I'm just putting them in sequence because when we discussed them, you know, the questions were quite everywhere. And then lastly, in terms of spyware, I'm just looking for, okay, here. The order was made to CSN Technologies on the 19th of August 2019, and that was for over 7 million. And the payment, the proof of payment by the city is on the very next page for that exact amount.
Yes.
And that all was done in 2019.
Yes.
And the steps that you took commenced in 2022
Yes.
to date.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Advocate, Mr. Landu. Thank you so much, and thank you. Honorable members, the staff of political parties here, the staff of parliament, and members of the media. You have been here for 2 days. We must say it and thank you. Yeah, and your team. We want to thank you so much for your patience. Honorable members who are coming back here next week, Tuesday. Yes, there is a proposal that the following guests appear on Tuesday: Gun-Free South Africa, Dr. Gordon Rolls, Mr. Xolile Mashukuka, and Mr. Thaliho Ramabulela. So the committee will have a meeting on Monday to finalize the rest of the timetable and deal with the other matters that members raised during the week. We should be having responses for all those matters by the time of the meeting on Monday. So I'm reading the appearances of Tuesday so that our staff can work tonight and tomorrow to have these appearances ready on Tuesday, notwithstanding the fact that we will have a meeting on Monday. Are we agreeing? Thank you so much. You have said everything you wanted to say. Is there any other member who wants to say something? Honorable James.
Chair, I just want to ask the member that testified yesterday that said he had to organize his own accommodation and flights. Has that matter been resolved? Do we have?
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying we must finalize these appearances of next week, Tuesday, is basically to deal with matters like those. So that there must not be anybody who says bad decisions were made in the last minute. They have the whole of tomorrow to get in contact with the following guests and make all the arrangements. Honorable Matthias.
Monday's meeting, is it virtual again?
Yes, committee meetings are virtual because we meet on Mondays, which are constituency days. Any further hands? Honorable Skosana.
Lami lokugcina nje noma njengoba uthi uthi into eziningi sizozikhuluma ngomvulo. Yeah, I hope that ngolosibili angeke kwenzeke into eyenzeke ivekele ngolosibili no ngoba hey nje bekukumbanyana bekukumbanyana lapho ke sizayixoxa ngomvulo ngiyakuthokoza nje na ukhambe kuhle la uyakhona.
He's speaking in Ndebele. No, I heard you. You know we have Ndebele speakers in Limpopo. Yeah, the challenges that happened during the week, Honorable Skosana, you are right. I think we will deal with them and make sure that next week when we have appearances, everything runs smoothly. We don't have a situation where we wait for some witnesses and they do not pitch up. Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, just to maybe fix in the Kuluma Babu Skosan, he's speaking about the selection of whom we're going to talk to. Because some of the matters that came to our attention here was for committees, not for ad hoc. So I think he's speaking into that, not exactly the running and the happenings.
We can't go back to that. It was in your committee meeting where you decided that you want these people to appear before you. So,
yeah, just the
so
selection.
the decision of the committee stands. We have agreed on those 6 civil society organizations and those 12 or more appearances from public submissions. So we can't revisit that. We must be now running towards the finishing line. Honorable members, I want to thank you. To thank you so much. And may you all stand up and leave the chambers.